committee meeting. And this is the first time we're pleased to be able to video this and live stream it for everyone in Mississippi to see. So welcome all of you that are watching us here, watching your legislature work today. And this will also be archived, so any of you who would like to review it later in the day or see what was said by one individual or another are welcome to do so. We're pleased to make everything so open and transparent to citizens of Mississippi who pay for us to be here. So we'll turn at this moment to Corey Miller for our economic review for the year. Mr. Miller, you recognize.
Thank you. Mississippi's economy, like the national economy, continues to recover from the relatively brief but steep recession experienced in 2020. The National Bureau of Economic Research, which sets the unofficial dates of the business cycle, announced in July that the recession that began in February 2020 ended in April 2020, which at 2 months made it the shortest recession in U.S. history. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis reported U.S. real GDP increased at a seasonally adjusted annualized rate of 6.3% in the first quarter of 2021. In its most recent estimate of the change in real GDP in the second quarter, BEA reported an increase at an annual rate of 6.6% as U.S. output surpassed its pre-recession level. Although the estimates of U.S. real GDP in the first 2 quarters of 2021 indicate the nation's economy is positioned to experience its best annual expansion in decades, they also likely represent the peak of growth for the year. Forecasting firm IHS Markit, to which URC subscribes, has revised its forecast of U.S. real GDP growth for 2021 down for 3 consecutive months. The firm believes consumer spending on services slowed considerably in the third quarter because of the surge in COVID-19 cases due to the Delta variant. In addition, because of supply chain issues such as the shortage of semiconductor chips that has curbed production in the automobile industry, IHS Markit has lowered its forecast of inventory investment. Many of the supply shortages currently experienced by the U.S. economy stem from shutdowns in 2020 that stopped or severely curtailed production of goods for several weeks. Other supply chain disruptions are ongoing as some countries reimpose shutdowns to deal with rising COVID-19 cases, restricting the production and export of some products to the U.S. U.S. employment growth has been relatively robust in 2021, but also uneven. Through August, average monthly employment is up almost 2% over 2020, and the nation has recovered 76.2% of the total jobs lost in March and April of last year. However, while the U.S. has added over 1 million jobs in July, only 235,000 were added in August. The unexpected slowdown last month likely was at least partly due to the rise in COVID-19 cases caused by the Delta variant. The reduction in the forecast for real GDP growth in 2021 likely will push some of the previously expected employment growth into next year. The U.S. labor force participation rate remains depressed from its pre-recession level. The rate was 63.3% in February 2020, but as of August 2021 has risen no higher than 61.7%. The rate fell by more than is typically associated with a recession for reasons that include, to varying degrees, concerns over COVID-19, the availability of child care, and emergency unemployment benefits. Some of these concerns persist in 2021, such as the rise in COVID-19 cases, and likely include factors such as an increase in early retirements by older workers. Through August, little evidence exists to suggest that the expiration of emergency unemployment benefits nationwide will lead to a significant increase in employment. Once the relatively swift introduction of COVID-19 vaccines began, for several months, much of the thinking of economists and others was that the U.S. economy, as well as society at large, might look similar to its pre-pandemic condition by September of this year. While much progress has occurred, clearly this optimism has not fully materialized. The surge of COVID-19 infections due to the Delta variant, the lagging pace of vaccinations, and the continued disruptions of supply chains all indicate more time is required before the U.S. can declare a return to, quote, normalcy. Based on the latest information from IHS Markit, URC forecasts U.S. real GDP will grow at an annual rate of 3.4% in the third quarter, followed by a 6.2% increase at an annual rate in the fourth quarter. As of September, the forecast for the change in U.S. real GDP for all of 2021 is an increase of 5.7%. While down from earlier estimates in the year, If this forecast is realized, the U.S. economy will experience its largest annual expansion since 1984. Some of the growth previously expected in 2021 has been shifted to the forecast for next year. U.S. real GDP is projected to grow 4.5% in 2022, a decline from this year, but still considerably above the trends of the last 2 decades. Given the developments in recent months, I would like to briefly discuss the rise in U.S. inflation. As measured by the Consumer Price Index, or the CPI, inflation has increased markedly over the last several months. In June, July, and August, the value of the CPI was more than 5% above the level of 1 year earlier. These increases mark the largest year-over-year growth in inflation on a monthly basis in 13 years. Moreover, the core CPI, which excludes the most volatile components of food and energy, was 4.5% higher in June compared to 1 year earlier, its largest year-over-year increase since September 1991. The core CPI also was 4.2% and 4% higher on a year-over-year basis in July and August, respectively. Several factors have combined to generate the recent upturn in inflation. One is the supply shortages I previously mentioned, notably for new and used automobiles and construction materials. Another is the surge in consumer demand for some products spurred by the full reopening of the U.S. economy earlier this year that included larger states such as California and New York. The amount of money the federal government has transferred to consumers through COVID-19 assistance and stimulus checks over the past year also has driven this increase in demand. Consumers have been able to continue much of their pre-pandemic spending, shifting some of this spending away from services and more to goods, contributing to price increases. Consumers saved some of their incomes in 2020, and the full reopening of the U.S. economy has released pent-up demand for some goods, also contributing to price increases. These factors have led a majority of economists, but certainly not all, to conclude the recent rise in the price level is temporary. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell has repeatedly described the increase in inflation as, quote, transitory. The belief is that the factors previously discussed will dissipate and that by the end of 2021 or in early 2022, the rate of inflation will return to its pre-pandemic level or slightly above this level. Concerns with this outlook are the supply chain disruptions, which appear ongoing, and consumers' inflation expectations, which can become self-fulfilling. The firm IHS Markit, in its latest forecast, projects an annual rate of inflation for 2021 as measured by the CPI of 4.2%, which, if realized, will mark the largest annual increase in inflation since 1990. The rate is expected to decline to 2.4% in 2022. Turning to the Mississippi economy, the state is positioned for relatively strong growth in 2021 as well, although forecasts in recent months have also been revised downward. BEA reported real GDP for the state increased at an annual rate of 6.9% in the first quarter of 2021, and that Mississippi surpassed its pre-recession level of real GDP before the U.S. did. However, I believe BEA likely will revise down this estimate. Employment growth in the state, which slowed earlier in the year, picked up in recent months as through August the state has added 6,600 jobs in 2021. Yet the state lost 4,100 jobs last month, most likely related to the increase in COVID-19 cases. Payroll employment in the state as of August was 2.6% below the level of February 2020. In addition, as of August, Mississippi has recovered 79.7% of the jobs lost in March and April of last year, a higher percentage than the U.S. economy. Mississippi did not lose as many jobs as a share of total employment last year as the U.S. did, contributing to the faster recovery, and the state's economy fully reopened sooner than the nation as a whole. Both initial and continued unemployment claims in the state, while well below levels reached in February 2020, remain elevated as of August. The state's labor force participation rate, while still one of the lowest among all states, returned to its pre-recession level in February of 56.1%, and as of August was at 55.9%. Looking at other indicators, income tax withholdings in Mississippi were up 3.4% through the first 8 months of 2021 compared to the same period last year, an indication of income growth. The state also is expected to experience relatively robust wage growth in 2021. Sales tax revenues in Mississippi from January through July were up 13.2% compared to the same period in 2020, an indication consumer spending has been strong. These gains likely were driven in part by transfers from the federal government as well as pent-up demand for some items. URC believes the state's economy, like the U.S. economy, will experience relatively strong growth in 2021, but will slow in the second half of the year. In our latest forecast, we estimate real GDP for the state will increase 5.5% for all of 2021. If this forecast is realized, it will mark the largest annual increase in real GDP for the state since 1994. We expect real GDP will increase 0.9% in 2022, essentially marking a return to pre-recession trends. Similarly, URC forecasts payroll employment in the state will grow 1.8% in 2021, which would mark the largest annual increase since 1998. We project employment growth will slow to 0.5% in 2022. Given the rise in COVID-19 cases in the state due to the Delta variant, the employment forecast for 2021 is somewhat tenuous, as some of the growth projected for this year could be delayed until 2022. In summary, the U.S. and Mississippi economies continue to recover, although this recovery remains uneven. Service sectors, which involve more interpersonal contact, continue to lag production sectors as consumers take precautions following the rise in COVID-19 cases. We expect relatively strong growth in 2021 before a deceleration to near or slightly above pre-recession trends in 2022. As has been the case for over a year, the virus and society's responses to it continue to dictate the trajectory of the recovery. Thank you for your attention. I'll conclude my remarks and we'll be glad to take any questions from the members.
Questions from the members? Anyone have any questions? Any questions? One, which I would have, you did not address what your projection for inflation is for next year. You covered that briefly, but you didn't say what you predicted Mississippi's inflation rate would be.
I did not have a specific prediction for Mississippi. I think it will be similar to the national rate next year of around, I believe it said 2.4%. I think it'll be in that neighborhood.
That's because of so many of us discuss so many items with different businesses around the state. It seems to us that wage growth has been significantly more than that, and it seems like the inflation factor, when you talk to home builders, truck drivers, whomever, is significantly more than 2%. So are you?
Yes, I agree with that.
So how can we project at 2% when it looks like it's significantly more than that? Some of the numbers that we're looking at are 10 and 15%.
Oh, I was talking about the inflation rate. I thought you were asking about that.
I am. That's correct.
I have a prediction on the or forecast on the wage rate for 2021 and 2022. If I can find it right quick.
It was 1.8%, I believe you said.
No, we're expecting wage growth of around 8% this year. That does not account for inflation. And then next year of 3.8%. So that's fairly robust wage growth.
If you have an 8% wage growth, isn't that about 30% of the cost of everything? So it doesn't equate that we'd have a 2% inflation if we got an 8% wage growth.
Well, no, this year we're expecting a 4%.
Okay, so this year is about a 4% inflation.
Yes.
Okay, I think see, I thought you said 2.1, or maybe I misunderstood you.
Yes, 4.2% inflation this year, wage growth expected of 7.9%. In 2022, inflation rate of 2.4%, wage growth expected of 3.8%.
Okay, so for our projections, and we're projecting from July 1st of next year to June 30th of 23, which is the budget that the legislature will be addressing here shortly. What do you predict inflation is for that period?
I believe it's still around 2%. The expectation is this is going to be temporary and that we'll get back to the typical levels of inflation we saw before the pandemic and the recession.
I have not talked to one business person, and I've probably talked to 100 of them that say that's accurate.
I don't doubt that. Inflation projections are definitely a moving target because there's all sorts of developments that can take place. So we have to assume a lot of things like the supply chain shortages, which we think are going to be resolved, but seem to still be going on. Those are factors. Some of the other factors we do think will dissipate because of the transfers of money from the federal government. We're not expecting those levels of transfers into the next year at this point. So we think those effects will be fading, but it is difficult to project inflation that far out.
I'd ask you, when we come to the legislative session, as your numbers get clearer through the end of the year, that you bring us one for the inflation for next year, as Senator Hobson and Representative and the representatives do their work. I'm very skeptical that we have a 2% inflation rate, and I think the state should prepare for a higher inflation rate. We only got half of the money that the ARP money came in. The other half will come next year to be spent the next year, so I don't see it winnowing away that quickly. And I think it's important for us to know what that is, because that's going to affect all of our spending for the state. Any other questions? Any questions? Yes, sir. Senator Fillingate.
Thank you, Governor. I'm curious if any of the infrastructure bills that are currently being debated in the Congress, whether human infrastructure or real infrastructure, are factored into the figures that you're working on, and how much monies we'll have available in the state to appropriate.
The forecast that we get through IHS Markit did account for the infrastructure bill. They believe it will pass at this point. They think the effects are not going to be that immediate. They think out through 2025 and 2026 will be the largest economic impacts of that. And they think it will be around 0.5% of U.S. real GDP. So that's on the radar, but at this point we're not expecting any immediate benefits from that because it will take time to roll all that out once it does pass.
So you do expect it to pass at least the $1.2 trillion. You're not factoring in any additional coronavirus, COVID monies from the federal government at this point?
Not at this point, no. Or the human infrastructure bill you mentioned. That's still, at this point, they're not comfortable accounting for that. They still think it, not sure what form it will pass if it does.
Thank you.
Other questions? Other questions? Thank you, Ms. Miller. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll move right on to the agencies, and I think the State Personnel Board, if y'all would alert them, please. We only have one presenter. Gentlemen, if we only have one presenter, if the other two would please take your seats. Thank you. It's COVID time, and we are socially distancing here, as you can tell, and we want to make sure that we do so. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I'm Kelly Hardwick. I'm the State Personnel Director. I have folks with me here that can potentially answer questions that I may not be answer. Ryan Beard, Director of Class Comp, Brittany Martin, or Frederick, who is the Communications Director, and others here. Before you, you have a one-page handout that has a short synopsis about the state of the workforce, and on the other side is about Project SEC Squared. You also have our PowerPoint that we normally do on the state of the workforce, which gives you a lot more detail, but I'm here today to mainly talk about Project SEC Squared, but would like to, if I could, talk to you a little bit about the state of the workforce to give you some synopsis, and you can look at data and maybe ask questions on that later. But you ask, who is a state employee? Well, the average state employee is a 45-year-old African-American female with 9.5 years of service who makes $41,260 a year. And there's a 45% chance that they work in the Jackson metro area. And of that $41,260 a year that they make, that's approximately $10,000 less than what their peers make in their adjoining states. That number has been kind of constant, has gone up a little bit, but most concerning is the widening gap between Mississippi and the next lowest, which is Arkansas. That gap is now at about $7,000 or $8,000. So the equity gap continues to increase as Arkansas increases their pay, and closer to Louisiana, which follows Alabama, and then Tennessee. Of the state employees that are under our purview, for fiscal year 21, there were 24,816 state employees. That's a part of the total of 85,888 total state employees, which includes the educational side of it and other branches. This number is a 24% reduction from 2011, when there were 31,069 state employees. So over the last 10 years, you've had a reduction of about 7,000 state employees. Now, of note during that time, I would like to point out that the total number of employees has only gone down just a little bit, and those in public school teachers, higher education, and community colleges have actually increased in the last 10 years by about 3%. So the education side of it is up 3%, state employees are down 24%. Again, there's a lot of information in the packets that I had given you, and that can be found in the handout, and as always, we're welcome to talk with you about the demographics. But now I'd like to, if I could, to move on to the Project SEC Squared. And if I could have just a general point of privilege right quick, I would like to point out, if they'll wave their hand, Ryan Beard, Daniel Hearn, Henry Williams, and Brittany Frederick. Without them, this would not have happened. The dynamics have changed a good bit on this project, and I wanted to recognize them. And so what is this? Project SEC Squared is the first major review and update of Mississippi's classification and compensation system since 1981. Those of us that have been around since 1981 know a lot of changes have happened since then. And so in fall of 2019, we initiated this project, and it is set to go live January the 1st, 2022. Who was involved with this project? As I said, Mississippi State Personnel Board employees. Well over half of our employees touched this project as we were going through and updating the class and comp system. We also had Neville Kenning, a Kenning consultant who had done work in Mississippi before, who was the preeminent class and comp for public sector in the country. Unfortunately, we lost him to pancreatic cancer early this summer, but he was able to do a great deal of work in helping us move this forward. We also had a steering committee which was comprised of 8 different agencies. We had representation from the legislative branch, we had large agencies, and we had statewide officials that were part of our steering committee that we talked to throughout this process, told them what we were looking to do and get their ideas. Also, that were involved were over 294 subject matter experts throughout the state government that represented 46 agencies. So 2/3 of our master agencies had a subject matter expert where we would ask them, hey, what does this mean? What do these people do? We talked from everything from troopers to maintenance workers to accountants to every gamut that ran across, over 294 subject matter experts. And more importantly, we undertook a process that had never been done, according to Mr. Kenning in state government, is that we presented a description questionnaire of what's called a PDQ to every state employee. Over 23,000 state employees filled out a position description questionnaire. And that was why our staff had to get involved the way they did, because we reviewed every one of them. What the state employees said they would do. We vetted that with their agencies, and we're able to classify all state employees into positions where we really know what they're doing. And so we were proud of that. Hadn't been undertook at that scale before, and innovative on what we did. Now, as a side note, although we do collect data for everybody, there is, of the 24,816 I was talking about 8% aren't under our purview. We do report on what they do and how they do, but they're not under this plan. That would be your military department, be your troopers, narcotic agents, parts of the Supreme Court, and your veterans homes. So they're not under this, but we do report that agency stuff. So why did we do this? Under our old system, what we found, there were just way too many classifications. Employees were misclassified. The pay ranges it was unrealistic and distorted in pay ranges of how you could be paid in there. And what had happened is the classification system had become your de facto compensation plan. And so that's why we looked to do it, and you can see with 23,000 employees saying this is what we do, they were eager to do it. Now, in a nutshell, what was our philosophy is that we were going to create a competitive and equitable compensation for properly classified employees and that give them an opportunity for a career path for possession. So what did we do? We moved from 1,900 job classifications down to 616. And we put those 616 job classifications into 136 job families and part of 21 occupational groups. Further, we looked, there were 3 types of work, is the vocational work, the professional work, and the supervisory and management work. And what we have here now is an allocation of folks that the classification is driven by their job duties, not about their pay anymore. It's what they do. Levels are based on complexity of the work and the supervision that they do. We're looking at family-specific job titles that are using a market-based rate that we can go and get compensation based on performance in the past. So in the new compensation system, what we tried to do was establish a structure to set up a plan to be competitive, consistent, and equitable. We had a market-based plans where we divided it into 4 pay plans. The Mississippi General Pay Plan, where a large number of employees would fall into. We have a medical services pay plan for medical services. We have an information technology pay plan for folks that are now truly in IT. And we have an executive pay plan to make sure agency heads and their chiefs are paid according to what they do and how they do it. And that flexibility with those plans will give the legislature more flexibility in specifically targeting groups if that's what you choose to do, as opposed to now just having to do across the board work. Each plan will have a pay grade and varying pay grades. The general will have about 20, most of the others have 10 or 11, the executive will only have 3, and we have a minimum and a market and what is a maximum that you can be paid in that plan. And there's ways to progress through those plans. You can do it through progression where I stay the same level, I'm doing a little more work so I can be rewarded with some money, as opposed to promoting you into something you don't need to be in just to give you more money. Then there is the outright promotion again, where you're doing more complex work. You either maybe moving to a supervisory position, and there's some enhancement where the agency says we're going to promote you. There are also in-range adjustments that we're doing now for equity's sake. Example, if an agency says I have 15 accountants, I'm paying 10 of them above minimum, and I've noticed I'm paying 5 below minimum, I need money just for those 5. You can target that, and they can get an in-range adjustment and not have to promote everybody else and not have to promote these folks. They can just get their pay from an equity standpoint. We're going to have real demotions now, where you can and they can be voluntary and involuntary. You can lose money if you're not performing the way you ought to be performing money. And then lastly, there's the legislative action. If you tell us, I want every direct care worker to get X number of dollars, we can now do that and make sure it goes to direct care workers and make sure everybody that's doing that work is doing that. So there are all those plans to be able to help people move throughout. We also have hiring zones where in the pay plan, everybody from somebody who has minimum skills that would be at that level to what we call scarce skills, where someone would be at a level but they have skills that dictates that they should be able to be paid more. So we have those zones. Another good thing that we're going to have is we're going to continue having our additional comp. There are many states that ask us about this. So the type duty location, because of the geographic diversity of the state, type duty location, extra pay is a good thing. Shift pay, callback pay, things of that nature, we're going to continue with those in those plans. Another good aspect of this is that no longer will salary just be an indicator of hierarchy. I use this example is that every car lot in the country, there are car salesmen who make more than their immediate supervisor because they're the best car salesmen and they deserve to be paid more. In this instance, if you can have a situation to where someone a level below you could be making more money, but you want to be a supervisor. You don't care about the money now, you want to be a supervisor, and that person does it. We give that flexibility to where you can get into a level and do one things, and you can continue to be able to know you've got a career path position and be able to make more money. We are adamant in working with agencies is now performance should play an enhanced role under this program. That's what we're setting this up, is performance is real, because employees are going to be in a range based on their skill and responsibility. So that's what we're looking and encouraging agencies to do. So to get to something that everybody's kind of concerned about, I want to give you 2 caveats right quick, and then I'm going to give you some numbers. These caveats are this: the numbers I'm going to give you will fluctuate. They will fluctuate more than they did in the past just because of the dynamics we have. And it does not take into account the money you've already appropriated for the next starting January 1. So I just want to let you know that. But as of August the 31st, there are 7,251 employees below the minimum salary for their pay grade. And the projected total need is $53,515,731, of which general funds is $23,321,569. As of August the 31st, there are 19,293 employees below market, and their projected total need is $229,164,519, of which general fund is $98,720,433,000. Again, these numbers will change as more money is given out, and it does not include what you've already done. So these numbers will change, and more than likely foresee them going down as we get into the session and moving forward. Lastly, I want to acknowledge something and get out in front of it and know for transparency. There are going to be people that do not like this, agencies that do not like it, because for the last 40 years they've been ensconced in doing things that were by the rules, but the rules were so convoluted it was hard to know what's going on. So there's going to be some that will say they don't like it. Our response that we've heard has been overwhelmingly positive from the agencies that have reached out to us. They love what they're going to be able to do, and so they're excited about it. There are going to be employees that complain to you because they don't like their classification. They've been a staff officer all their life, but that's not what they've done. They've been working in maintenance, and so their classification may change. So you're going to hear some of that. There are going to be employees that are mad because they're not eligible for a pay raise. Why? Because they're well over market. They're already overpaid. And so we can now unequivocally tell you who we think is overpaid and who's not overpaid. Before we couldn't do that. And so that's what we're going to be able to do is really give you that information. But this plan allows employees to be rewarded or not based on their performance. And it allows agencies to truly adhere to their mission, but more importantly to you, as it allows for transparency. We can now really tell you how many employees are doing what within the agencies. It gives you accountability with agencies that when they come and ask you something, we can really tell you what's going on and how people are classified and where the money needs to be. And it gives you, when you're spending the money, a better accurate picture of what you're spending your money on, and you can come in the appropriation process, because all of this is contingent on funding with agencies. It gives you the ability to better know what your agencies are doing. A lot of this information that we've talked about is going to be on our website later today. The information you have in front of you, the pay allocations and the pay grades. Class and comp can be a little difficult, but we're committed to have everybody on board, and we're excited for this process. And that concludes my remarks, and I'll be glad to attempt to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Hardwick? Any questions? Trey, I'm sorry, Representative.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. On the last page, help me understand a little bit, if you would. Bottom right on the back page, where you state that 19,000 approximately employees are below the market salary. How do we define market in that equation? Okay,
in that equation, and if I'm wrong, my folks will hopefully jump in, is that we use some market analysis. We use the BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, National Compensation Association, state governments, and also Comp Survey to be able to establish market ranges for different all these different job classifications. So we did more of an emphasis now on Mississippi, of what's being paid in Mississippi. So we looked at what the market was being paid and set it there and adjusted it down based on the philosophy that we have. So it's based on what's actually happening in Mississippi and our 4 contiguous states.
So is that market analysis limited to government sector jobs?
No, it's not. Okay.
Recently, we were told, maybe Mr. Miller was here, he could comment, but it was my recollection that the recent tax hearings we had, we were told that the government pays, on average, about $10,000 in Mississippi more than the private sector. Are you familiar with any of those numbers that we were given?
I'm not familiar with those. I know the Bureau of Labor Statistics have numbers that are commensurate. Sometimes they're lower, and that's why we use the comparisons with the National Comp Association, and we also use collecting the data from other government agencies and other private sector. I'm not familiar with it being $10,000 more.
No.
The average state employee in Mississippi makes about about 43,000. Yeah, 43. I think we used was a little over $43,000 a year, and the average state employee is about 41. So it's been trending about $2,000 to $3,000 less on the data that we have.
Okay, we were certainly told that, and so I'd be interested in if y'all could find us some more information about that versus what we were told a few weeks ago and what the interplay there is, because I think we need to understand that more.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Questions? Senator Horn?
Thank you, Governor. Kelly, you mentioned that you can now say who's being overpaid in our system. Can you talk about some of those job categories or agencies that may have employees that are overpaid?
Well, it runs the gamut, and here's generally what happens is that you would have widget makers that are employed, and they would move a widget maker into a staff officer position to pay them more. We wouldn't have beforehand identified them as a widget maker, but once they now have told us what they're doing, and their agency has told us they verify what this is doing, then we compare what they're making, regardless of what their classification was before, what they're making now in comparison with what the market says. And so that's how we came to that numbers. We based it on what they told us they were doing and what their agency said they were doing and how they would normally fall out into the pay level. And so it's run the gamut. We have not seen anything was nefarious on it trying to do that. It was just potentially trying to keep a good employee. And that doesn't mean they necessarily don't deserve to be above market, because there are a lot of good state employees that will deserve to be above the market in the production that they're doing. But we're just identifying it there. So our goal is not to get everybody to market. Our goal is to get everybody to minimum. So that there should be some fluctuation there of how that works.
And you mentioned that it would take about $53.5 million to get folks to minimum, these 7,251 employees who are below minimum. How much of that is state versus general versus special fund?
The general fund is $23,321,569 is our estimation on that.
Okay. And you also mentioned that the average employee is female in the state.
Yeah.
And we've heard a lot of talk about equal pay and this whole issue, and what impact do you think that the equal pay issue has on this?
Well, what you're able to do now is when everyone is properly classified, you will be able to then determine, is there equal pay for equal work, and are there mitigating factors that may be a reason why someone is not getting paid as much. There may be, someone may have an advanced degree, someone may have years more experience, but at least we can be able to verify that now, because everybody being properly classified, we can actually compare apples to apples. Beforehand, we could not.
And are you, I think you mentioned that your objective is not to get people to market, but to get them to minimum. So is that your recommendation to this committee?
It would always be our recommendation that everybody be brought to minimum. But we understand the demographics and that's happening throughout the state, and what we're doing is giving agencies the ability to use their money as good as they can and as flexible as they can for them to be able to strive for that goal. Because ultimately it goes back to what the agencies want to do.
So you want to leave the decision about getting folks to minimum with agency directors?
Yes, it's ultimately they're responsible for their own agency. And that's our goal. We would love to be able to work with them and tell them what it needs to be if that's what they so choose to do. Because they're responsible to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kelly, I have a few questions.
Okay.
One is, you stated in your presentation that the numbers that we're looking at the bottom of page 2 would go down as we got towards session. What do you mean by that?
Our expectation is because now we're not just saying here's a number that you need to give out. What we're saying is that what the employees are being paid relative to the market on the minimum is that the legislature gave some money in the last session, the beginning January 1 up to 3%. Is that money will be paid out to the employees. And so once that happens, they will either move closer to minimum or they'll move closer to the market. And so the number to get to minimum, we would suspect it would go down if those that are eligible. So because under the plan, there's 19,923 that are eligible to potentially get 3%. So an agency, what we could work with them, and if they says, I don't want to give all my folks close to market the 3%, they're going to get 1%, but I want to give all of my people below minimum the full 3% to get them up. They have the ability to do that now.
Okay, and that leads to the next question.
Working the PIN system, we're working off of real human beings who are doing real work.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Harkins.
Thank you. Kelly, what you said the average wage of state employees are a little over 41,000?
Yes.
How does that compare to our surrounding states?
The surrounding states, Arkansas is approximately 49,000. Louisiana is approximately 50. And Alabama's 52 and Tennessee's 56. The contiguous average is about 52.
Okay. And how many of the agencies right now are under?
We have 71 master agencies, boards and commissions.
Okay. And how many are not?
All of them are under us from a reporting standpoint, but military department, troopers are not under this, narcotic agents aren't under this, judicial performance, parts of the Supreme Court aren't under this, and the Mississippi Veterans Homes aren't under this, and then all your teachers, IHL, education, all of that, they're not under this.
But they report to you?
Those groups that I told you just, they report to us, and we report to you our findings. We did, and to tell you, all of those groups we did when we were doing the SME panels and the job questions, we included the troopers and the narcotic agents. We included them in that to figure out what they're doing too, to help us better understand the differentiation between what a trooper does and what somebody in sworn law enforcement does and how that works. And so we included them in that in our determinations on how setting the system up. That if at some point you wanted them to do this, they could easily be transitioned into it.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Reed?
Thank you, Governor. Kelly, I'm looking down here in the middle of the page, and my problem for years is engineer in Department A says he can get a better job over Department B. We get into this, who's paying more for engineers, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, it says assigned pay grade. Who establishes the pay grades for each entity?
Okay, that's something that we do. We establish the pay grades and looking at based on the market data that's there. But every entity would use the same pay grade. So an engineer one at MDOT or Department of Human Services, wherever they may be, if they're in that level, they're in that pay grade in that agency regardless. If they're a level 2, everybody's in the same pay grade if you're at that level engineer. So is the example, is that an engineer at MDOT that says, I'm making this here, but I can go to another agency on the same level, not a promotion, on the same level and make this. MDOT has the opportunity, if they have the money, to match that or even pay more up to maximum. So agencies have that flexibility that they can keep people on the level. Now, we can't do anything about promotions and things of that nature. If somebody's getting promoted up through the system, the agency may not be able to. But under this system, the pay grade for the level of work and the job classification, everybody is equitable in that pay grade.
So what would be the range, you think? Is it about what it is now, or what are you talking about? Are we talking $40,000 from minimal to maximum? I mean, what are we talking about? There's Pandora's box here, sounds like.
These will come out a little bit later on today. The matrices will be out there. But generally, you have a pay range that is about a 50% pay range from the minimum to the maximum, and then you'll have a midpoint from those levels. We've actually, 80%, we've moved all of those pay ranges down, and so the minimums are kind of about the same, maybe a little more, but the end of what they're going to be able to pay is less. And there are progressions that they have to be able to do in certain skills to be able to move in those levels. It's just not an automatic for them to do it. The agencies can do it without without coming to us until a certain zone, on the third zone, which is about market. Then at that point, they have to come to us and prove that they can do it. And then even higher than that, they have to come to our board and prove that this meets the qualifications to be able to do that. So there are checks and balances. It's not just running straight through the range. They're giving flexibility from about minimum or below minimum to about 25%.
Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Surely I'm looking at this wrong, but of the employees that are under the State Personnel Board, if I'm looking at this chart correctly, 71% are education.
Yes, sir. I think that's about correctly. Of the 85,000, about 71% are in education-related fields.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Governor. Quick question. I noticed on your handouts that you keep referring to average annual salary in the market rate or the minimum salary. I'm curious if you factored in insurance, retirement, sort of the whole pay package for our state employees as compares with the surrounding states, or as Representative Chairman Lamar had said, apples to apples, oranges to oranges. Are we in the private sector comparisons also to packages, or are you simply looking at the salary comparison?
At this particular time, under the old system, we simply looked at this, and that's what this data comes from. We simply looked at the dollars. A part of the new system, there is more of an enhancement of doing that and assisting the agencies when they're trying to attract and retain employees. Is getting that new data in. That's part of the new system, but we can't. There's no way to report on it now because the new system has not been undertaken. As we move forward, that will become a bigger part of it and the Mississippi market of what we actually do in learning on benefits. Our initial part of it is that while we have some real good benefits on some things, there's things that we don't have as good a benefit on, and so we're trying to, from a 2000 view look right now, it seems we do have a good benefits package that we need to do a better part of selling, but may need to look at that to see how it really, because of the dynamic and changing workforce, the private sector has really upped their game on what they're allowing people to do. And so that's something that we're going to look and trend in the new system more so. Beforehand, we have not. It's just been
there's no value assigned to insurance the state provides or to the retirement the state provides.
We are.
In these numbers.
Not in these numbers. Figures. That's the straight salary figure.
I think it's important because even in the private sector, there are a lot of jobs that pay way more than maybe a state salaried position does, but they have either no insurance or very poor insurance, and maybe they just are required to do a 401k as opposed to a fairly generous retirement program. So as we're looking at these numbers, obviously we want to do the best we can for our state employees. I think everyone does, but we need to be able to compare apples to apples, I think.
And that's the purpose of the project SEC Squared. I agree with you 100%. We've heard this, and that's what we're going to be able to do, because we had to get the classification right on the front end to be able to really figure out what benefits packages go with each one of them, how it assigns, because those values will change. A lower level employee would have X number of dollars, and so their package would be this. A higher level employee, the package, the percentage of what the package is would go down. And so we'll try to extrapolate that over time. But that's absolutely part of the plan and what we're looking to do. As we move forward, hopefully be able to have much better data and much better comparisons for you.
Thank you, Governor.
Yeah. Representative Watson.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. In looking at the percentage of employees who are African American and the percentage of employees who are female, those percentages tend to be increasing. Do you have an explanation for that?
We do not have an explanation for why it would tend to be increasing. Our hope is that agencies are hiring the best and brightest as they're bringing folks in, and that would be the reasoning for it. We haven't looked at a lot of that because of the way the classification system has been set up. We really didn't actually know what folks were doing, and the new system allows us to be able to drill down and get better data on where folks are really doing and what they're really doing and how this is working out.
So you're saying today that you have no idea, no rational reason why those figures tend to increase. They have been increasing over the years.
Over the years, we don't do the hiring. We just recommend, and those would be questions for the agencies that are actually hiring those employees of why they're doing that particular hiring.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Kirby.
Thank you. I know a lot of companies do this, and I don't know that we do it in state government or not, but do we have any kind of package or breakdown or summary or anything that we give to every employee, tell them at the end of the year what their total compensation package was? In other words, your salary was this, your insurance was this much, your retirement's this much, the total amount that this state paid you was this amount?
Prior to now, that have not. There are some dynamics at work that are beyond what we do, but we're a part of that. Hopefully, as early as next year, that they will be able to get that. Some agencies do it on their own. Not all agencies do, but we're moving into that dynamic that everybody would be able to do this. And but we had to kind of do this first to be able to put us in the proper position. We're getting there. I know it can be frustrating that things don't happen, but we are moving in that direction to really be able to let everybody know here's the full meal deal.
Yeah, with the benefit packages that we give in the state to our employees, and the reason a lot of employees stay with the state is because of the benefits that we offer. I think that would be a good idea.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to get back, Kelly. If we're giving employers and executive directors the option and discretion of for example, on January 1st, this 3%, up to 3%, that they can award to employees, it is conceivable that they can reward the folks whom they're trying to get to market rate and leave out folks who are below the minimum. Is that right?
It's conceivable. One of the great things about this plan is we can now we'll be able to track that if they're doing that. We can report that to the legislature. The legislature has the ultimate authority from the appropriation standpoint, and if agencies aren't doing what the legislature wants them to do, you now have a mechanism to make the agency aware that they're not doing what you want them to do, and a method to potentially cure that behavior.
Yeah, so unless we give them direction, we could be left with the same problem with 7,000 folks below the minimum.
Potentially, we don't. From our standpoint, in the conversations we have with the agencies, they're in line with getting folks to minimum the same way we are with some of the larger agencies. I don't think so. Our team doesn't think so. There's always that possibility. From a straw man standpoint, there's always that possibility.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Thanks, Senator Kirby is accurate. I know it's 17.5% for the retirement plan, plus another 6.5% for the Social Security, which brings it to 24%, plus your insurance on an average $41,000 employee. Our insurance portion runs $500 to $700 a month, so that would be another $6,000 or so. So you're looking at an equivalent of some 35 to 40% above the $41,000. I think Senator Kirby's right about that. When you look at the benefits, it's not a 41,000 employee, it's probably a $55,000 employee. Any other questions? Any other questions? Hey, thank you very much. I know y'all have spent a lot of time and effort on this. It clearly is an improvement, and we appreciate your hard work, and we look forward to responding to the questions that the members of the legislature have asked you, and look forward to the implementation in January. Thank you very much.
You.
Okay, next up, we have Sean Tindell. I'm sorry, Chris Graham. My bad. Chris Graham, please. He's next. Stop. Good to see you again, Chris. We'll kick right off. Please proceed.
Good morning. I'll keep my prepared remarks brief and entertain any questions you have. I would have been happy to let Sean Tindell go first, though. I was appointed in July of last year to the Department of Revenue. A number of you have already told this too, but so I've been in the office for a little bit over a year now. And we do have a one-page handout, I believe, that we provided to the Legislative Budget Office. But I did want to just emphasize, the main thing that we do for the state of Mississippi is collect revenue and transfer it where the legislature tells us to transfer it. And as we proceed here, I just want to make sure that y'all understand that is the main thing we do. We collect about $9 billion, 9.4 last year, and send it to the places where you all direct it to go. And that's really the main thing that we do. In order to do that, we've got to set up the systems that handle all the different ways you can file things with us. We've got to have people who can process all those things that get filed. We have to have people that go back and check based on some of the parameters that we've set that what's been filed is what should be filed. And we have people who go around knocking on doors. We'll make 60 to 70,000 site visits this year. People actually going out to somebody's home or business and knocking on the door and saying, hey, you owe the Department of Revenue, the state of Mississippi, money, and trying to make arrangements with them through various methods to get them to pay. And so we spend a whole lot of time setting up those systems that allow them to pay. We spend a whole lot of time trying to figure out who should have filed, what they should have filed, and trying to confirm that what they filed is correct. And so that's the main thing we do, and that's really the focus of our agency. But we also have a lot of other responsibilities, some of which y'all hear about occasionally. We issue titles in the state. We'll issue almost 1 million titles, vehicle type titles this year. So we issue quite a bit of titles. We also help the counties issue tags. And so all the counties have a computer system that ties into our computer system so that when tags are issued, the computer systems talk to each other, and we assist the counties in ordering tags and making sure they have sufficient tag inventory. Of course, that's something that you all have told us that we're to do. Another big one that we hear a lot about, although it's a much smaller part of what our agency does, is the ABC warehouse. We have an ABC warehouse that we have about 100 warehouse workers. The warehouse is up in Gluckstadt. And in a normal year, last year, we would have shipped about 3.6 million cases of alcohol to the various permittees in the state. So that's wine and liquor, whiskey. And instead, because of the pandemic, I think primarily, we shipped about 4.1 million cases. So we were expecting 3.5, 3.6. We ended up shipping almost 4.2 million, but it was 4.1 and some change. And so we hear a whole lot about the warehouse, and I think I've explained to most of you, I've had a conversation with most everyone in here before. The warehouse is old. It's not in great shape. When I was first appointed, I participated in a House and Senate study committee that looked at the warehouse. We provided several options that you as policymakers, we would encourage you to consider. We haven't taken a position and pushed for, do you want to privatize liquor distribution in Mississippi, or do you want to let the state stay in it? My message to you would be, whatever you do, probably doing nothing is the worst thing that we could do for the liquor warehouse. And so we look forward to working with you again this session to try to come up with some good solutions of what you all want to do long term with liquor distribution in the state of Mississippi. And then one of the other big things that we do when our agency, although it's small from a budgetary standpoint, is we do ABC enforcement throughout the state. That's separate from the liquor warehouse. We have an ABC chief. We have 24 law enforcement officers that work the entire state. They do work directly with a lot of the permittees, and they enforce the laws that you all have given us jurisdiction to enforce. But they're all over the state, and they do a whole lot for our agency. And technically, sometimes for budgetary purposes, we combine them with the warehouse, but they are a separate program as far as we're concerned. Just a really quick overview of our budget request. I did have a one-page handout for you. This year, our primary increases are in salaries. Our request is in salaries. If you'll look, y'all appropriated us $40 million last year. We're requesting $44 million this year. That's about a 7% increase. After hearing Corey Miller talk about wage inflation, I think we probably should have been up around 8% instead of 7%. We have seen firsthand the effects of the job market and increased salaries. One of the big things we notice is we always have a fair amount of turnover. I don't have our turnover rate, but we always have a fair amount of turnover from year to year, particularly in our warehouse jobs, but in our other jobs as well. And what we noticed this year was our applications have dried up a good bit. And we're not the only ones. If you read much or pay any attention at all, everybody's having a hard time finding employees. And that is a real issue that we're dealing with currently. We've had a hard time filling positions, everything from auditors to warehouse workers. It's not limited to one category of people. And we've seen a couple of things. We've lost some people due to pay, which we do occasionally. Somebody will go to the private sector and they can make more in the private sector. We've lost some people because they saw it fit to go work somewhere that had a more comfortable work policy. Maybe they get to work from home a majority of the time. And at the Department of Revenue, we made a decision early on that we were not going to entertain the working from home for COVID purposes. We've been able to maintain a safe work environment with our employees in the office, and so we made a decision early on that we thought it was important that our employees report to work and that we maintain a normal work environment. And so we've lost some employees, some to other state agencies who have a much more flexible work policy than we have. And that's something that we've just had to deal with. We've lost some to the private sector that, a lot of businesses in the private sector have very flexible work schedules still, especially the ones out of state, and we still have some in state that are working from home a lot. So we've seen some losses there, and we've had a hard time maintaining our employment numbers at a level that makes us feel comfortable. So we're a little down right now with our total numbers. And so out of that $44 million, it's a $3 million increase. About $2 million of that would be to fund some vacancies that we have we anticipate in 2023. So we have some vacant pens that we would like to fill. About $2 million of that 3.1 would be to fill vacant pens. The rest of it would be to give some targeted raises, reclassifications, or realignments, reclassifications, I think primarily, and then also to fund the other half of the 3% that y'all been talking about this morning. So about half and half, 3%. Of the other million, about half of that is to fund the rest of the 3%, and about half of it is to provide some targeted raises to folks. The other, I think, big increase in our budget is in contractual services. I mentioned earlier that we're responsible for setting up all the systems that help collect and then track and then go after folks who are not paying their taxes. We use a company that's in 35 states is our software provider for both tax collection and titles, and that contract's increasing a little bit this year. So most of that $500,000 increase is a result of that contract. That's a long-term contract that started a little bit over 5 years ago, and we're on the second 5-year term of that contract, and so it will increase incrementally over the next several years. The other thing I wanted to mention is kind of related to contractual services, though. It's our equipment needs. All the data that we collect is pretty sensitive, and so we have about $1 million request for capital expense funds to replace some of our equipment that we think is critical to help us continue to be able to process all the data that we have, and then to also provide some of the security that we need to be able to provide for the sensitive data that we maintain. So about $1 million of our equipment, of our capital expense request is for equipment. And then we have another right at $1 million that would be directly sent to the ABC warehouse to put some more Band-Aids on it just to keep it operational while you all contemplate what you might want to do long term. The other two budgets at the bottom of our of my one-page handout, the license tag commission, that's related to the license tags that we purchased for the counties. We're requesting a little bit more than y'all, a little bit less than what y'all appropriated this last year for the license tag commission. And y'all made one big change for us on the license tag commission last year that allowed us more flexibility. Before last year, you all would provide us a general fund appropriation, and we would use that general fund appropriation to buy license tags for the counties. Well, you all had to cut budgets when the pandemic started, and so that budget got cut a little bit, and those funds ran kind of slim at the end of the year. And so last session, we proposed that you all change the law, and now you all are giving us that access to a special fund. Y'all still appropriate the money, so we still have to come to you to get approval to spend it. And the way the special fund works is as we receive fees from the sale of license tags, it goes into a fund. We use that fund to buy license tags, and anything left over goes to the general fund. So really the net to the general fund won't be much different. We're just getting it on the front end when the money comes through the account, so that if tag sales go way up like they did this year unexpectedly, we'll have more money in the fund available to buy tags, and we just have to get authority from you all to spend that money. So that was a really good change for us as an agency. And in homestead reimbursement, of course, we send the money back to the counties, municipalities, and school districts to compensate them for the loss of ad valorem taxes, and that request is at the bottom of page 2. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Governor. Chris, I have one question. I've had people calling me talking about how much their car tags have gone up, and not because the ad valorem tax has gone up. It's because of the fact that we're not reimbursing the counties any longer because that fund is dry. And I understand if it is, of course, that money came from like new car sales, and new cars aren't selling because they can't get the chips to get the new cars. Do you have in your request anything for us to reimburse the counties, maybe a one-time deal?
No, sir, we did not include anything in this budget request. And to address your question, I think more fully, you all still do send money to the locals to reimburse them. The amount is set by the percentage is set by the Department of Revenue every May. And so back in May of 2020, when the Department of Revenue was setting that rate, it used to be 6.5%. We had just come off in April where the pandemic had started, and the state and national economy had plummeted within 1 month. If you'll recall, we were a couple of $100 million over the estimate, and by May 1st, we were down substantially. And so when the Department of Revenue was setting the rate, at that point, I wasn't there yet, they were looking at the same data y'all were as far as appropriations go. If you'll recall how bleak appropriations looked back then. And so when they set that rate, they moved it from 6.5% to 5%. And that was based on what all the economists and all the predictions were at that point, what was going to happen to car sales. And so while my taxes would have gone down because my car's a year older, because the percentage went from 6.5 to 5% that I got back as a credit, a lot of people paid either the same amount or a little bit more for their tag. And so you can see it. If I went in 2 years in a row with the same car, I might have paid more. The second year, we have now moved that rate back to 6.5% because the fund is not dry. It's got plenty of liquidity in it, and we moved it back to 6.5%. We feel comfortable with that. So it's back at the rate it was before 2020. So if we had left it at 5, you would have actually paid less for your car tag again, because every year it goes down a little bit because the value of your car goes down every year. So it would have gone down. It's going to go down more now that we've moved it back to 6.5%.
Well, what does that do to the new car business?
it doesn't, you're talking about as far as the
Yeah, I
fund
mean,
goes?
do they get reimbursed? Do they get a reimbursement for it now?
For the previous tag, no, sir, not unless you all pass legislation that gives them more of a credit.
So people are paying 40 to 50% more for a tag, and then no longer says legislative discount on the deal that comes out.
You still have a legislative
new car.
discount. There is still a 5% discount, and it's still listed. It was on my receipt, and I got a 5%. I didn't get the 6.5% that I got the year before. I got a 5% the last time I renewed my
Well, I
tag.
just remember back in the 90s, people were saying my car tag is half of what it was last year. Now they're saying my car tag's half again more than it was last year.
I'd be interested
On
to
new
see.
vehicles.
I'd be
On
interested to
new
see one that increased 1.5 times. I don't know if I've seen any that increased that much. Unless, the locals can change the millage rate. I don't know if anybody's changed the millage rate.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Lamar?
Following up on Senator Kirby's, it's one of the biggest complaints that we have. I know my supervisors back home hear it all the time across the state. And Mr. Commissioner, I was thinking if y'all could prepare a little bit of a study for us on how we rank, maybe just in the southeast, as far as how we structure our car tag system compared to other states. Because we constantly hear it year in and year out. Mississippi's terrible. I have a lot of friends from Tennessee, and they have a totally different system in Tennessee. But, could you get us some information on that compared
Yes,
to
sir.
other states?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? In your request for increase, did you include the SEC2? Senator Hobson was asking that before.
We did. We included 1.5% to make up the entire 3%, but we have not seen the SEC squared numbers yet. But we did on the 1.5, y'all funded enough for a 3% raise, but it doesn't start till January, so you gave us 1.5% of the money, so we've asked for the additional 1.5% in our budget request.
But it doesn't necessarily meld with the new system going into effect in January.
It will get us taking care of the 3% that y'all have given us, which I always thought was kind of unrelated to the SEC squared, so we haven't seen the SEC squared numbers, and so what we've done is so far presented you all some targeted increases and not anything based on SEC squared. We haven't seen SEC squared. We've got SPV's old data, but I don't know how accurate it is, and they haven't shared with us yet their true data for our agency at least.
Okay, I would request that. I think they're releasing some of that today. And the other, y'all requested a year ago, I think, for more auditors.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to employ them?
We're working on it. We have employed a number, but we've also lost a number. And just looking at our auditor numbers, our auditors, depending on what type of auditor you are, will bring in anywhere from a low amount to a very high amount, and it averages out to be about $1.2 million per auditor. And you all gave us an additional 10 auditors.
Right. Did you hire those?
I think we have gotten a number of them hired. I don't know that we've hired. That started in July. Have we hired all 10 positions? We're at 8. But we've also lost some people too. So speaking net-wise, we may be down a little bit right now. And really it's because the applications are dried up. But we're going to all the colleges. We're doing everything we can do to recruit those people. But we've hired 8 that we put in those pins.
Your designation under SEC squared as to what an auditor is would be key to that. So
Yes, sir. We haven't seen that yet, and so we're eagerly awaiting that data.
I think he's going to release it out. I think Kelly's going to release it out today or tomorrow, so I'd be anxious to see how that matches with the request that you've got here. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Senator Harkins.
Thank you. Commissioner Graham, can you kind of give us an update on the ABC warehouse? Where are we as far as deliveries? I know we've talked in the past several months. You kind of whittled down some of the backlog and caught up. Where do we stand right now with the ABC warehouse?
When I started last year, we had a backlog. Of course, it started in March of 2020, and it grew to, 170,000 cases. And so historically, when you ordered, if you're a liquor store or a restaurant, when you ordered, you would get a delivery within a day or 2, maybe 3, depending on what time you ordered. In August of last year, it was about 3 weeks at times. It got up to 3 weeks, August, September of last year. And so we started working a little extra, and we did that from August until May. And in May, we had whittled the backlog down to 0. And at that point, we stopped working extra hours because we had worked the backlog down and because we had started losing employees along the way. And over the summer, we noticed that we weren't getting new applicants whenever we would have people continue to leave. It's hot in the summer months. The facility's not air conditioned. And so over the summer months, we have not worked a whole lot of extra days. We've worked some, but we've tried to work well with our employees who are working full-time. It's not like they're not working full-time. And in the meantime, the demand has stayed pretty strong here in the state of Mississippi. And so we're probably 2 weeks right now. If you order, it's about 2 weeks before you get your delivery. Now, you could order something every day, and in 2 weeks, you're going to get a delivery every day. And so you can get deliveries every day if you want them, but on your initial order, it's going to take about 2 weeks for you to get that order. And so it's gone back in the wrong direction. Part of our request includes, I told you there was about $2 million for vacant pens. 15 of those are at our ABC warehouse. And the problem there, of course, the Lieutenant Governor knows this and the Speaker knows this, the pay is a problem out there, so we're eagerly looking forward to SEC squared for that as well. We think we will have more flexibility with those workers to pay them a little bit more because we're competing with some folks that are paying more than we're paying now, and it's hard work. So to answer your question, we're back about 2 weeks out on deliveries.
How many employees right now do you need, or do you think you're behind?
We would hire 15 to 20 today if we could get them to walk in the door.
Okay.
And we also utilize, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, we also utilize temporary staffing companies, and they can't get us anybody either. And so that 15 to 20, we also utilize temporary staffing on top of that. And so we routinely ask for 22, 25, 27 from them, and they might can get us 5, 6, 7 a night.
All right, thank you.
What are you paying them, Chris?
It starts out pretty low. It probably averages $12 an hour for if you broke it down to an hourly rate, and it needs to be up a couple of dollars from there.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
One of the complaints I typically hear about, and I think I've talked to you briefly about this, is the ordering system, and I know you do this. And I know you presented that information before. Can you remind us how much would a new ordering procurement system cost?
Yeah, there's just like everything else. There's a Cadillac model, and then there's just a base level model. But you could actually install a new ordering system for less than $5 million. And one of the problems with doing an ordering system is we also have a bunch of old equipment in the warehouse, and so that's not, the ordering system's part of it, but it's not all of it. But we've gotten prices anywhere from $1 million to several million on a new order, just strictly an ordering system and some of the apparatus that go along with it.
Representative Watts?
Thank you, Governor. Are you still leasing your building in Clinton?
We are, yes, sir.
And what term of lease, how long was your?
I believe it has about 10 years left on it, our lease. How many more years is our South Point? 13 to 14 more years.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, I think we go to Mr. Tindell now, Commissioner Tindell. Thank you very much, Chris. We appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay, Commissioner, you're up.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Give you just a couple of updates on a few of the divisions that we have at the Department of Public Safety. I know a big area of concern last year was Driver Services Bureau. Just so you all will know, as of July 1st of this year, MHP was completely removed from the Driver Services Bureau. Before that, we had implemented the Skip the Line campaign, which we saw a lot of great results in, which this included the new reservation system, Skip the Line cameras, mail-in option for concealed carry permit renewals, and a variety of other functions to help speed up the process by which we were operating at driver service stations. The average wait time has gone from over 2.5 hours to 15 minutes, which has been a huge success. In the future, we're looking to grow our digital footprint while we look to minimize our physical footprint, which will mean ultimately some of the driver service stations across the state might close. But with that, we look to have virtual examiners. We look to have in all the courthouses across the state that want them, driver services workstations, where individuals can get on a computer and actually interact with a virtual examiner. We want to have a central call center. We will also move to a central print option where we are dispersing driver's license from a central location versus doing it at each location across the state. I was shocked to learn we're one of 3 states that still does it that way. The rest of the states use central print for their driver's license. It saves money and creates greater security. And lastly, we're looking to move some of the driver services functions that we have, particularly the backroom operations, to a facility in Canton. It's an 84,000 square foot facility. We've gotten approval to lease that at about $15 a square foot. We've also entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Madison County Development Authority, which owns the building, that should we decide to purchase it in the future, all our rent payments would be applied to the purchase price. So we are literally busting at the seams where we are with all the divisions that we have. And we feel like we could also move our public safety and planning division there, which is currently leasing space, as well as the Office of Homeland Security, which is currently leasing space. Mississippi Highway Patrol, we graduated class 65. We were up to 520 troopers. Of course, as is usual throughout the year, we do have some attrition. As part of our budget request, you'll see that we've sought a pay increase for our law enforcement officers at MBN and our state troopers, trying to get their salary up to $50,000. Just so you'll know, and for comparison's sake, Hernando PD starting officers are making $50,160. Olive Branch is starting their officers at $57,000. Gulfport, a new officer with experience, can start at $46,500. Alabama State Troopers are starting off at $46,000. Texas is $48,000. Texas is $67,000, and Georgia is $48,000. We're seeking, again, funding for the substation in Starkville. The one that's there is very old, very small. Can't really house all the needs that we have. We have the land in place. We just need to get the final funding across the board in order to get started on that new station in Starkville. Commercial Transportation Enforcement Division and Capitol Police, you all transferred over to us this year. That is going well. I think the big question for us is the funding sources for that division. It's my understanding that MDOT used the fuel tax revenue that it received to fund that division. Going forward, that's obviously something that I think the legislature is going to have to figure out what funding source they would like to create or provide for us to maintain that funding. Capitol Police, that transition's gone extremely well. We've met with ERDIC in Vicksburg. They do security assessments across the country. They have met with us and met particularly at the Capitol Sillars building and the Supreme Court building to do a security assessment so that we can hopefully get that implemented and provide better security for you all. Forensic Lab, we're working on the backlog. I know the ME's office has been a challenge for years. I can tell you we're seeing an increased number of homicides. We're on pace to reach 600 this year. For reference, in 2015, there was 327 homicides. We've, with y'all's gracious allowance, we've been able to hire death investigators. We have filled all those positions. They're assisting the medical examiners with eliminating the backlog. We've also started a new pathology assistance internship program, and we're looking to get some pins in order to hire these pathology assistants. They're much like nurse practitioners or physician assistants, highly trained in that field and prepared to do autopsies as they come out of school. We're also looking for some new intoxilizer machines. The intoxilizer machines that we have are becoming outdated and do not interface well with the new technology, and so that's part of our budget request. Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics, we're looking to get up to 150 agents. For reference, in 2007, we had about 150 agents. In 2007, there was over 3,000 arrests. We had 157 overdoses that year. This year, we're down to about 80-something MBN agents. We've had about 938 arrests, and there's been 533 overdoses. So you can see the correlation between the number of MBN agents we have to the number of arrests and the number of overdoses. As far as our budget requests, it's a $51.6 million budget request increase. The bulk of that is related to salary increases, new pins, and realignments for law enforcement officers, the crime lab, and starting a new cyber unit within the Mississippi Office of Homeland Security. The salary increase portion is about $26.8 million. This would include our efforts to get up to 550 troopers, have a commercial trucking enforcement division and Capitol Police force of 150, with those agencies those officers making 90% of what troopers make. As I mentioned before, we have a goal of getting to 150 MBN agents, as well as 150 Capitol Police officers. We do have some one-time expenditures, approximately $13.4 million. This makes up a large portion of the remainder of the budget increase. $6.7 million of that is for an upgrade of the computer system at Driver Services. The system we have is about 10 years old, and it's in line for an update. That update, again, is about $6.7 million. The other $7 million is for improvements at Melota. If anybody's been to Melota, you can obviously see that the infrastructure, as well as the campus and the classrooms, are very dated out there, and so it is in desperate need of some additional funds and capital expenditures to improve those facilities. The rest of our budget request increase are associated with increased costs to vehicles, commodities, and equipment. As you all know, the cost of new cars has gone up dramatically over the last year, and we do not see that changing. And lastly, I would emphasize that it is critical, I believe, for this agency to have a new headquarters, one in which all of the 11 subdivisions that we have can operate underneath one roof. If we're ever to create a more cohesive culture at the Department of Public Safety, I believe it's critical that we be able to work in the same space instead of being spread out all the way from NBN and Byram to Public Safety and Planning north of in the north part of Jackson to our headquarters, and then other functions like the crime lab out in Rankin County. So I think it would be a tremendous benefit to have our entire agency in one area. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Governor. First, Commissioner, let me just commend you on the job that you're doing. I am very pleased with what you and your team do. Since you've taken over, you've been incredibly available to me, been very responsive to everything that I personally have called you about. I particularly want to commend you on the driver services thing. If there's anything we ever got more complaints about in all of government, that was it. And I'm telling you, in the last year and a half, 2 years, I believe there's been significant improvements in that arena on the commercial driver side and on the personal driver side. So thank you for taking that on. That I'm sure there's still glitches. I'm sure there's still problems just because it's not a perfect world. But there seems to be significant improvement in that arena. And I want to commend you and all your people over there. Mandy Davis particularly, I'm sure she had a lot to do with it. She had good training. She came from a good background. Question.
Yes.
I am aware, I'm being told, that the Trump administration passed a few years ago a first responders benefits bill, $100,000, I think it was, to first responders, which includes firemen and policemen. I may not have that dollar figure right. That's what was represented to me. We, the state of Mississippi, followed suit, and we passed a very similar law. So if an individual, first responder, died either in the line of duty or of a heart attack, as I understand it, they were entitled to the benefits, both from the feds and from the state. It's my understanding that the Trump administration last year in August of 2020 amended that statute to include COVID-related deaths for first responders. And as I understand it, there was a timeline of January 1, 2020 to December 31, 2021 for those benefits. So if a first responder died in 2020 or 2021, they would be eligible for the benefits. It was the hope that our statute would just follow suit like the first one did, but it has been my understanding that it's the position of the department and the position of the attorneys that have looked at it that our statute did not necessarily follow suit. So therefore, if we, the state of Mississippi, are going to follow suit like we did before and include those benefits for these first responders, we need to amend our statute to include that. I'll represent to you that it's going to be our desire to see that if we have a special session, to include that as a request in the special session. We, and I speak for myself, and I think I speak for the House because we've talked about it, and I know we've had conversations with some of our Senate colleagues. We would like to see those same benefits provided to first responders. And so we plan to make that a request of a special session if one is called to include that particular statute in the special session. It's my understanding it's an easy fix. We just add the words or COVID-related death and then put a date of December 31 on there just like the feds did. My question of you is, it's been represented to me that there have been 8 first responder deaths during that period. They were COVID-related. 8 COVID-related first responder deaths. I think the question is going to be asked of us, how much money are we looking at here? It's my understanding that our statute gives a $100,000 benefit to someone who dies under this statute. So if that's the case, we're looking at about $800,000. But I would like for a solid number, if y'all could provide that to us so we will know exactly how much money we're talking about. The number I was given was 8. I know I've seen in the news, I know a couple of sheriffs have died. There's been a sheriff's deputy or 2 that have died from COVID. So if you could confirm that number, it will help us as we hopefully appropriate money for that.
And Mr. Speaker, if I may, and I've had an opportunity to meet with the sheriffs, police chiefs, as well as Troopers Association on a group conference call regarding the topic. And obviously done a lot of research and my knowledge of how it all came about has improved as well. The federal statutes have been amended at various times. Once in 2003, and then earlier than that, 1976. And those particular statutes, those acts, are mentioned in the statute that we talked about was passed in 2016. Last year in 2020, the Trump administration, along with Congress, passed the Protecting America's First Responders Act of 2020. That particular act was not mentioned in the statute that we amended in 2016. So I felt like because that statute was a new act created by Congress and was not mentioned in our particular statute, that needed to be in there if in fact y'all wanted it to be in there. It's a $100,000 payout. What it does on the federal side is it creates a presumption that any law enforcement officer that dies due to or related to COVID, it will be presumed that they got it in the line of duty. That presumption, as it stands, in my opinion, does not exist, and without that presumption, I don't know that you could ever prove one way or the other where somebody actually caught COVID. I will say that I think the number 8 is grossly low.
Okay.
I think when it's all said and done, it's going to be a lot more. I can tell you that we've had 2 that we've denied. One was actually a trooper. The other one was a retired trooper that was working in a local sheriff's office. So it wasn't an easy decision for me to make, but one that I felt like was conforming with the law as it stood. I have, when I met with the sheriffs and I met with the police chiefs and others, told them that, feel free to, it's not going to offend me if a higher court, a chancery judge, or the AG or somebody else tells me I'm interpreting the law wrong. I'll gladly change course if I have that authority. But the other part of that is the funding aspect that you're talking about. And I would predict that it would be closer to 30 or 50 by the time it's all said and done, if you're including fire and all first responders.
Well, we have 1.8 billion in ARPA funds, which would be eligible for this, and we're putting a deadline of December 31st on it. So this is not something that's going to go on forever. I'm just looking to mirror the federal statute. We have plenty of money to do that. I think we owe it to our first responders. And I'm not taking issue with your interpretation, because I do think the lawyers that I talk to share your view of the statute. That's why we need to take it up in a special session and fix it.
And I did indicate to the sheriffs and police chiefs and their associations, although I denied the first 2, please tell all of those families to submit, because that'll give us the accurate number of what we need to be prepared for. And also, if the law has changed, that I can go back and possibly pay those right away and change our decision that was made.
Thank you.
So I will get those numbers for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Other questions? Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Governor. Commissioner Tindell, we have made great strides with our driver services under your leadership. You mentioned in your presentation that you wanted to go to a digital footprint and possibly close some of our physical driver's license services. As we go to a digital footprint, do you have any idea where the locations where you may want to close these physical services and how many?
I don't specifically. I can tell you one that I've been looking at is, for example, Summit, which is about 15 minutes south of Brookhaven.
That's in my area.
But what I do hope to do, what I meant to say is kill. Pick easy. But with that, what I hope to do is expand our digital services by providing terminals in every courthouse, so that when you go to the courthouse, you can hop on a computer, or somebody can hop on a computer and the virtual examiner will pop up. Much like if you go to many banks now, when you go through, you're talking to a teller, they pop up on the screen, and then you do your transaction with the teller on a screen versus having to have them right there at that particular moment. So again, it's looking to expand our digital footprint to offer more services and minimize our physical footprints. With that, I think we'll have less people showing up at, like the station in Brookhaven, so that when maybe a grandmother or grandfather, or it's a child's first time and they need to physically go to that station, or maybe they got to get a driver's license because they're flying out of town the next day, the lines will be smaller at those stations.
Okay, and then I had one other question. You mentioned about the pathology internship assistance program, and you've done a lot with our pathologists here in the state as well. It sounds like a really good program. I just wanted to know if you could expound on it a little bit.
Sure. And as I do that, I would like to, y'all mentioned driver services and the team I've put together, and I tell folks all the time, I'm not particularly good at anything except for assembling good people around me, and I've got a great team. And that is credit to everybody from top to bottom on our leadership. Manny Davis, who helps oversee the crime lab in Emmy's office, I told her my vision of trying to get some of these folks to come to Mississippi to work because we don't have a pathology assistant program. She set out doing a nationwide search for schools that have those to see if they would be willing to send us interns. And so there's a school in Michigan. It's in Michigan that has this program, and they have started sending interns to Mississippi to participate with our MEs to work on their internship program for their graduation studies. It's been a good success. It's been great for them. They get to work in a real lab setting doing autopsies. And then we're trying to recruit some of them to come work for us when they're done. We've also reached out to Tulane that just started a program, and we're hoping to do the same thing with Tulane and have an internship program with these pathology assistants. keep it in mind, they're much like a nurse practitioner or a physician assistant, that they will have wide latitude in the things that they will be able to assist the doctors with doing.
Thank you.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Mr. Commissioner, I share the speaker's sentiments that you're doing a great job and you get so many good things going in the right direction, but that last answer may have been one of the worst answers I've ever heard at a budget. I do appreciate the job you're doing. You're doing a great job. Talk to me about the Starkville Center. I thought we had already funded that center. What have we done? What have we not done?
Well, at the end of last session, there was funds tied up for Starkville and the new headquarters. And if you recall, there was a little bit of confusion when things got transferred over into the capital expense fund portion of the appropriations bill. The Starkville station as well as the new headquarters got left out of that. And with that, it pushed us back to hopefully getting that in at the beginning of the year, as y'all had mentioned, when y'all come back in session in January, so that we can get started. The land is there. We're interviewing, trying to interview architects to have somebody in place to proceed as soon as the funds are available.
Thanks.
And we're kind of at the behest of DFA when it comes to all that.
Other questions? Other questions? Yes, sir. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ditto Commissioner Tindell on your performance at the department. You've been a real breath of fresh air. Could you talk a little bit more about the cybersecurity division and what you're trying to do there?
Yes, sir. Last year in the bills that y'all passed, it granted the Mississippi Office of Homeland Security the ability to start the Mississippi Cyber Unit. And with that, we've put together basically a plan for going forward. Initially, we need to hire a cyber director. Doing a kind of a survey across the country, we anticipated that those salaries could range anywhere from 110 to 190, depending on the quality of person that you wanted, realizing that it takes a very special skill set and background to be able to not only understand cyber, but to create and maintain cyber security for the state of Mississippi. So as part of our budget request, we have $150,000 for a new cyber director. We also have 2 additional personnel, deputy directors, that we'd like to be able to hire to get it up off the ground running. There will be a number of equipment and things of that nature that would be coming in future requests, but we need to get that leadership in place. Met with the Lieutenant Governor and Governor and Speaker about it, and our plan is to begin that search. I don't know where we'd squeeze the money, but we would try to squeeze the money out. If we can find the right person to go ahead and get them on the ground running, we will do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Governor, Commissioner, and again, I want to echo and thank you for the job you're doing. And just real quick, I want to go back to the Highway Patrol Station in Troop G in Starkville. Talking about the architects and stuff, and it's just a minuscule amount of money for us planning and all, but have y'all given any consideration? You've got an architecture school a mile and a half from there that might could help with that?
You know, I don't particularly care who does it, but we're kind of bound by what DFA tells us. The reality is some of the firms that we're looking at using have already done some of the other driver service stations, so the plan should be fairly simple and consistent with what we've done in the past. But it's a bid process that has to be done under state statute.
And those architects would probably be safe to assume they were trained at Mississippi State, right?
I know some of them were.
Other questions? Other questions from the panel? I have a couple, Sean, I want to talk to you about. First, on the Homeland Security, Senator Horn is accurate. We are late on cybersecurity, maybe years late. And I would encourage you to proceed to do your RFP and start your in anticipation of a favorable result from the legislature in 90 days when we open up. So I agree with that, Senator. The second, we passed over the forensic lab. We did give you last year, the legislature appropriated money for you for the assistance, and I went by the building myself, and Mandy was kind enough to show me what you were doing with the individuals coming from Michigan. That still doesn't solve our doctor problem. So how late are we on our district attorneys and others, particularly as you've explained, we have unfortunately a huge increase in the number of murders. How far are we behind? They're complaining that they can't have their trial because of us et cetera. So where are you?
We have approximately 1,600 outstanding autopsy reports. A number of those have been built up over the years, so we're trying to eliminate that backlog. With some of the laws that you passed last year that allow us to retain contract pathologists, not necessarily, in the past we had to have forensic board-certified pathologists. Now we can utilize board-certified and anatomical pathology. So that broadens the scope of the pathologists that we can bring in. And I will emphasize, most of that backlog on the autopsy reports are non-homicides. Those are other related deaths that there just hadn't been a lot of pressure put on getting them done. That's no excuse, but that's why they're there. We have issued a number of contracts to doctors from Texas, to Arkansas, to Tennessee, that are helping us work on that backlog. And so that's been a big benefit in that they can be board certified in anatomic pathology. You also changed the law to allow us to use ones that are licensed in other states. It used to be they had to be licensed in Mississippi. So now we can go get a contract pathologist from Tennessee that's licensed in Tennessee, not necessarily in Mississippi, and they can perform that autopsy as well. And that's been a big benefit. Again, my emphasis on the doctors that we have in-house, or in-house pathologists, is that they're working on the homicides. And we're trying to contract out all the non-homicides so that professionals in other states or in-state, our contract pathologists can work on that. The reason for that is twofold. One, I think when there's a murder or homicide, we want to expedite those as quickly as possible. But number two, when we need those folks to come testify, we need to be able to send the ones that we're paying to do that job to provide that testimony, not put the local jurisdictions in a situation where they're having to pay those pathologists to come in and offer that testimony from out of state.
I've got two things about that. One, the non-murders, or for example, one that contacted us was a mom and two children whose husband died unexpectedly. They couldn't get their life insurance benefits, and that's the only money they had. So with all due respect, I think those are important. Then the second is, what is your timetable? What are you shooting for? 90 days to have it back, 2 weeks to have it back? How are we clearing the backlog, and what is your goal for this year to make sure that we don't have either one of those?
Well, and I've met with the medical examiners that we have. Of course, Dr. Levon, the former state medical examiner, retired. So the ones that are there, I'm telling you, are doing a very good job on the turnaround with autopsy reports. They have agreed, and we're instituting a policy whereby the autopsy report has to be completed within 90 days of the time that the autopsy was performed. And so now that we're putting those general orders in place, it'll help alleviate creating a future backlog. The other thing that we've done, and in the past, the chief medical examiner has also been basically the office manager for the ME's office. I think that's put the medical examiner in a situation where they weren't focusing on the job that they were there to do, which is to do autopsies and get those reports out. We have hired, and she has started a new director of the ME's office who's responsible for running the day-to-day operations of the facility so that the doctors can focus on doing their autopsy and generating those reports.
I'd like for you to give us a time frame. We want everything done within 90 days or 2 years or whatever it is. The 1,600, how late is the latest one?
Last year, the latest one was 2011. That one's been done. So Dr. Bickler, one of our contract pathologists that we hired, I made sure that he got that one done. We have a few that are from 15 that we're working on, and we're trying to work them from the back forward.
So we're 6 years behind on some of them. Okay, and I think the legislature was helpful. We want to be helpful again. That 6 years is not acceptable to just about anybody, whether it be a mom that lost her husband or someone whose child was murdered.
So, a year is not acceptable.
So, second, I want to talk about the trooper school for a minute.
Yes.
So, how many graduates did we have?
Last class of 65, we had 45 graduates.
And how many were admitted to the school?
We started with 75, so we had a 60% graduation rate.
And what was the cause of that?
Well, COVID, I think, was part of it. For the first time, due to COVID, we usually, at the law enforcement training academies, they're allowed to go home over weekends. We kept them there for 4-week periods. I think that led to some of the attrition. Some of it, to be quite honest with you, I think is kind of some traditional stuff that some folks have been used to, and I'm trying to change that culture when it comes to trooper school and emphasize that our focus is everything we can do to make them a better trooper is where our focus needs to be, not necessarily having them prove to us how bad they want to be troopers. I can tell you the Colonel and I interviewed the candidates for the new trainer of the patrol school, the director of training for the patrol school last Friday, and that was a point of emphasis in our interviews, was improving the graduation rate. My expectation is that we will be at 80%.
And these are pre-screened, right? Mentally and physically, and I mean, by the time you get there, they're obviously qualified to graduate.
Yes, sir. Approximately about 20% actually make it to patrol school.
So 80% don't even qualify to get in the school.
That's correct.
Okay, and of the ones that we're admitting, the top 20%, we're only graduating 60.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I appreciate your efforts on that. I think that's really important. You do have attrition rates and people retiring and whatnot, and one of the ways to do that is to have an effective trooper school. I also believe that this discussion Senator Horn had about cybersecurity is there are more people stealing more money off the internet than they are on the streets, and as you repurpose some of your mission for the going forward here, it should take a view of exactly what is where the most losses are to Mississippians, both economically and physically.
Absolutely.
Okay, any questions? Thank you very much, Sean. We appreciate your good work, and it has been a marked improvement, and thank you.
Thank y'all. Y'all made it possible. Thank you.
Okay, ITS, Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm David Johnson with the Department of Information Technology Services. First and foremost, want to thank the members and the leadership, Governor and Mr. Speaker, for having us here today to talk about our fiscal year 2023 budget. You should have a one-page handout for the ITS budget summary, and in the interest of time, I'll cut my comments a little bit and give you a brief overview of the ITS budget and some things that we're doing. As you probably know, our budget consists of two funds. We have a general fund and a special fund. And those two funds were derived from several pieces of legislation over the last 5 or 6 years that changed the funding model for ITS. The last being in 2018, Senate Bill 2779, which created what we're calling this hybrid funding model, where we have a general fund that covers the base costs for the agency. We call that HUB, and special funds, which are used to pass through direct costs for our shared services that we provide to each agency based on their very specific usage and consumption of those services. Over the last couple of years, we have gained a lot of experience in this hybrid funding model, and we have continually adapted our planning efforts to match the model. We have proactively worked to reduce costs, and we found 2 areas of interest that we really could drill down and reduce some costs at ITS. One of those being our mainframe platform, and then secondarily, our transition to a very capital expense intensive virtualized computing environment to an as-a-service model. So those efforts have resulted in savings. Those savings were have begun to be observed in the budget year that we just completed, in budget year 21. These are ongoing operational costs, and so we're very pleased with being successful to drive those costs down while continuing to support the mission-critical systems in the state data center and at ITS. As a result, as you can see, our 2023 request does include a decrease of 7% to our general fund ask. Decision to ask for a reduced budget, it is not an easy one, but I personally and our agency feel a very strong fiduciary responsibility to show stewardship and to return those savings back to the taxpayer and give them right back to the general fund where they came from. So again, not an easy decision, but we did ask for a reduction in our general fund budget. So a couple things that I think I want to highlight for ITS, things that we're working on right now that you'd be very interested in. In our telecommunications area, we have a voice and data network migration currently going on. We're kind of in the middle, a little bit further than the middle of that migration. And it is resulting in substantial savings. We started with schools and libraries for that migration. Libraries have been implemented and they have already reported that there is a substantial increase in bandwidth and speed availability, while at the same time lowering the cost. So faster speeds, wider bandwidth, lower cost. This is truly a statewide initiative across all of government. The impact's going to be realized across not just state agencies, but as I mentioned before, schools, libraries, local governments, universities, community colleges. That whole group of government is going to benefit from this initiative and these shared services that we're migrating. Secondarily, we are migrating also to a Mississippi, or have just recently, we've completed it now, and it is operational, Mississippi Private Cloud. So I know that one of the interest is where is the state of Mississippi's data, and there's always large concern about where that data is. And just want to let you know that in this environment, it is right here in the state of Mississippi. Is in our state data center, we obviously have business resiliency and backup plans for that data, but it is in the state of Mississippi and in our state data center for any of the agencies taking advantage of that Mississippi Private Cloud. And then lastly, cybersecurity has already come up. I expect it will continue to be a topic of conversation. We at ITS continue to focus our efforts on maintaining and also every opportunity that we have improving the cybersecurity posture for the state of Mississippi. So with that, I will try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. How many employees are devoted to cybersecurity in your agency?
In our agency, we have a relatively small staff of about 6 people.
Okay, and do they work with all the other state agencies on cybersecurity?
They do.
Okay. Questions? Questions from the panel? Yes, sir. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell us if there have been any credible threats to the security within any of our agencies?
There are always threats. There are always credible threats, and we do have a mechanism in place for incident response and incident communication between ITS and the agencies if there happens to be an actual event.
And so do you think 6 people is enough to cover any potential dangers?
So that is the staff at ITS. ITS functions as a coordinating agency across government for cybersecurity, not only cybersecurity, but a lot of services in IT. And we have a team, but each individual agencies also have staff dedicated and responsible for cybersecurity at the agency.
And one final question. the issue of protecting data through the data center, so we don't have any offshore, out-of-state redundancy of our data.
Our data, not offshore, no, sir. We do have, like I said, business resiliency plans. We have a co-processing center that we use for exactly that. We have the ability to transfer workload to and from both of those data centers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Fogarty.
Thank you, Governor. I'm curious, does the state of Mississippi have any insurance in place in the event that we're not successful in preventing a cyber hack and a wire fund transfer, for instance, which I think is pretty common these days for those attempts to be made? Is there any insurance in place in the event that we fail to stop it and, the state of Mississippi is hacked and we lose, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars?
So several years back, this was becoming an area of interest across the country when we met with our peers in other states through our national organization, and we gathered collectively at ITS and partnered with DFA because they run the insurance for the state of Mississippi, and I'm happy to answer your question that yes, sir, we were able to accomplish that a couple of years ago. I think we've renewed it, so I think we're in at least the second or third year of having that in place.
And do you know what the policy limits on that are?
I don't have those with me right now.
Thank you.
And DFA is the lead. It is an insurance policy. We are there for subject matter expertise on the technical side.
Other questions? Other questions? We've had some discussions from some agencies about the length of time to getting a procurement approved. How long does it take?
It's a bad answer to give you, sir, but it just depends. IT procurements, in my opinion, are probably the most complex procurements that we do in the state of Mississippi. It's definitely different than procuring commodities and other equipment. Our goal is to facilitate the procurement process as fast as we can, but more importantly, it is to make sure that we have introduced a full and complete level of competition across the vendor community and to meet the agency's goals so that they have what they need in the end to meet the mission that they're trying to accomplish.
I appreciate that. I think I would like to see you do some time frames on how long the average is and then what the reasons for those are. I understand some of them are massive computer systems. Others are insurance policies that shouldn't take you 2 weeks to do. So I think we would appreciate knowing what the time frame is.
Be glad to get that to you, sir.
I know you hear the same things about it's taking too long to procure and all that. Then there's a whole board to go for, right? You have to get approved by the board.
It is at certain thresholds. Yes, sir.
Yeah, on our insurance, I think there's a large deductible amount in there too, because I looked at that policy. All right, any other questions? Any questions? Thank you very much. We'll go with the Department of Transportation. Appreciate your time today. Mr. White, I believe, is coming for that. There he is. What we're going to do, panel, is we'll finish this. We'll break right after Brad does his, and I think they've ordered some lunch for us and whatnot. We'll pick up with Katie to start. We'll get back on schedule. Katie, you're welcome to stay for lunch. I think we got an extra lunch for you. Mr. White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to come before you today to talk about the Department of Transportation. I believe you have a packet with you. You'll notice that overall the budget is basically the same going forward as it's been the last 2 years, with the exception of the lottery funds that you've given the department, which has been very helpful. Revenue projects still hold at $1.2 billion. Nearly half of that is federal reimbursements, another $308 million from the state fuel tax, $80 million from the lottery, and the rest comes from various fees and other taxes that we get from truck and bus tax fees, tag fees, contractors tax, motor carrier fees, and other receipts and transfers with other state agencies. MDOT's budget expenditures can be broken down by program or by object, and you have both of those in your packet. One of the things I'd like to point out is out of the $1.2 billion the department has in their budget, over $1 billion of that goes in some form to roads and bridge construction and or maintenance. One of the things that I was most interested in, and I'm coming up on 3 months, I think, and another week or so of being there, was how does MDOT prioritize their projects? When I mentioned about in excess of $1 billion going towards some form of road or bridge construction or maintenance, when you get through, you know, it's kind of, and those of you that have been around government a long time, it's kind of like Gulliver and Lilliput. You know, you've got all the little pushers have all these different strings holding them down. Any one string he could have broken, but all the rest of them hold them in place. So you've got over $1 billion that can go to road and bridge construction, but a lot of that is obligated to be spent areas by the time it gets to the department, whether that's interstate maintenance, whether that's safety projects, whether that's debt service, whether that's pass-throughs that come through the local public agency program we have, the emergency road and bridge program, a portion of that will fall into that. So by the time that you get down to what we would call discretionary money, the commission is sitting on about $450 million that they can then prioritize out. And each of those fall in their own category. You have a pavement category, you have bridge category, you have capacity category. So when looking about how the department goes in and prioritize all the many needs that we have around the state, just read from these notes. MDOT, dealing with pavement, MDOT maintains approximately 30,000 lane miles of pavement. Pavement condition rating is assessed using a function of pavement type, distress data, and ride smoothness. So the repair and rehabilitation is prioritized utilizing the pavement condition data that's collected every 2 years when all of the pavement around the state is evaluated. In addition to that, interstates are inspected annually by a committee composed of our maintenance division, our research division, the district staff out in the states, as well as federal highway. In regard to the bridges, MDOT inspects the condition of over 5,800 state-maintained bridges statewide according to the National Bridge Inspection Standards. I would want to point out this is different than state aid bridges. These are bridges that fall on the state system. And bridge replacement and rehabilitation projects are prioritized by significance index formula that include structural condition, length of detour, and average daily traffic, along with other considerations like school bus routes, industry needs, any kind of future development. Those are all evaluated and factored into the replacement priority. And finally, you have highway capacity projects. And these are projects that are prioritized by year of need, volume to capacity ratio, and average daily traffic count that are all that you as the legislature have detailed through the Vision 21 law. Other factors can be considered in establishing priorities such as safety, economic development, any type of emergency situation that would come up. In regard to capacity projects, somewhere around 10 years ago, due to in an effort to protect the taxpayers' investment in our state system, the Department of Transportation moved away from doing capacity projects and diverted a lot of those funds toward rehabilitation of our existing system. So long story short is we're a preservation state by and large. We do have some capacity projects that are going on, Highway 19 in Neshoba County, the Greenville Bypass, Corridor B in Itawamba County. But by and large, we're a preservation state. I was asked to touch on what I view as a department are our biggest challenges. And I think the biggest challenges that we have facing us are staff retention and recruitment, and then, of course, dealing with funds. I'll touch on that a little bit more as we go through this, but to give you something to compare to, some of y'all know that I worked at MDOT about 22 years ago with Commissioner Hall when he was first appointed. And at that time, I'm willing to bet that the average tenure of the people on the 10th floor was about 35 years that had been there. And that was not too much off of that with regard to division directors and others. I think now, and I'm not going to put any of the women on the 10th floor on the spot, but I'm the only person on the 10th floor now with white hair. Approximately a third of our engineers today can retire. Approximately 70% of our employees have less than 15 years experience with the department. And the problem with that is we're no longer in a position to be able to adequately compete with the private sector. I know other agencies deal with that as well. It's not something that's just unique to us. But when our engineers come in and they work, they get 25 years in, they still have to provide for their families, and they find better opportunities in the private sector and leave. And with that, we lose institutional knowledge. We lose quite a bit that comes with having seniority among the agency. The second part of that are the staff members and team members that you and most of your constituents see every day. The people that during Hurricane Ida were on the front line, clearing the roads and doing all of that work. The starting pay right now for those positions is around $19,000 a year. And when we hire these people, they come in, some get their CDL license, they learn how to operate equipment, and we lose them to local government. A county that's not under the personnel board that's able to come in and spread on their minutes to pay someone $1 more an hour than what would equate to that salary that we're paying them, and we lose our maintenance workers like that. So a very high turnover rate among staff like that. I'm hopeful that SEC Square will help with that, give us some of the flexibility to address those needs. But that's one of the things that I see early on, especially if you ask me to point out the difference between the department 20 years ago versus today with just experiments and people like that. With regard to the funding, you know, having the resources to adequately carry out the agency's vision is obviously very important. When you look at the paving, we're talking about how we prioritize where the needs are, looking at the conditions of the highways around the state. We're running at about a $400 million gap a year if we were going to address 100% of the needs, pavement needs that are out there. If you look at the bridges that we were talking about on the state system, we're proud to say that on the state system, only 2% of those bridges get classified by the metrics that are used as in poor condition. But when you look at what it costs to fix a bridge with materials and things like that, if we were to replace those 2%, we're looking at an excess of $600 million to do that. So having money to pay competitive wages, retain the workforce, and better protect the investment of the taxpayers, I think is our foremost challenge. Now, there's only two ways to address the funding issue. You either have an influx of new money, or you figure out ways to repurpose existing money that you have within your agency. And we've started looking at that. Some of you would remember a couple of years ago, the legislature mandated the state auditor perform a performance audit on the Department of Transportation, and that was done by a firm out of Pennsylvania, I believe, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And it's a pretty good document. And I've been reading through that, and it's got a lot of good information on the good side. It points out quite a lot that the department does well, that the team knows how to do. There certainly were areas of improvement that were suggested, areas that we could be more efficient. Much of that, we need your help to be able to give us the flexibility to do that in different ways of flexibility within the law. But just to give you a few items that we're looking at, one very simply is the manner in which the commission lets their projects. With the best of intentions, commission trying to get the money that you gave them with the lottery funds, the money that's generated for the department out the door as quick as possible, to put as many contracts out. They let all of this stuff on a very short window. And unfortunately, it wasn't a big enough amount for the contractors that we have around the state just by paying more crews or increasing their size. So what the net impact of that was, we started seeing bids going up. We started seeing less bids on certain projects. So we believe that if we were to go back to spreading out the timing of some of these lettings, to spread the work out, to make it a little easier for the contractors to be able to adequately address and conduct the work, that one of the impacts that would have is more realistic bids in the process, because it's going to be less on them to be able to accommodate the work target. So we're reviewing that, looking at that, and that may be something that we're looking at. One of the bigger items that I would mention to you that we'll be coming back to you with more final details is the fleet at the department. One important note I would make is they talk about how many vehicles the department has. A vehicle is defined by anything with tag and title. So it's not necessarily just cars or trucks. It's a dump truck, a bucket truck, anything like that the department has. Well, currently, we operate under the rules that DFA has, where we run everything until the tires fall off. And right now, we've got about 22% of those vehicles and equipment that, under DFA standards, that we could replace now. And certainly don't have the funds to replace all of those like that, or in that time frame. One of the things that was pointed out in the performance audit is they looked at what the state of Alabama does, where they have a much more, they focus on things in a way that reduces the overall age of the fleet. It improves the efficiency in operation. It saves money in not needing mechanics and all the extra mechanical work that will be done. And in short, it maximize the return on investment by maximizing salvage value and minimizing repairs and maintenance costs on those vehicles. So that's an area that we're looking at. That's something that we can do internally to try to free up more money. The next thing that I would mention to you is our Welcome Center cost analysis. Trying to think how to say this politely, but MDOT's Welcome Center expenditures for FY21 totaled greater than $4.5 million. And these are all captured out of our maintenance budget. We pay for the janitorial, landscaping, building maintenance, that's $2.1 million, security, $1.3 million, utilities, $320,000, and then we transfer to the Mississippi Development Authority $800,000 a year to pay for the staffing and the other elements like that that they cover through the tourism department at these welcome centers. And I'm certainly not suggesting that there's no value in the welcome centers, but if you look at what value does the transportation system get, I can only think of one thing, and that is the trucks that park there at night to sleep. It keeps them from parking on our shoulders, on the ramps. It increase, that's a safety issue, but they also would tear up the sides of all the interstates and everywhere else where they would be pulling off. But that's a small pocket of money, relatively speaking, I guess, that maybe could be repurposed if we as a state re-looked at the welcome centers, the rest stops. How should they be funded? Do we need as many of them as we have? Is there a way to privatize them? Many states have looked into doing things like that. And we're pulling together some information with regard to that. The other thing that I would mention that I was really somewhat surprised by was the amount of fuel tax that doesn't go to the Department of Transportation. Other state agencies, DMR, Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks receive a portion of the fuel tax. Mentioned the funds that go to the welcome centers out of our appropriation bill. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of $650,000 that goes, I think, with the Mississippi State to pay for beaver control. These are all money that's well spent with regard to those particular areas, but I think it may be time to discuss whether or not those programs might be funded somewhere else to allow, to free up fuel tax dollars to be spent on transportation needs that currently are being spent. So after these efficiency measures, along with others that we're investigating and taking, I still believe that there is time for us to have a meaningful conversation about the mechanism through which we fund our transportation system. Just this week in the Wall Street Journal, there were articles about the increase in electric vehicles. Articles, you've read about how many of the delivery companies are going to drone delivery, which is going to take delivery trucks off the road. All of this is going to have an impact in the fuel tax revenue. So I believe that it's time for us to have a meaningful conversation about the future of how we fund our transportation system. I know there are those that say, a quick fix would be a fuel tax increase. I go back and point to the fact that with the growth of electric vehicles and all of these, I don't think that that's completely the answer. But certainly, we want to protect the investment we have, and thinking through of a financially efficient way to protect the taxpayers' investment, I think, would be very, very helpful. So we look forward to having those conversations. A few updates I will give you. The Emergency Road and Bridge Program, the legislature appropriated $89 million this last session. For that, there was 20 or 25 million left that went unused for various reasons with the last year's program. The governor approved that bill in April. In May and June, we had to adapt the program because the money that was put in that was federal dollars, and so those regulations that I was talking about earlier caused us have to make a few tweaks. But we sent out the call for projects from July 1 to August 6th. We're in the process now and completing soon the evaluation of all these applicants and hope to award those projects in the second round of the Emergency Road and Bridge Program here in October. There were 364 applications received. The total request was $954 million. And I remind that we've got about 110, 115 million to spend. So we're currently evaluating those applications, and we'll keep you up to date on that. I was asked to mention natural disasters. You're all aware, I'm sure, of Highway 26 during Hurricane Ida. Georgia County was really the only catastrophic event that we had where there was a slide there. The geotechnical review has been completed on that. We're letting the contract the first part of next month, so here in the next week and a half. We hope to have that section of roadway back open within 45 days. That's going to be a cost of around $1.2 million. But one of the interesting facts about that area, when that happened, was pointed out, was that area is already over 200% above their average annual rainfall. And then with Hurricane Ida, received over a foot of water, in less than 24-hour period of time. So we started asking, how many of these slides like that do we have? Because that's not the only place in Mississippi gets rain like that. And over the last 3 years, we've spent between $5 and $7 million per year in slide repair projects. And they can range anywhere from $250,000 to $2.5 million. Another fact about that made sense, but I never thought about, was any time that NDOT has these emergency projects like that, we're cash flowing all of that. We get reimbursed for that, but it's not out of the federal reimbursement of the fuel tax that's made available for us to draw down on. This is through federal highway with the emergency disaster type programs. Right now, we've got nearly $14 million that we're still waiting to be reimbursed about from. Now, I'm confident we'll get that money, but my point to make to you is that's construction dollars that we spend and we basically cash flow waiting on the federal highway to pay us back. I was asked to give an update on Highway 49. I think I'm the only director that ever commuted Highway 49. My father commutes it every week, I got a text from a family member to tell you how loving my family is. And I'll read to you. It said, "You should treat yourself like MDOT does Highway 49 and never stop working on yourself, no matter how inconvenient it is for everybody else." I'm happy to tell you, though, that there's one part of that project that still has to have some construction happen on. And so in the next month, and it's right on the north part of Richland, where 149 intersects with 49, just south of Siemens, where it's going to be a construction project there, redoing of that area. All of the traffic from about Rob Smith's office north will be moved to inside lanes, construction will be done there. This construction is supposed to take about a month to 6 weeks. They should be through with it by December the 1st is when it's scheduled for completion. And after that, the Highway 49 corridor, that project will basically become a paving project. So we're on track to have that fully open and operating by summer of next year, given where we're getting into with the seasons and stuff like that. So I know that everybody will be happy to see that. But with that, Governor, I'm happy to take any questions that y'all may have. I want to thank staff. It's been very patient with me and good to help educate me on all of this. And any questions you have that I don't know the answer to, we have our
Questions from the panel. Questions from the panel. President Watson.
I hope that you can comment on this. That situation in George County, was it preventable?
Representative, what I can tell you is it was a roadway that was basically on the side of a hill, and there was a pipe under the roadway that was obviously there that would keep, in normal weather, water from collecting on the roadway. It was a safety issue. Again, this area had received over 200% above the average annual rainfall. And with Hurricane Ida, within less than 24 hours, had received over a foot of water. And just all the unfortunate dynamics of that piecing in together just basically blew that pipe out and had a slide. I don't know of any preventative maintenance that could have been done prior to the storm that could help with that. That was just a situation that we found ourselves in that was unique about that area.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions, please? Other questions of the panel? Other questions? I have a couple that I wanted to ask. How much are we outsourcing technical work?
That would be, let me pull it up here. Contractual services, I think that's what you're talking about, like engineering. Right. Outsourcing to engineering. Now, this includes contract work. It includes work like mowing that we may outsource, any type of maintenance repairs. That's on your slide. That the actual in 21 was right at 129 million. We're requesting 132.2 for that.
But some of that is technical, which is engineering and whatnot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I would say that.
Do you know how much that is, Brad?
I'd have to get that for you, Governor, what the breakdown is, because this figure has that plus like all the maintenance work that would be contracted out, like I mentioned, the mowing or anything like that that we may have.
On that vein, how much were our overruns for Highway 49?
I'll have to get that for you.
I believe at one time one of the commissioners had told us it was over $100 million.
Well, I think that you may be talking there about the supplemental that was done to change order, I guess. Is that what you referenced?
Yes, sir. It's the run. In addition to the original bid, I think it was over $100 million.
Right, about $100 million. Yeah, about $100 million.
Most of our agencies don't miss things by $100 million. So I would sincerely hope we don't have that occur again. I think that is whatever's done is done on that. I noticed in your budget you had a number of transfer payments. You referred to that a minute ago. Yes. Some of them were like to wildlife, fisheries, and parks, $5.7 million. Can you go over those real quick? We're just about done here.
Yeah, I want to be sure, yeah, where you're talking about receipts and transfers, a lot of this now that's in this budget that you've got is project specific from bonds, bond bill and things like that.
Right, but I noticed that there were other agencies.
Yeah, what you're talking about is in state statute. For example, the beaver control, $650,000 transfer included in our appropriation bill, Senate Bill 3212 in the 1998 regular session for Mississippi State to take care of beavers. Fuel tax for the Department of Marine Resources, Department of Wildlife. Marine Resources receives a little better than $3 million in fuel tax annually as a transfer to the Department of Revenue. The dollar amounts listed in their appropriation bill, this is derived from the state excise tax on gas, oil, and other projects. Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks gets $5,750,000. That's allowed under law. It defrays administrative costs on the boat registration fee division within the department, and they use it to help improve law enforcement.
Let's take that one for example, just a second, right? Do you keep up with that number and what happens with that money?
No, once it's transferred to them, they're
Would
responsible.
would it be fair to say that that shouldn't be in your budget?
Well, I'm certainly willing to take it.
Well, you transfer it, so it really doesn't do you any good, right?
Right.
So, but Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks, for example, ought to have it in their own budget. Because there's
Yes,
no way
I mean,
for us to keep up
I think
with it.
that's something that's worth talking about. If the legislature had an appetite to providing the resources for these types of needs through general appropriation or some other method, then that would free up this fuel tax to remain with the Department of Transportation. It would be spent then primarily on truck.
So Marine Resources would have its own budget, Wildlife would have its own budget, all these others that you're rattling off there, which I guess are over $10 or $15 million, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? You had mentioned, and I want to tell you, it's refreshing to hear your testimony today. Thank you. It's refreshing that you're looking at alternatives in the structure of the agency and as it's going forward, and also ways of funding and or ways to cut costs, like looking with an open eye at our welcome centers. That's very helpful to us and very refreshing to hear that from you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? We're going to break for an hour. We'll restart at 1:15 today, and appreciate your time. Thank you, Commissioners. what we're going to do, Katie, with your permission, we have, one member has an obligation later on this afternoon. We'll make sure we cover what we've got to cover. So we're going to bring back the regular meeting of the JLBC for just about 2 or 3 minutes here. We'll call a regular meeting to take care of routine business. It's on your schedule. So I'll call it to order, and the first order of business, and it's in your packet, is approval of the minutes of the March 19th, 2021 meeting. So would everyone take a look at that? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? So moved. Seconds? Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Seeing no objection, then minutes are approved. The next one second. You got this one here? We had a report by Peer on the prisons. I think was distributed to everyone. It's in your packet there as well. This had to do with a statutory requirement that they report to us on a quarterly basis, a yearly basis, on what several different things are that go on with the prison, particularly individual issues concerning occupancy, spending, and others. So having said that, I'll entertain any questions or a motion to adopt the peer report. So moved. And second? All in favor, seeing by saying aye. All opposed, no. All right, the next one, and we're just about through this, we get back to Katie. We have to schedule the 2023 recommendations. And our committee meeting is scheduled to be Tuesday, November the 10th at 2021, and that will be a review of the staff LBR with us. And we are scheduled as well to meet with the governor on that day to adopt the fiscal year 2023 revenue estimate, which we're going to talk about today with inflation and the other matters. Then we will return on Tuesday, December the 7th, 2021, to publicly adopt and release the legislative budget recommendations, the final budget recommendations going to the legislature for the year. These are dates we talked about with y'all earlier. I don't know, do we need a motion on this thing? No, sir. All right, so we're all good on that. Then the last one is to adopt the guidelines for preparation for the fiscal year 2023 staff. Those guidelines are in your booklet there. They are virtually, we went over them earlier, they are virtually identical to the ones that have been utilized in the past. Leanne talked about some of those earlier. So, do I hear a motion to approve the guidelines?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Seeing no objection, the guidelines will be adopted, and we will go back to the meeting and back to Katie. Hold on, let's see if there's anything else here, Tony.
For Elbow, we also have some financial reports that we provide to the committee. I think you have copies of those in your binder. We need approval. They're routine in nature. It's just our monthly expenditure reports. We just need approval from the committee that they're normal and nothing out of the ordinary.
One's in your on the routine as described, the way described by Tony. On routine business for the actual expense items are in your packet. Do I have a motion to approve those? All opposed? All in favor? All opposed? No. So we're done. I think we're done with that. Let's go back to Katie. Thank you for waiting a moment. And we got rid of all the things that we've got to do statutorily, and we're ready for one of our better run agencies, Archives and History. Ms. Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate the invitation to come here today to talk to you all about Archives and History. And I thought I'd start with a really brief update on the two museums. As you know, when we opened the two museums in December of 2017, we set very aggressive visitation targets, and before 2020, we were meeting them. COVID took a toll, of course. Our revenue loss in 2020 was $680,652. Our revenue in 2021, our loss with actual figures and projected figures is $570,396. That's a big hit. We use that money for salaries. Y'all have helped us, which we really appreciate. And we also just learned recently that we've received a $460,000 grant from the NEH to help cover that shortfall. So we are doing fine. We knew even before COVID that we would really need to focus on visitation after our initial bump with a new museum. So we were already making plans to do so. We are raising and hope to announce the completion next year of an endowment to fund school visits so that kids can come on field trips from any school in the state, whether or not the school can afford the cost. We will meet their need. That endowment fund, which will be $5 million, is named for Governor William Winter and Elise Winter. And we're working very hard on that, and that will help us with our visitation and help us reach our most important audience. We've also focused during COVID on pivoting to digital outreach. We were doing that already, but we're doing it at a much higher level now. And we have made that change with the help of private funds that we raised for this purpose. We got some help from the Kellogg Foundation, the Foundation for Mississippi History, and we have really enhanced our digital outreach with digital school field trips and other programs. We had a big summer this summer, people coming back with COVID numbers down. The numbers fell again in the fall. But we are really optimistic and excited about 2022 when we'll open The World of Marty Stewart, which will be a great exhibit featuring his amazing collection of country music artifacts. We'll launch that with a big festival out on our green, and then we also have a number of public programs on the Great Migration scheduled for next year. So we're going to come roaring back in 2022. It has been a big help to us that y'all have provided marketing funds through MBA. Marketing the resources in this state is the key to seeing them succeed and put money back in the coffers. As you know, when we opened the two museums, since then we've focused on elevating our sites around the state. Our goal is to bring people into Mississippi and send them out around the state to the places where history happened. We are really excited to be part of a major initiative in southwest Mississippi, stretching from Vicksburg to Natchez, where we're partnering with the National Park Service and a number of other entities to elevate the tourist experience and tell the stories of this region in fresh and exciting ways and bring many more people in to enhance an already robust tourism economy. I think this is really important for the state. Our first priority was Windsor Ruins, and thanks to your support for the Community Heritage Preservation Grant Program, we have the funding in place for the restoration of Windsor Ruins. The work is underway now. The site won't look different, but the columns will be stable, which they haven't been for some time, and then we will enhance the interpretation and promotion of that very, very popular site. Our next priority is Grand Village of the Natchez Indians in Natchez. This is a nationally historic site. It's a National Historic Landmark that has been very, very popular over the years since we took it on in the 1970s. The museum was built in the 70s, the exhibits were installed in the 70s, and the site is badly in need of an overhaul. The museum's too small, the exhibits are outdated, and we get a really strong visitation there that we think we can increase with a larger museum. We'll still use the existing museum with some indoor and outdoor interpretation, and with a large outdoor gathering place that will accommodate large crowds, which we do get there, pavilion. We will be requesting capital expense funds for this project, but we are also in conversation with the city and the county we hope that they will commit some local bond funds, and then we are in partnership with the Muskogee tribe, which has the closest ties to that site, to try to attract some federal funds for that project. It's a nationally significant site, again, so it would be a very appropriate way for the federal government to invest in Mississippi and in our history. A few miles outside of Natchez is historic Jefferson College. Many of you have been there. It's another site that the department has had since the 1970s. It's a very, very significant site, the birthplace of statehood, the state's first institution of higher learning. There's some fascinating stories around that site. The buildings are in serious need of restoration, and we have begun that work. We are under contract with an architecture firm. We're shortly going to begin replacing roofs and restoring windows. That funding has come through, again, the Community Heritage Preservation Grant Program. We're very grateful for that. Given that we are spending significant public dollars to restore that site, we feel an obligation to make a bigger impact there, to have a stronger visitation than the site has ever had. And our vision is to establish a museum there in existing buildings that will give a broad overview of the history of that region with a focus on cotton and slavery, two stories that are of tremendous importance in our history and of tremendous interest to the public right now. The work that we're doing at Jefferson College connects very closely with what the National Park Service is doing just down the road at the Forks of the Road slave market site. And we will work very closely with the Park Service in interpreting the museums. Those sites, I think, will help each other boost visitation. So this plan will allow us to restore a site that's highly significant, that's owned by the state, and to really increase the economic impact of the site in a poor area of the state. We're also exploring uses for the other buildings. There are 8 historic buildings on this site, and we're exploring uses for some of the other buildings that won't house the museums, including wedding venue rentals. We've had events there before, but we think we can do better with some freshened up facilities. And also a conference center, and then we're also looking at a preservation trade school in partnership with some of the region's colleges and universities that have preservation programs in their curriculum. As you travel from Natchez north to Vicksburg, you're moving right through the area of the state where the Vicksburg campaign took place, one of the most significant military campaigns in history. The Vicksburg National Military Park has been working for years to acquire some of the sites where the battles within the Vicksburg campaign happened. And you have helped by authorizing us to turn over a few of our sites to the National Park Service. They are planning to build a new visitor center that interprets the entire campaign, that freshens up their also outdated and small museum, and that really focuses on sending people out around the region to understand not just the siege, but the larger story of the campaign. This is not our project, but it is absolutely key to the work that we're doing in that region. I think when you look at, and I wanted to mention on that, the acquisition of additional properties by the Vicksburg National Military Park, the Historic Sites Grant Program that y'all established last year is going to be a huge help to them and to other entities around the state looking to acquire historic properties. There's been a lot of interest in that program, and we will be bringing recommendations on grant awards to y'all in January. With all this work underway and planned, I really think Mississippi is poised to become a national center for the study of American history, which it should be, because you can't understand American history without understanding Mississippi history, and you can't understand Mississippi history without experiencing it in person. And when you think about when existing sites like the 2 Mississippi museums are connected with new or enhanced sites like Vicksburg Military Park, Grand Village of the Natchez Indians, Windsor Ruins, historic Jefferson College, people will understand our history in new ways more people will come to see these sites. And they will understand our country as they never have before. And that's really important work, and we appreciate your support for it. On our appropriation request, the only request that we're making this year is for $209,242 to restore us to our 2020 funding level. Our highest priority, as I have told you before, is increasing salaries for our seriously underpaid staff. They do great work, and they need higher wages. But we're not making a request this year because we believe that the variable compensation plan will really help us with a lot of these positions that need a higher salary. And I thank you very, very much for your support for that program. We will come back with a small, very small additional request for a few new positions for programs that are growing at the department. And we don't have the full information on this yet, but we expect to have a huge increase in the state records that we're managing for other agencies that will necessitate an increase in our records management program. And then some of the work that I've talked about today will necessitate some additional positions, particularly a position to help us seek grant funding. We've been very aggressive and successful in bringing grant money to the state for our programs, and we really want to double down on that work. I think that's all I had.
Any questions? Questions from the panel? Any questions? Yes, sir. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Katie, I want to commend you for, number one, coming and making the presentation. We often hear from these larger state agencies, but I don't know if we have an agency that gives us a better bang for our buck than Archives and History, and your ability to leverage federal funds, foundation funds, corporate dollars to make things go at Archives and History. You said a restoration of 209,000. I thought it says 309,000 in the book.
It says 209,000 at the beginning and 309,000 later, and that is because of some one-time money that was, it was because we requested a reappropriation for Beauvoir because the funds weren't spent, and then we won't need to request another reappropriation for Beauvoir.
So how many historic sites does Archives manage currently?
Museums and sites that are open to the public, 8 or 9 if you include the William Winter Archives building, but we have a number of other archaeological sites that are not open to the public but that are under Archives and History.
And as far as the upkeep of those facilities, are you all in pretty good shape regarding that right now, besides the Grand Village of the Natchez Indians and Jefferson College?
We are in pretty good shape. Y'all have been very helpful to us. We did go through a period when there were serious budget cuts before I became director, when we were not keeping up with routine maintenance very well, and we are seeing the effects of that now. I've mentioned the sites that we're really focused on. Of course, the old Capitol is in great shape thanks to the NASCAR funds. We're completing a project there now. The Welty House is in great shape. We have private funds that are raised by the Welty Foundation for that site. We do have a project at Winterville Mounds in the Delta. We are overhauling that museum too, installing new exhibits and audiovisual elements, as well as finally repairing the mound. The Mound A there sloughed off in the spring rains 5 years ago, and our Deputy Director, Robert Benson, has been beating his head against the wall ever since to get FEMA to provide the funds for the repair of the mound and the stabilization of it. It was a natural disaster. We think we are finally underway with that project, and so we are not asking for state funding for the museum there or for the mound.
And finally, you all operate the state's version of the historic tax credit.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that and its impact?
Absolutely. It's a hugely important program that drives restoration projects across the state that make an economic impact. You think about the King Edward here as a great example. There's a project underway now at the 3-foot building in Meridian and many others around the state. It's very, very popular. We worked with the Department of Revenue and with y'all last year. Thank you, Chairman Lamar. To make some important changes to that program to make it to enable the two agencies that run it to manage it more effectively and communicate more effectively to y'all and to the public what funds are available. I get calls about it every day. People are interested in doing tax credit projects.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Lamar.
Katie, thank you for the good job you do. Just a quick question. Senator Hobson and I were recently able to take a visit to the Mississippi Museum of Military History, and it just dawned on me, is there any interplay at all between your agency and that particular museum?
Yes, we work very closely with them. It's an outstanding museum. We recently worked with them transferring a cannon whose exact history I don't remember, but that is now on exhibit at their museum. I can't say enough about the work they do.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any other questions? I have one. It appears to me that you're branching out throughout the state for museums. That's effectively what's happening. Is that correct?
We're elevating the sites that we already have across the state and trying to make a bigger impact at them.
There's some, like the Waller Craft Center, that is kind of a nonprofit and I know that they were requesting significant funds. Do you have any interaction with them?
Yes, we do. Our store at the two Mississippi museums, which does great business in ordinary times, sells a lot of the same merchandise that is available at the Craft Center, and we do try to sell merchandise products that are made by members of the Craftsman Guild.
I'm talking about running the actual physical plant. Y'all don't run that, right?
We do not.
And then there are other museums here. Museum of Natural Science, I think, is run by the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks. That's a one-off for them. They're not really scheduled to run that kind of thing. What about the Agricultural Museum on Lakeland Drive? That's kind of a one-off as well. Are you looking at expanding to where you would run all of the museums in Mississippi, or all of the ones like that? You're talking about having a statewide impact, and you're trying to sell a statewide thing, so you'd want to have some work with all of the statewide museums, or whatever they are.
That's right. As always, we are proud to take on whatever you ask us to do. We were really honored to be asked to participate in the flag transition process, and we're very proud of the work we did with that. And if it is your wish that we take on those museums, we will certainly do that. There are a couple of things I would mention just to focus on those two museums. The Natural Science Museum, the artifacts at that museum are living. They're fish and turtles and snakes and so forth. That's very different from us. Our artifacts are not living. And at the two museums, we draw on the expertise of the entire agency to manage the collection and to tell the stories. The primary sources for the stories that we tell are the documents in the archives. What you see when you go to those museums are the artifacts in the collection, and that is the expertise that our agency has all the way up the chain of command. So it would be a real learning curve for us, but obviously some of the operations at the Natural Science Museum are very similar to what we do. They have a store, and they give tours, and they bring in school groups, and so some of the operations would be very familiar to us, and some of them would be completely different.
Like the Ag Museum and the Waller Museum, both of those would be very similar to what you do.
The Ag Museum and what else?
The Waller Craft Center?
The Craft Center, certainly more similar. At the Ag Museum, I think what we would want to take a look at is, you've heard me talk about the work that we're doing to take care of our historic properties that are under, particularly our historic buildings that are under Archives and History right now, and including raising funds for that so that we come to y'all with a minimal request. That's a lot of the work that I do day to day, and the staff does a lot of work in planning those projects. I think what we would want to look at is if we acquired a number of additional historic buildings, such as those at the Ag Museum, we would have to set priorities, as we already have done with our historic buildings, and look at the relative economic impact and educational impact that we could make at each of these sites. And I'm not sure whether the Ag Museum, it might come behind the projects I've already talked about in priority unless we were directed otherwise. But it is certainly closer to our mission, although they also have animals there. And the Craft Center, I mean, one possibility is to expand the offerings at the 2 Museum store, which is right downtown. That might increase revenue for the Craft Center store for those products. And you know, I'm just now thinking about this, but perhaps with a different use for the building out there.
I think all of those are good, and I think some of our nonprofits that run these struggle a little bit, and they have people transfer in and out. They don't have the continuity or the long-term planning, or actually the wealth of the state to have you prioritize and have us keep them up to date. Our tourism industry, I think, is our 3rd or 4th largest income producer here in the whole state. So coordinating what you've already started in Natchez, Vicksburg, Jefferson, coordinating all of those with the rest of Mississippi seems to make sense. I want to thank you very much for your good work that you do, and all of these facilities are excellent, and we appreciate that. And thank you very much for coming. We'll turn over to corrections, I believe. You're welcome to stay.
Y'all have always supported Archives and History very generously. Lots of state historical agencies cannot say the same, and I'm very grateful.
Thank you, Ms. Blunt. All right, next. I'm sorry, wildlife. I apologize. I have corrections in my booklet. No, that's not it. There we go. All right. Mr. Polis. Okay, Sam, we're ready. Let's go.
All right.
We're about on time, close to it, so we want to stay within minutes. So please proceed.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Please lean to the mic. We put a little note there for you.
All right, sir. I'm not sure if you have the booklet we hand out, because we're a little concerned that it may not fit into the program, but I see you do have the booklet.
We do have it.
With the outline that you see as far as overview of the state parks, I'm going to begin with that and talk about, if you allow me to regress a little bit, some folks may have not been familiar with the parks and the agency, but as you know, we're a pretty good-sized agency with multiple disciplines in the agency and cover 82 counties. We have law enforcement, biologists, parks, lakes, WMAs, manage about 600,000 acres statewide. I would also like to go into the parks right now
we have, if you allow me, we have 166 employees. In the early 2000s, we had 545 employees. We had a budget of about $9 million then. We have a budget now of $3 million. In the peer report, you saw that we hired a lot of contractual workers. Ladies and gentlemen, we could not have survived if we didn't do that. Because when we went through the times of 07, 08, and 010 and 11, we had cash taken out after appropriated. We also were cut pins as we moved through that time. With that reduction in general salary, we lost those pins from 450 something to 166. We hadn't been able to gain it back. So we had to survive somehow. And what we did, we hired contractual workers. Part-time contractual when we needed part-time, full-time when we needed full-time. That aided us twofold. One was that we could pay a little higher price to hire the individuals, but we had no fringe, and that was a reduction of about 42%. So we saved money there also. The key to also on the parks is that realistically we've gone through 20 years, probably a little more than 20 years of neglect, and the fact we didn't have the money to upgrade as we moved through time. I just wanted to preface the statements so some of us can catch up with where we've been and where we're trying to go. I think the agency is where it ought to be. I think that's where parks ought to be. We've been there since '88. If you look at our agency, it's intermingled with law enforcement and all our operations that we have. We're intermingled with state parks. And the fact that they need law enforcement officers are out there to patrol through the county and WMAs and state parks. If they need aid with the lakes, our state fisheries people take care of there. If they need timber management, we got people on staff managing the timber. So it's intermingled, and it's been that way since 1988. The booklet, we'll follow the outline. We're proud of some of the things we've been doing lately and trying to get done in the future. I'd like to go to, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go to the projects at La Florida Bluff State Park. This is a good example of agencies working together, federal funding, state funding. It's been a collaborative effort to try to start this project. It's around an $8.7 million project. And our private partner, Blue Cross Blue Shield, has put in a tremendous amount of money to start this off. And if you look at your map, you can tell that the pink part is where Blue Cross Blue Shield injected $3.8 million into this project. And that's a playground that I'm told it's only going to be the second one in the United States like this, 30,000 square feet. Started in April 21 and would be finished and probably dedicated mid-October or 1st of November. I'm going to slow down. It's under tab 6. I'm sorry. So if you look at the diagrams we have here, it's different phases. Phase 1 is about to be completed, as I said. Phase 1 and Phase 2A will be the next, which will be the yellow. That will be a pathway, which is the pathway between the Children's Museum and the Science Museum. As you move through those phases, the darkened shade one with 2B would be part of the building that's there now. If you go to phase 3, it's another $2.5 million, and that would be the parking area, the new entrance area for the whole complex. The blue phase trail is an interactive trail that's going to be between with kiosks and interesting characterizations as you walk through that. The final thing, well, before the final thing, the yellow will be a brand new entrance coming in there. It will be a joint entrance with Children's Museum and the Science Museum. Interesting enough, there's a trail to Market. It's already built part of the way. That's going to be coming from Lakeland Drive in and up to the entranceway will be a bike ride. And if we have the final financials, the green line going off to your left will be another trail across LaFleur Bluff Park. And we have hopes of a pedestrian bridge going over Lakeland Drive to the Ag Museum. So we have interconnection from the Ag Museum with different opportunities, walking trails, bike trails, coming to the museum, and then going towards town, across Lakeland there too. I mean, across the interstate there. Any questions on that?
Didn't we appropriate about $250,000 to do a study on the whole district?
We did.
Is that study being completed?
And we're doing a study now, and I think you're talking about the USM study. We're doing it, starting it now.
No, there was another one with a architectural group.
That's WBA, isn't it? The architect group's WBA.
That's correct. Is that being completed?
I don't know. Do you know which one you're talking about? The latest one I'm familiar with is going to be the USM evaluation.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Senator Harkins?
What's the status on the golf course and all that property?
Well, some of this will be taken into the golf course. The golf course has been closed for about the second year. We had, of course, some damage there from the coal that came through to the greens, where if you don't have proper irrigation, you don't have proper cover, you can't protect those greens. It's a small course, 9 holes. What we're looking at now with the Children's Museum and First Tee is that maybe part of this design will incorporate some of that parking area and that trail that's coming across Lakeland Drive, and that pedestrian overpass will drop into part of the golf course. The rest of it, they're looking at a 3 to 5 hole, 6 hole golf course that will be, it seems like that's a trend now. People want to get out, play golf, be fast about it, don't have a lot of time. And so, competitively wise, we think we can compete using the golf course. We've lost a lot of money in golf courses. We were given golf courses a few years back, and when the first 10 years we operated them, we didn't operate them. We had to bid them out, and we were in a position of loss. And so the person that got the contract was not in a position of loss because the bonds were sold. It could have been sold differently, and that wouldn't have happened. But we averaged about $200,000 or $250,000 a year loss to cover the losses of the person that got the contract.
Okay. So how many acres are contained within the golf course portion of it?
I would think it's 40 to 50, about 50, maybe 70 acres in total.
Right. And does some of this master plan take in that golf course?
It takes in portions of edges of it.
Okay.
If you look at the blue walkway, interactive walkway on the map, that will be pedestrian interactive walkway between the museums. And it will move the fence there back at least 30 feet into the golf course. The parking area with the outside part of that parking area would take a little of the golf course. And the long, thin trail right there will go into the golf course also.
Have there been any other uses, ideas floated about for the use of the golf course?
There have been. We were going to look at changing it possibly to our interactive walkway, exercise way. But this latest discussion is the number one priority for us now. We think it's funded properly and will be funded properly. And you get the pedestrian crossway, and you're connecting Ag Museum to these two museums, but then you're going towards town from there. So I think it's a great idea. Now, is there something else that can be added to the golf course? Maybe. We want to use every inch of ground there. That's prime property. We looked at a driving range there, a high-profile campground before all of this. So we've looked at different options.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, sir. Representative Lamar, and then we'll get Representative Barnes.
Okay. You may have mentioned this, and if you did, I apologize, but can you tell us exactly, it's a little confusing, tell us exactly which phases have been funded and what has not been funded of this plan?
Okay. It should be documented here, but if not, I can go through it. Phase one, which is the Blue Cross Blue Shield money. Then we have phase two, which will be entrance, sidewalk, lighting, and gatehouse, $2.5 million. We're also using some of our land and water money. So you got land and water money, federal money. You're going to have trails money, federal money, from MDOT. And then you're going to have bond money. So you got private, public entity that's being developed there. So the only one that is not phased is complete future phase 4, which is a crossover. And we estimate that to be $5 million.
So everything is funded but phase 4?
Right.
Okay.
Representative Bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Polis, just a couple of questions, and I'm going to sort of go down another couple of rabbit holes. But on the first one, I know that wastewater improvements have been an ongoing calamity in a lot of parks, and not being able to get that infrastructure into place. Has your staff evaluated, will we be able to use, if this legislature decided to, or made a decision to, would we be able to allocate dollars from the Rescue Act for any of those wastewater and water projects? Has the staff looked at that?
We have, but we would hope that we'd be able to. We presented what we think would be the infrastructure needs, section 4 in this book. Now, the funding sources we do not have. We have identified, but have not received an opportunity to get any yet.
Okay, but does your staff think, and maybe this will be something for our staff, LBO, to look at, will those dollars, since it was very specific about those dollars being able for water and wastewater improvements, would that would that apply to parks also, or is that just going to, I mean, since,
I would hope to. I mean, I haven't read the legislation, but I know you gentlemen are looking at it now. I know you gentlemen and ladies are going to receive and have received some money for that such project. And we believe that the parks will qualify for that. We don't know that.
okay. All right, a couple other things, just real quick. Just give us an update on where you're at on your number of law enforcement officers that you have in force now, cadet schools, just sort of a real quick overview of where you're at on that right now.
Okay. We're recruiting now for a class of, depending on how much separation we can have because of COVID, the minimum we're looking at is 20 and hopefully 25 possibly. We have about in the field officers around 170. So we're about 25, 30 short in the field. Most counties, once we fill this group, will have at least one conservation officer in each county. And some, of course, put 2 or 3, depending on location.
Okay. And just as a follow-up, so it's my understanding in working with your budget for several years, all right, no general funds that this state appropriates from the general fund goes to your law enforcement efforts, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
No
No
funds.
general funds.
No, the only
General
thing-
funds go just to the park and to the Museum of Natural Science, is that
With one
correct?
exception that happened about 3 years ago, and they put it in education, $58,000 for hunter education, which we were unaware of, but we appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's no funds. The general funds are strictly museum and park.
Okay, so, and again, just one more follow-up. So in regard to how important the law enforcement segment is of the agency in conservation efforts, protecting conservation, enforcing the wildlife laws, it was told earlier that your diversion from the Mississippi Department of Transportation of some $5 million from the fuel tax, that goes directly to support those law enforcement efforts. Is that correct?
Goes directly 100% to law enforcement.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And SRT, which is a division of our law enforcement.
Okay.
And we cannot receive Pittman Robertson money for law enforcement.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Polis, over the last many years, we've talked about the needs for infrastructure at the parks. And
yes.
There was a legislation that was passed several years back about not closing any parks that, without getting permission of the legislature, I think is essentially what it did.
That's correct.
Are there parks, when we look at the repairs that are needed across the state, are there parks that you would look at and your agency looks at internally and might determine that the bang is not there for the buck that would be spent? You've got some parks that even if you put $1 million into them, you'd be lucky to get a handful of people to attend them every year. Have you identified, I'm not asking you to name those parks, but have you all internally identified those parks where you feel that may be the case?
We've evaluated parks over several years, and there are parks that would be better suited for local and private, if they so desire, than for us to manage as in the state park system. So the answer is yes, we have evaluated those parks.
Okay, and do you feel like, you mentioned, I think, that it might be better to privatize some of those or even potentially sell them to somebody else to run or even own them. Would that be a fair assessment?
Second question would be, part of that question would be, we couldn't sell it unless the legislature will let us sell it, of course.
What I'm asking for.
And there are some now that we worked out with Shepherd State Park, with Goshen, City of Goshen, and I think they just received a $250,000 grant from DMR, that we have a wonderful relationship with that city, and their managing the park is still named a state park, and we still list it as a state park, but they manage it completely. So that's one example that I would say yes. And there are other examples like that we could name, and if the entity there, whether it be a county or a city would agree to it, yes, there are parks that would be better served there in that system, local and private.
Okay, and I think I know the answer to this, but if you're able to access funds to help you complete some of the infrastructure repairs, would you and your agency prioritize the parks where you're getting the most bang for your buck in making those repairs?
Yes.
It's not going to be across the board or influenced by somebody that has a particular park that they want to see get improved.
Influence is an interesting word.
Well, I just hope your agency, what I'm asking for is the agency identified those places. I'll make it easy for you. Has the agency identified those places where you think you're going to get more traffic, more participation, more use, and you're going to use those dollars, try to use those dollars there and not just put them and spread them all around where you may not get much use?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if no further questions, I'd like to close with one more statement.
Nice try. I want to go back, Sam, and talk to a couple of things.
Okay.
Is there any reason that $5.7 million should be sent to the Department of Transportation to be sent to you? Why is an agency sending it to an agency to send it to an agency? So wouldn't you be better served if we just put it in your budget?
We'll take it any way we can, but we need it.
Okay. So
Yes.
I think it's hard for the legislature to track all of this stuff if it's going through three agencies to land somewhere else. So we're better off if it's 5.7 or whatever the number happens to be. I think we're better off just a direct appropriation.
I guess you're right, but I guess someone thought at one time that there would be a way to hide the movement of the general fund.
They did, and we're trying to unhide them as best we can, and it's not easy.
But, sir, we do need that money because it goes straight to law enforcement.
Right, and we have, the legislature appropriated increases in your budgeting this last year, didn't they? Yes, we did. And have you looked at SEC too? Okay, it also will provide additional ones. Most of your employees, particularly wildlife conservation officers, are undercompensated. So if you look at the SEC too, I think you'll find some relief, some much-needed relief for them. How many visitors did we used to have, say, in 2015 or 16 to state parks?
Well, first of all, there's a question mark on anybody taking usage in any arena, whether that is correct or not, whether it's us or someone else or a highway counter. We used to have highway counters out there translate the visitation.
Yeah.
And I'd have to guess on it. We can look it up, but I'd say 2 to 3 million is what we're saying.
Yeah, to us, previously, I think in our meetings, you had indicated there were 4 million visitors a year just several years ago.
I'm going to say that I don't know if that's correct or 2 to 3 million is correct, but it's somewhere between 2 and 4 million.
And how many would be now, Sam? How many would we be looking at now?
We actually, believe it or not, we had one of our best years in revenue. Unfortunately, it was due to COVID, but we had a 12 to 15% increase in visitation during that period.
When you showed us numbers just a few months ago, it was 1.2 million visitors. It was a decrease of around 3 million, 2 to 3 million visitors, less than what it used to be.
That is true. Pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID. Right, and so, and I think I was pleased to see in your presentation here that you started to look at, as Senator Hobson was saying, prioritizing the expenses. Last year, we devoted $4.5 million, I believe, that you were able to match. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we did $9 million worth of improvements?
We're going to, we hadn't finished it.
Oh, yeah,
On the
it
way.
takes a while.
We have 3 phases to do that.
Okay, and those are underway, and you prioritize those, though, right?
Right.
So you put them at the most used state
Right.
park or
We
whatever.
have some of that mentioned in the booklet.
Yeah, I think Representative Bounds is correct also in that the ARP funds would be available for water and sewer. I think that would be our initial opinion. So that in addition to the $4.5 million last year, there may be some ARP funds that would be available. Because our water and sewer systems and our electrical systems, as you told me, some of the electrical systems, co-ops wouldn't even take over because they were so archaic. Is that right?
And I have something I'd like to mention on that before we close on.
Okay. So in regards to that, because it takes a gradual time to fix these things up, and the legislature did $4.5 million, and y'all got $4.5 million max or whatever, so it's about $8 or $9 million last year. How much would you need this year from the budget to continue to improve our park system? That you can do. I mean, you obviously can't. There was $100 million in here, but you couldn't use all $100 million right now.
No. The key is that we need, first of all, to replace the monies that were cut in general funds. But then we're looking in the future, we're looking at phases 1, 2, and 3 right now. We're needing a match on those parks that we were talking about identifying. Phase 2 in our budget request, how much was it? 4.5, an additional 4.5.
So if we gave $4.5 million this year, you would be able to get into your phase 2 as you've ranked these state projects with the match of another 4.5 from the federal government. So you get $9 million worth of improvements for state parks.
Correct.
Okay.
So the 3 phases would be $27 million. $27 million for the 3 phases.
And so we would continue, and then the next year we would get to phase 3, and we'd have done all of the parks that you had prioritized for us to take charge of.
Yes.
I don't think that cures your employee issue.
Not at all.
No, you've still got your employee issues, and I think Senator Hobson was right in his discussions about prioritizing. I appreciate you meeting with us to go over a list of ones that were to be prioritized, to be fixed, and or given to local or WMAs or whatever. I think that's really important. The goal, of course, is that we need to have our parks, particularly this year and future years, be a part of our tourism economy, which is significant. And to do that, they have to be first class where people will want to stay there. So what's been going on from the legislature last year, and I hope this year would be the same thing.
We agree.
Okay, anything else?
Well, I would like to say we've got our RFI on the streets now. And the RFI is to get information. People would like information from us on either leasing the golf courses or leasing the parks or all of the above.
And I appreciate so much you taking that. Clearly, there may be instances in which someone would be able to devote more capital even than we're paying to getting into your hands right now to upgrade, particularly for campers and mobile transportation. Representative Cockerham.
Thank you, Governor. Dr. Polis, I saw that you're requesting additional money for the detection and management of CWD.
Yes.
And I was just curious, how many cases have been detected since the first one in 2019?
I think we're at 87 now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But I would like to make a comment on that. We have, on the money that we received for CWD, is that we have spent the first year, which was the year that we didn't know which way it was going to go. And we've spent that $400,000 plus some others. And one problem that we have with Pittman Robertson money, the first year we could not spend it on CWD. They wouldn't approve it. Now we use that $400,000 for match, what we're spending plus match money, because they will accept it now, I believe, and reimburse 75% Pittman Robertson. So that's a really new important thing to happen. The other thing that's going on is we met with Public Service Commission. Of course, Lynn was the lead on it. He has some background in that a little bit. And we met with Energy and Basic Power and the EPAs. We had 13 parks that we are responsible for the service in those parks from gate to gate. And that's a sizable figure. And they're talking about working with us and taking that over. which is a great deal. That's a win-win for everybody. And we're working on that now.
And when you say take over, how do you mean?
Take over the responsibility for all the electrical.
Oh, I see.
From gate to gate.
I got you.
And that includes, see, we've had, on 13 parks, we've had to have a crew with a bucket to take care of any transformers or anything else that had to be done in those parks ourselves.
Senator Boyd?
I believe when I visited with your staff back in early this summer, I believe they gave me the numbers that there were 5 to 6 parks that y'all consider profitable kind of annually each year. With the increase of visitors in COVID, did the number of parks that were profitable each year, do we have an increase in those numbers or anything?
We do.
Okay.
We sure do. It was 12 to 15%, depending on the park and the location in the state.
So how many state parks after this past fiscal year were profitable?
I would say that it's somewhere between 8 and 10 is right.
When you do that, do you define profitable to include overhead from the state office?
No.
So it's really not profitable?
Some of them would be.
I think there was one.
But we're talking about operational costs.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, sir. Representative?
I'd like to know how, in phase 1, 2, and 3, how were these chosen? Was this just chosen at random, or do you claim it was based on need, or how was this plan chosen?
We hired a consultant firm, Waycaster firm. Where it is? Page 3. But anyway, yes, we prioritized it. We had meetings with the architect and evaluated parks by experienced park employees, the management, and the administration, and the figures that you see coming in on an annualized basis. And so that's basically the evaluation of the parks and what phase they go in. Now, if you say in clusters, if we had some parks, 3 parks that were together in an area, geographical area, and we could add 2 more within that area, then we would look at that as a group first. Then we go to the next group. Like if you look at Northeast Mississippi, Tom Beebe, Tishomingo, J.P. Coleman, you look at those as clusters also. Like Percy Quinn, Paul B., Buccaneer, Clarko, all of those would be looked at as a cluster of parks.
Okay. Now that makes good sense, but the next question is more general in nature, high level. You've been leading this agency for a long time. How did our parks get in this shape? It's one of the biggest complaints I hear from the people I represent. I want to know how we got in this shape so we make sure we don't do it again.
Funding.
Okay, well, I knew you were going to say that, but I'd like to know
That's not a simple answer. Funding is the answer.
Well, I mean, can you point to specific examples over the years where the agency has come to the legislature and said, hey, this is our plan to maintain and upkeep these parks, and the legislature's just said flat no? Has that what has happened, or is it something else?
It's been a determination. Some of you may remember Mr. the Chairman of Appropriations a few years back, Mr. Couch.
Before my time, but I've heard stories.
Some good stories.
Yeah.
But Mr. Capps would always ask me, what do you think we need to do? And my thing is, yes, we do need to put some money into it like we're doing now, 3.5 matching dollars, plan it out. And then what would you need on an annualized basis? And we told him then $2 million a year to keep up. Because you can throw $100 million right now. $100 million right now. And that's not the answer only. Then you got to continue to support that and keep improving, because it ages just like your home. You always got to do upkeep.
Yeah, no, I understand it. I understand it.
But there's no blame except money. If you look at what I gave you earlier, the general fund allocation alone dropped 60% over time. And we come back and say, we need more money to do this. We've had 2 infusions in parks in big bond bills. One was when Governor Waller was governor, because he was a park individual. The other one was in the 90s, I think, 96 or 98, but part of that money went to buying land, which should never have happened that way, but it did, and build golf courses, which we didn't ask for. It's a lot of things that are built out there and determined where they ought to go that we have no decision on. That's how things happen, unfortunately, sometimes. So we believe money and proper decision-making by all of us will bring parks back up. And parks don't need to go anywhere, or if you move it, you got to move the support of money. If you created a tourism division like Louisiana, they fund it because they have a continuous source of funding. In every state system that we are competing with, if you saw the WLBT report, there's a lady that worked state parks there for 35 years. She said our parks were down just like Mississippi parks are now. She said we got an infusion of $20 million a year, and wildlife, which they're separate there, got an infusion of over $25 million a year, and then tourism got another $10 million a year. And she said we used to take boards from the front of the buildings, replace those, and take the ones from the back of the buildings that weren't worn and put them in the front of the buildings. We've done the same thing. Same thing. And she says now we can compete with anybody. Well, that's after she gets $20 million a year. So it's going to take continuous funding of parks. Now, do we need to operate 22 or 20 parks? No. Not unless you're going to fund those. But some of them are too small, and they need to be handled that way. As a small park, never going to be a big park, never going to attract people from outside the state. Most of our people that we have right now, and we're fortunate, some people in Mississippi can't go to Florida. They can't go to California. They go to their state park within 50 miles. And we're providing service to them.
You gonna bring us recommendations about which ones to shut down?
I'll be happy to discuss which one to shut down, but I'd like to make a recommendation will be accepted. Be happy to, if we could get it accepted.
Any other questions? One last one, Tim. The legislature appropriated, I think, $3 million for an additional purchase for Mal Mason last year. Did that close?
Yes, sir, it's closed.
Okay. So that money has been expended, we've expended it, and you've acquired the additional acreage?
What, sir?
You acquired the additional acreage?
Right, yes.
Okay, any other questions?
One question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bond.
And I'll be real quick. So just in my, looking at the peer report, Pierce conclusion, quote, that a more permanent solution for the state parks is a dedicated source of funding, such as enjoyed by several of our surrounding states. Do y'all agree with that Pierce conclusion?
I agree with 100%. Now, where it comes from, I don't know, but 100%.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Tim, how long have you been commissioner there?
Me?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him.
How long?
29 years.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right, corrections.
Hey, how you been?
May be accepted, it may not.
How you doing?
All right, Commissioner, you're up.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me here today. I appreciate it very much. And opening up, I want to just mention a couple of things. One is your bill, House Bill 2795. Already for 2 months, we have seen 405 paroles. Based on that bill, project that out over a year, you should see 2,400, which we hope that works. That'll impact us with probation and parole a little bit, but still.
Commissioner, would you lean forward or pull the mic closer to you? They're saying they can't hear you on the.
All right.
They'll pull it as close as you can.
Can you hear me there? Is that better?
Yes, sir. Much better. Thank you very much.
Did you hear what I just said?
No, sir. You can cover that real quickly again.
I'm going to do it again. Okay, House Bill 2795. So far, for 2 months, it's been enacted. There's been 405 granted paroles. Prorate that out over the year should be about 2,400, which is good, reducing the population. So that's good. Also, today in prison we have 17,274, of which we have in Mississippi State Pen 1943, CMCF 3,105, and 2,498 at SMCI. Marshall has 699. Just a little tidbit there. Okay, I'm gonna go fast. I'm following your list. Let's talk about hiring people and how many we need to hire. Okay, so far this year we've hired 495 correctional officers. The bad news is we lost 223. The gain is 311. So we gained. That's good. But we've got a long way to go to keep the consent decree from coming and to keep the government away. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit more here in a minute. And so anyway, we're asking you for some more positions, and that's going to get us up to what our consultants have told us we need to have. We've hired the same consultants the Justice Department has to do staffing analysis, and we're not quite complete because we don't have the analysis yet for Wilkerson and for East Mississippi, for Marshall, and Walnut Grove. So that's going to be that's something we have left to go. And when you look at hiring, the little flyer that we sent you, it shows the pictures of the blitz we do, and we're doing one this Saturday, and this is our buses that's out hiring folks, giving away hot dogs and hamburgers just to get your name and see if you might want to work for corrections. So the whole deal is we have to know, and you have to know, that we've done all we can to hire these folks, and if we can't hire them and we do all this and we don't stop losing them, then we must not be paying enough. But we think we are. So we're still struggling to do that. I heard you earlier talk about related benefits. We put out these type flyers to all our employees showing even though you make $33,000 a year starting, if you have a college degree, that job is worth $50,672. So they need to know what it's worth. It's worth a lot more than the 33. Most people come at 31.8, and that's going to be worth $48,720. So that's kind of what we're doing with our hiring and our buses. So now, let's talk about Walnut Grove. This is exciting to me because here's the deal. First of all, what did it cost? We're going to pay $10,500 a month. We're going to start October the 18th. We'll bring in the first inmate, which will be 32. There's going to be support inmates. Now, we pay $10,500 a month up to 200 inmates. Over 200, we pay 50 cents per inmate per day. Now, here's what we're going to do. First ones are coming in, it's going to be to supporting staff and so forth. But we talk about the addiction unit. That's what we're really excited about. We're going to have documentaries on this because it's never been done before the way we're doing it. And what's going to happen is we're using the model Palmetto, which is the Betty Ford Center of the South. We're using that model with Orion. We're going to bring in 32 inmates into one of the tiers. For 45 days, they're going to have intense treatment. Now, if you were to pay for this on the street, this would cost you $12,000 to $15,000 for this month of treatment. After the 45 days, that's going to be nearly Christmas, they'll come in the first week of November. Then we'll shift over in January, we'll do another 45, and these two will go into aftercare. Once they come to Walnut Grove for this program, they will never leave until they're released on the street. The program, they'll have to have a year on their sentence to come to Walnut Grove. The other unique thing is they have to want to come. Just like if you need addiction on the street, if you really want to get help, you got to want to do it. So we're going to find that many inmates that want to do it. Once it catches on, we're going to probably have a problem that the judges will start trying to sentence people to it. So that's probably going to happen, but let's just hope it does. That's a good sign. But it's going to be successful. Now, here's the other thing. They go through this aftercare, and they have a therapist. Now, what we've done is we're working with Mississippi Medicaid so that when you release from prison, you have your therapist. Your family's going to come in like you would do in real treatment to discuss why you're addicted and what's going on with you. Then when he's released, Mississippi Medicaid picks him up with the same therapist. So he doesn't change anything. He goes home, keeps the same therapist. This is virtual, most of this stuff, but he still continues his treatment because it doesn't end when he walks out of prison. It really never ends. Then he gets involved in NA, AA, and so forth. So we really hope to break this cycle. Now what's going to happen is we're going to do a documentary with this because it's never been done anywhere, especially hooking up with the Medicaid in your state. So we think we're going to really hit a home run for Mississippi, some really good press, somewhere like A&E and so forth, and this is already in the works. That ties up with some of the documentaries we had from Angola. These same folks, they believe in this and we can do this. So this is how Walnut Grove goes. Now here's what Walnut Grove should have. It's going to have 170 in treatment, and we're talking about this year, 1 year. It will have a capacity of 298 because in January, part of it goes over to the gang side because it's large. So we reduced the gang population from about 6,500 to 1,500, we think. It's a fluid move. It's hard to see exactly. We've identified 50 for sure leaders. Now, the leaders aren't the violent ones. The leaders are the ones calling the shots on everybody else and running the deal. So anyway, we need to lock them away. Everybody that goes to work at Walnut Grove will pass a polygraph. It's going to be on, did you do drugs? Did you bring drugs or bring contraband into prison? And so forth. Those two issues. We want to know you're clean. We want to know you don't do contraband. Now, the reason for that is we have to keep the drugs out of the addiction center. We have to keep the drugs and contraband away from the gang leaders. So therefore, to do that, we must ensure that the staff is really up to snuff. So we're doing that. That's going to make sure it works. The gang leaders start coming in January the 1st. Now, they're going to live almost a secret life because we're going to be sure that they're not having anything to do with leading anybody. They're going to be learning that that's not good. So they're going to be in treatment too, and we're going to try to get them out of the gang. It's a 3-cycle program. You come in the middle. You're in a single cell, and that's why we needed Walnut Grove. It couldn't be private because it's double cell. It would cost us too much. We couldn't have the single cell. He's got to live alone. Now, he'll come in at level 2. If he's good and worked hard to get there, in 3 months, he probably can go to a double cell and maybe be on his way out of the gang, maybe. But we're going to be watching him. He's like dancing with a bear. Keep your eye on your partner at all times. So anyway, we're going to have him there. Now, if he does bad, he goes to level 1. Then you got to work hard to get to 2 and then back to 3, and he may never get out. Who knows? It's on him. So that's how Walnut Grove works. Each one of these programs have room to expand. That's what's good. And so that's how we plan to do Walnut Grove. Now let's talk about any questions? You have any questions? I'll answer them as we go along. Who, Walnut Grove?
No, I did go through Walnut Grove. I think it was available for you to utilize. I'm real pleased that you're utilizing that. I think it's taking a lot of pressure off a lot of other places, and it seems like you're making good use of it. I do have a couple other questions when we get down to parole officers and parole board. When you get to that part, Commissioner.
Good. We do want to talk about the parole board and some time there, because when the guy, I skipped right to that, just this part of it since you reminded me. When the guy makes parole, we're working with the parole board on this. When he makes parole, we want him to go home. Right now, it takes him about 6 weeks before he's gone. So if we can get him out and save a month of time, we save the cost of keeping him in prison for a month if we made a bed available. So Pickett's working closely with us on that now, Mr. Cooper and all of them. And the way we're doing that, we have their budget, and so we provide the money for their people, so it's just speed up the process. If it takes another person, we're going to give it to them so we can hurry up and get them out. That's one thing we're doing with parole board. So we got our hand with them pretty close right now. That saves some money. Okay,
I think, when there was a peer report out on the parole board that I'm sure you're very familiar with, that addressed some of those issues, and a lot of it had to do with the timing issue. There were some expenditures, minor amounts, I think, for travel or something, but it had to do with timing. Are you satisfied that the parole board is responsive in a timely manner to your request for getting people out of prison?
I think they're getting there. I think they're doing well, per se, and we've had a couple of meetings with them, and we know the peer report, and we're trying to work with that, and Mr. Pickett is too. So I think we're moving forward really well, and I think it's going to work. But we do need to. What I'm really passionate about is I don't want them to parole gang members. Because when I look at the violence in Jackson and anywhere else in our communities, when you parole a guy in a gang, you just put a guy in the community that has no job normally, that is going to extort, exploit, and do whatever he can to the community, causes the violence. When you look at who's doing the shooting, even here, a lot of them are parolees. So they're buying into that. And so I'm not going to be signing that earned release time either. When it comes around to me, I'm supposed to sign earned release. You're supposed to be in a program and have a job. But if you're in a gang, I'm not going to sign it. You just got to keep staying in prison until you decide to get out of the gang.
On your parole, I know we had some concerns, parole agents picking up people who had their parole revocated, and they were not getting them. They were not picking them up. And I've turned back to the tragic example of the highway patrolman that was murdered on Highway 61 south of Vicksburg. So where are we on parole agents and on the availability for them to get people who are on parole? I noticed you had a 37% recidivism rate. The people on parole, get them picked up and put back in a timely fashion.
Glad you asked that. We've asked for 20 more parole agents in our budget because we anticipated the increase from the release we were going to have. But then what we've done is in each parole district we've set up a warrant group where they have 3 agents committed to just working warrants. And what you're talking about, when they violate parole, they do a warrant, then nobody ever goes and works the warrant. I'm embarrassed to tell you how many had warrants. I know if you really want to know, it's about 7,000. Are out there that should be arrested and should then have these warrants. So we realize that. So we start each district working to act and work out on the warrants. So we're doing it. And I have to say, you brought that to my attention a few weeks ago, a month ago, because you were concerned about it, and I appreciate it. So we took your advice, and we now have that going. That's working now. So we're working the warrants.
I think you're so right about that, Commissioner. I appreciate that. I think you're so right about that. Those are the worst of the worst. That's your highest recidivism rate. That's the people that are going to murder and rape and pillar and rob. And so we want them, when they have a warrant outstanding, we want them to be picked up. That, to me, is as important as keeping them in prison in the first place. So when we have those, we have that tragic death, and there are other examples of individuals like that. So I'm very pleased that you do that, and it's my understanding that you want 20 additional parole agents.
Well, good. I'm gonna give you a report next year that we picked up most of them, I hope. It's gonna be half of them at least, because we're gonna echo what you just said all across probation parole, because they do need to come to jail. They need to be revoked. They need to come back. That is the one that causes violence. That's why we don't want to parole them, the gang people either.
Okay, any questions so far? Anybody? Questions? Go ahead, we're ready.
Okay, we're going to talk about Marshall. We opened Marshall the 13th. We took it over the 13th of September. It's working well. It's unbelievably well. We have our bus that's going to be in Marshall at 10 o'clock Saturday morning in the community. We usually go to Walmart. We try to recruit people from there as they come and going. And we like to go during the week because Saturday everybody has a job probably. During the week they don't. So anyway, we're very proactive about hiring people. So far we have enough. We're working with full staff, not full, but we're working with adequate staff for safety and so forth, working well with the sheriff and the community. And so Marshall's working. We're doing good. We did reduce the population to 699, and we don't have any maximum security there. It was never designed for that type inmate, so they were there because the private company got paid more money for keeping maximum security inmates, so they pushed the button on it, and the Department of Corrections before gave them what they wanted, and so therefore we picked up too much violence. It wasn't the right type inmates to be there. So there's no red legs there. Green legs, black legs. I don't call them stripes.
Thank you.
Anyway, so that's where we are with Marshall. That's working good. Let's move to the consent decree. Here's where we are there. They burn us up on medicine. I can read you the list. To give example, SMCI, well at CMCF, we are 105% staffed. That means we're overstaffed. At Parchment, we're sitting here at 87.5%. When Justice Department came by, we were at 51%. So it's been a great increase there. South Mississippi is 92%. We were 82% when Justice came by. So we weren't up to snuff with medical, and that's with staffing people. So we are staffed up pretty much. Well, Marshall is 88. It was 50%. Give example. Wilkerson is now 81. It was 51% when Justice came. So see, the delivery of health care is obviously a lot better because we didn't have staff to do it. So that worked well. Let's look at food. Okay, one thing you can look at too is what kind of letters are you getting? I don't think you're probably getting as many letters as you used to get and complaints, but let's go to food. Food, we probably say we figured out and we saved at least $2 million by doing the food ourselves. We know that for a fact. The food was good enough that we had a problem when we started doing the food because they would steal the food. Because they would take the cake, the guys cooking it, this big old square cake, and they'd cut it in half and sell the other half. And so, in the dorm, so they were profiteering off our food. And they were stealing our fish, because we had real fish, and it was good. So we had a problem with stealing the food, so we had to add extra security in the kitchen. It was funny to me that, hey, you've been complaining and grumbling about the food, now you're stealing it. So that shows the food was good. Anyway, today, I give you an example. Today we got our first ACA accredited, CMCF is accredited. It's all done, first one. Justice is going to like that. This afternoon we're having a fish fry. We're feeding every inmate their fish. That's 3,000 of them and all the staff. And we start at about 5 this evening. It'll take 8 o'clock tonight to have that kind of fish fry and French fries. But it's a morale booster. Victims wouldn't like that, but still we got to have prison, so that's what we're doing. And so we're really proud you let us have our own food. The air conditioning at Parchment, we did it. We got to build an air condition, but guess what? We didn't anticipate how much electricity it was going to take, so the transformers can't carry it. So I have to admit our error. So now we've had to add transformers so we get it air conditioned the next spring at least, because it's fixing to be cold anyway. So the air conditioner is there, but it doesn't work. Justice Department will like that. It's clean. I could have brought you a video to show you. You wouldn't believe what it looks like. It's all cleaned up, it's repaired and so forth, so we're cool there. The Justice Department is going to kick us, or you know what, if we don't get the hiring done. I talked to the consultant, from Mr. Lundstrom from Alabama, and he confirmed if you don't hire these folks, they're going to have a finding. So we've got to hire the people. I believe we can. Now, here was what we weren't doing. That's why we lost so many. I didn't realize it till just here lately, but we weren't paying overtime to the new people we hired because there was a rule you had to have 480 hours of K time, I would call it compensatory time, before you could have overtime. I didn't believe that when I realized it because I knew in Louisiana we were paying the new hires. The same federal law in Louisiana is in Mississippi. So I went to the personnel board myself, and we found that we could pay the overtime. So now, starting October the 1st, everybody that we've hired, all these new employees who need the money the most, are going to get paid their overtime. They weren't getting paid any overtime for at least 3 months. So they couldn't live. You work a month before you get a check. That's only half a check. You got to pay rent and your car note. You're working all this overtime, and it's not going in your pocket. Now it's going in your pocket. But Thanksgiving, they're going to have the money. So I think we'll stop losing the ones we hire. Then we're going to know if that doesn't change it, if we don't get our people hired, then I'm about to tell you we got to pay more. But I hope not. But you got to know when we say we have to pay more that we've done all we can to hire. We didn't just sit here looking at them. That's where we are with Justice Department.
Let me ask you a couple questions about that real quickly. On your medical services, at one time there was a proposal to move some people from our cost to Medicaid, and you've outlined some of that here, to Medicaid hospitals. Where are you on that? And there were proposals from the private sector to take out certain patients and convert them to a Medicaid.
It's still laying there. That's something that the Pro Board had come up with to do, to pass some parole, some of them to nursing home, and then the Medicaid would pick them up. But that's going to require legislation to do that, and last year the legislation wasn't successful. So it's just laying there to do if we can. So
it seems like that would be a significant decrease in their government starts paying for 82% of it, and we don't.
That's right, and I just met with University of Mississippi on telemed, and we're going to really ramp up telemed and go fast and furious with that because two things: we don't have to transport the inmate, plus it saves us money in medical, and we're going to rebid our medical contract this next year. So we have telemed in place when we do that, and therefore vendors should bid less because they won't have as much cost. And so if I can get the telemed in place, but we're going to have to pay for it, then we can have that as a reason to have a better contract, a cheaper contract for medical overall. So telemed is the way to go, even with emergency.
When you look at that parole, I believe there were several hundred inmates that we could take off that were end-of-life type issues, actually, that could go to a private would be significant less. I'd appreciate if you could bring us that statistics when you come in January.
I'll bring you the number that we could bring off, and that'll have an impact on the legislation, I'm sure, because we got to save money. It's a good deal. I'll have it for there. Okay, let's look at the next thing you had for me was my sheet back. Okay. Here it is. All right. We're talking deficit appropriation, and I think that's pretty simple, what we did with that. And two of the questions y'all had in capital expense. And the deficit appropriation was making up the $21 million that we were running a deficit and kicking the can down the road year after year after year. So we paid all that off, and some of that was, for instance, $400,000 went to Jefferson. Clean up my Centurion, we owed them $1.4 million, so we paid them off, and $13,000 even to a guy with oral surgery. So just whatever, we spent the money to pay all our bills and get caught up and move forward. And so, let me see, in Chapel, let's talk about that. We are moving forward, thank God we are, because after you passed the legislation you did that impacted the community colleges, we tagged on the same legislation so that we could speed up building our chapels, and we have 6 of them ready to go. And right now it's moved fast. I commend Glenn Cornbreck and all for moving fast with that. And so we're surveying the sites now. That survey has to be completed, or the site has to be completed by Wednesday so they can do the actual survey. He's working real hard to get the architect and get the engineers, and we've already given them the plans, and so we should be constructing chapels by January. Now that falls into the money that you gave us for the $6 million for reentry. And I'm gonna lose my place here, but Anyway, let's talk about that a little bit. We have chapel reentry. Okay, we've already committed $3,007,775 to reentry projects. It's in the process of being purchased and on site and coming in. Now, $3 more million is set aside to build those churches. We have to have the churches. The churches are really how you keep the gangs going, kill them off, and we bring about more rehabilitation. If we just do skills and trade and we do all these programs that teach you how to make a living and all that, but we don't do something about your morals, we just made a smarter criminal. We've seen that happen over and over. So the morality is important. We have our seminary working, our field ministers are working, and we see our violence decreasing sharply and fast, and we really do. So anyway, we just ordered our trailer that's going to have 8 welding simulators in it. It costs about $400,000. MPIC is building it because it's going to be cheaper for us. This thing is a big old 18-wheeler that we can move to each prison, and it'll stay 2 or 3 months at each prison. The community colleges are doing that as well. And like at Martha, we got on the list for 3 months to use theirs, and I'll be meeting with the president of the community college up there in a couple of weeks. It's scheduled. So we'll be in his schedule. So we're working with community colleges everywhere we can because they have resources that we don't have to buy. And so they want to be partners, so that's great. And they have Pell Grants, that's free. So we're cool working with them, and we're doing that. And so I had a video to bring you of all this equipment that's bought so far, but most of it's installed. But like at Martha, we started we started an air conditioning school the first week we were there because the air conditioners were broke, so why not start a school? Because we had an air conditioner expert there that was a convict, so let him teach school. So he was excited to get to teach school. We got him certified, and so here we go. Let's talk about cars a little bit. Okay, cars. We have exactly 574 cars, of which 383 have over 100,000 miles. 46.5% have over 150,000 miles. The reason is we didn't have a deficit last year. We ended the year cool. I can't promise that this year with this Justice Department coming and the hiring, but we didn't buy any cars, and we hadn't bought any cars. The car I drive has 110,000 miles, and I can drive it 2 more years. But anyway, because I don't drive far and fast as those other guys. We had to have these cars because we're going to have, see, here's the thing, we had 87 vacant probation parole slots when I came. We don't have that anymore. That means 87 more people need cars because they're out there working. And so we're adding 20 more. We're getting more people out on parole, so we're going to need the cars. And so I hope y'all will see fit to give us the cars. That was one of the issues on my little sheet. And we need to talk about probation parole a little bit more. And probation parole, in collecting their fees, they collected $813,000 of $1,114,000 possible, which was 73%. Now, the reason they don't collect 100% is the guy's on parole and he don't have a job and he just can't pay it. And he's trying to get started and make it, so we'll waive it. They can do that. Cut him some slack, let him have some time. So you might say 73% of the time they cut him slack and let him go because he's struggling to get started. So I don't really have a problem with that. I think that that's still good because of the $1,114,000 we could have collected, we did get $813,000. So that's kind of where we are with probation parole. I've run fast through this pretty much, and
well, let's turn to questions then, because we're a little bit behind, not much, but we're a little bit behind. Let's turn to questions from the panel. Anyone have any questions for Commissioner Kane? Senator Fillingane?
Thank you, Governor. Of the 7,000 outstanding warrants that you were referencing earlier, I'm assuming that with the bill and the number that you said earlier had been paroled, around 405, and you extrapolate that to 2,400 for the year, if you pick up half of the 7,000, then we're still sort of going in the wrong direction as far as the overall population, or am I missing something about the numbers there?
No, we've changed the whole direction of probation pro by changing the managers. See, we've changed all the prisons have new superintendents and wardens except one, and it changed just before I got here. So we've changed all the leadership, and we've changed the probation pro as well. So they're doing a really good job now. They're out there chasing and working hard, and they're doing their job, and they're managing these people. So we're not getting it. We're not losing ground on warrants or in supervision. We're doing well with that, and so it's gonna. I can get to where we said and probably have 3,500 in a year because they're already moving that direction. We already put it all in place. So it's about fixing it as soon as you find it. We found 10,000 warrants when we got here that were out there, and they just never did work the warrants. So we just went to work. We got to get them. We got to do it. And so they're motivated, working real hard, probation pro. Actually, they're our tactical team, and I'm going to be using 5 every day at Walnut Grove. As a tactical team person, we'll swap out 5 every week, 5 different ones, so they don't get, they don't lose their caseload. They got to still manage their caseload. When we do extra work, you still got to do your caseload.
But those people will end back up in your overall population census if they're picked up and brought back. Am I understanding that correct?
They're picked up and brought back, or they're picked up and go back to court. Whatever happened with the warrant they may not go back to incarceration. It goes back to the judge. And then the judge is going to do what he does because they violated their parole in some way. May go to the work center. We have the transition place for them.
So over the next year, when we're back here this time next year, what would your target population be? Currently, you said it was 17,274. Is that about the right level for a state this size, or do you anticipate that dropping off based on the legislation we've passed, or what is your thinking on the size of the population?
That's that question I was hoping you wasn't going to think about asking, because we don't know. Because we're going to see what this bill does, and we think it's going to do what it's doing here. If it knocks off 2,400, then you could think, well, we might be at 15,000. See, that's what you would think, and I would hope we might be. I hope we're more effective with our reentry program, which it's really going to happen. I didn't finish the other 3 million of the churches, of the 6 million you gave us. 3 million went to buy all this equipment. But if we do a good job with our recidivism rate, we really will see the population in Mississippi drop, and I anticipate we will. I do think it's going to happen, because we're not going to recidivate at the rate we've been doing it.
Yes, sir.
So let's hope and pray we do. We could be here at 15,000.
That would be great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Philgain. Any other questions? Any other questions, Commissioner? Representative Watson.
Thank you, Governor. Mr. Commissioner, do the gang members come to the Department of Corrections as members, or are they recruited after being there?
Before they were recruited, and so it wasn't. What happened was I got these calls, and I was really proactive, and I am, and I talk to families, and I do letters to inmates, and so I found out, surprised me, I found out that it wasn't always the gang guy that was causing the guy to call his mother and say, you got to send me this money, I'm going to be killed, I'm going to be stabbed. What turned out to was, in some of those cases, not all of them, but probably half of them, the guy was extorting his own family because he had an addiction problem and he had to have the drug, and we shouldn't have had the drugs in the prison to sell, or the tobacco is why we started smoking, to get rid of the tobacco, because that's what they were selling, extorting. So therefore, he was extorting his own family. You had a deputy sheriff that told me, I have no money, I have a fixed income, my grandson has cost me $11,000, and he was a retired preacher. We followed through that to the end. The grandson was no one was extorting the grandson. He was in a cell. He was extorting his grandfather, and I said, grandfather, don't send him more money. He's tricking you. He said, well, he did that all my life. I said, well, you ought to know he's going to do it when he goes to prison. So he was paying. So the gangs did convert some, but look, we like white on rice. We not going to tolerate that. And that's why we have the gang population cut down as low as it is. I didn't have one gang where I was before. We're not going to have them here. They can have them in anywhere else. We don't want them in our prison. It causes all kind of chaos.
Are there any complaints about the quality of the food that is served at the correctional facilities?
We won't get any complaints now, because when we do it ourselves, we cook big servings. They give you 2,800 calories. What if you don't like some of what they gave you, just 2,800 calories? That's all you're going to get. So we give big piece of cake. Everybody needs a big piece of cake, because if you don't like what else he eats, it can be full of cake. Cake is cheap. So that's why they were cutting the cake in half. So you got a big piece of cake. So at least leave with your belly full of cake, if nothing else. So that means they don't complain about the food. Then the other food we grow at Parchment. And I'm going to come back at you with another plan on how I'm going to get a workforce to do the farm and agriculture, because we're really kicking the farm up. We didn't talk about that either. We're really looking at going to cattle for 250 head of mama cows. We're really looking at dedicating 400 acres to doing this. And Senator McMahon's working with us on that. There's no reason we can't. We've got all those old hog barns that we can use as shade and shed, and we can generate more revenue. So we go in that direction, but you're going to have to help me with the workforce. I have a plan for that. Okay. Anyway, the food is cool. You'd like the food. Me and you could love to eat the food.
Okay, that would be my question.
Let me tell you what the food. We had one inmate come to us and said, I hadn't had a fried egg in 24 years, because we fry the eggs, and we fry eggs twice a week. You get fried eggs, you get grits, you get bacon, you get good stuff, turkey bacon. You can't have bacon because of Muslims.
Okay. Is it true that nearly all of the inmates who are currently confined in the correctional system will be returning to the streets at some point?
It probably is. We see that happening more and more. What happens is that if we get our churches and we change their culture, you're going to change your laws. And you're going to do it because you're going to realize that we change people's lives. You're locking them up because they're a threat. When we take the threat away and change the culture of prison, then you'll be more generous. And the victims will as well. But the inmates have to earn that. And that's what we tell them. They think you're a demon with horns and a fork and a tail. And so we want them to think that you change your life, you're a different person, you're a better human, that you have spiritual growth in whatever it is, and then you'll be free one day. Don't think you have to die in prison, but you have to behave because they're afraid of you and they don't want you out. That's reality. That's what you are. So when we change their thoughts, then we can change them. See, that's why I have the preachers at Parchment who had life sentences in Angola that were never going to get out. But they caused the public to change their perception of the inmate because he changed his behavior. That's where we're going.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions? Representative Washington, you good? Representative Cochran?
Thank you, Governor. Commissioner, I'd just like to first commend you. I know that when you first became commissioner, there was a lot going on, especially at Parchment, and I think you've done a great job in especially a short amount of time. You mentioned quite a few number of videos that you would have liked to have shown us were it not for the amount of time that we had for your presentation. The documentary that you mentioned on Walnut Grove, I don't know if there's some way that you can make those videos or those documentary links available maybe to LBO, but the staff, so that they can make it available to us. I'd be curious to and would like to watch it, to see it, especially the one on Walnut Grove. I know the governor said that he had the opportunity to visit and tour Walnut Grove in light of the new developments that you're making, but I think as we move forward, it'll be helpful as we're talking to our constituency about the services that are going to be made available. It will be helpful to share that information across the state.
Good. We will. We'll start making those available. We have a very talented PR person, and we're trying to do as much as we can to get good press and publicity, because we're going to get bad press when the Justice Department comes. To get ready for it, you're going to see all that old stuff we saw before, but we have to have some good stuff to show. So we're working hard to get more good press out. So thank you so much for having me today.
Commissioner, thank you for coming, and we're glad you're here. So thank you very much.
I'm glad I'm here too. We're having fun.
All right. Don't forget to get with Commissioner Gibson on those cows now. He's pretty picky. Okay, Medicaid. Education, I'm sorry, we got education. I'm skipping ahead. Welcome. Okay. How are you, Ms. Wright? Welcome. We're glad you're here. Could you please proceed?
I sure could. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for having me. I want to first start by recognizing my board chair, Ms. Rosemary Altman, is here with me today from the State Board of Ed, and Dr. Felicia Gavin, my Chief Operating Officer, and Pete Smith, my Chief for Communications and Government Relations. So we've got some other folks here. You have my packet that I gave you, and I'm going to go through that quickly with you to leave some time for questions to be answered. So I'm going to start on page 2. Part of what we do is start with our vision and mission, and that is something that I think that you need to know as well. Where we're headed, because I'm a firm believer, if you don't know where you're headed, you'll never know whether you get there or not. So this is something that the board has adopted, and the very next page, on page 3, are the board's 6 goals, and the entire department is organized around these goals, and all of our work and all of our initiatives are organized around these 6 goals. I want to first talk briefly about return on investment. I do this every year when I come. I think it's important for you to know, since you are the folks that give us the money to do the work that we do, what kinds of things are you getting in terms of return on investment. So if you start on page 5, you will see professional development. There is a lot of professional development. This has been a key strategy of ours, is building the capacity of our teachers and leaders across the state. If you look at page 6, you have been very generous with your money for early childhood. Our students thank you for that. Mississippi is now only one of 6 states in the nation that has received recognition from the National Institute of Early Education Research for meeting all 10 of their quality indicators. And I think it's really important for you to know that the children that attend our collaboratives are outperforming all of their other peers as they enter into kindergarten. On page 7, you'll see those stats. We've got about 77% of our children that enter kindergarten, kindergarten ready. Page 8 talks about our coaches. You gave us money last year for that. Our coaches continue to be out and about across our state. When we had to do this virtually, they also were available virtually. So it's really based on the amount of COVID at the time as to whether they're allowed in or not. But these early early learning coaches have been absolutely fantastic, not only in our collaboratives, but in other pre-K settings, public and private, across the state. Kindergarten readiness on page 9, we measure that every year. We have 1 in every 3 of our students, only 1 in every 3 of our students that enter kindergarten are entering kindergarten ready, but you will see that by the end of kindergarten, you've got just the reverse happening, and they're ready for 1st grade. I want to take just a minute on slide 11. This gives you the most recent results that we just put out yesterday from the board. You will see a very bright red line. You will see the first 4 years that we administered our Mississippi Academic Assessment Program. Continued growth in every single year in both ELA and math. Levels 4 and 5 represent those that are proficient or advanced. You can also see that we did take a dip. We talked about that yesterday at our board meeting. But I've got to say, I was pleasantly surprised that our dip was not as precipitous as it has been in other states. When you think about only losing about 6.5 points over a 2-year period of time, because these are results from 19 to 21, that lets you know that teachers and leaders have done an amazing job of building a foundation for our children that held really across the way. But these results are now back in teachers and leaders' hands, and they're using this to identify children right now that may need the extra help for accelerated learning. I'm really proud of the fact that our participation rate was 96.9%. Now, the federal government waived our 95% participation rate. They waived that. But we came out strong even before they did that and said we want to test as many children as possible. So even children who had not attended school all year made it back in to be assessed, because we felt it was important for us to know exactly what the state of education was in Mississippi. So hats off once again to all of these districts and schools that made this happen. So 96.9 was our rate, and in the prior years we had between 98 and 99. So that let us know we were testing almost every single child. And also our results, to be honest with you, mirror what's happening nationally. Mathematics took a greater hit nationally than did literacy. If you skip over to 13, we had the highest pass rate we've ever had on AP exams. We had, for all grades, we had a 44% pass rate. That's huge for us. And I think that speaks volumes, too, about the work that our AP teachers are doing to make sure that our children are continuing to learn, continuing to take these exams. If you will remember, we now have an arrangement with all of our IHLs that every child that takes and passes an advanced placement exam automatically earns 3 college credits. So this is what's really important to make available to children so that they can enter into college with already college credits behind them. Page 14 shows you, once again, we had the highest pass rate, graduation rate we have ever had in the state of 87.7. We have surpassed the national average. And on the very next page, on page 15, it shows you that our dropout rate is now down to 8.8. That says a lot about our high school friends that are doing a great job of keeping kids engaged and keeping kids in high school so that they are graduating college and career ready. So let me talk briefly about our legislative priorities, starting on page 17. We are once again coming to you asking for additional money for early childhood education. This is a key workforce development initiative. It is not just something for pre-K. It is something that lots of longitudinal data has shown that children that attend high-quality pre-K, let me be very clear, children that attend high-quality pre-K, which is what we are providing here in Mississippi, have been shown to graduate from high school on time, become employed, less involved with drugs, less involved with the police, and are far more successful in terms of raising families. So this is a longitudinal issue. It's not just an issue for 4-year-olds. We will take as much money in early childhood as you can give us. We've asked for an additional 10.3. If you'd like to give us more than that, I can guarantee you we've got waiting lists across the state of parents that are anxious to get their kids in these high-quality early childhood programs. On page 18, we're asking for just a little bit more money for professional development. This has been something that we continue to use as a key strategy in our overall improvement for education, building the capacity of our teachers and leaders across the state. On page 19, you will see that we're asking for a little bit more money to support our districts of innovation. There has been a great deal of increased interest across the state in becoming a district of innovation. And also in secondary, that $5.3 million is we would love to have that returned to us again to continue our math coaches. You were gracious enough last year to give us that money for math coaches. This will be the first year we have deployed them, so we are asking that you please give us that money again so that our math coaches can continue to be employed. We're asking for an increase of $1 million over MCOPS. We'd like to hire another 100 SROs to send across the state. On page 20, we have asked each year for us to be able to establish an Office of Test Security. That would be about $285,000, and we would need 3 pins in order to establish that as well. We have not been able to do the amount of accreditation audits that we once did. When I first got here, we were probably doing about 30 to 35 a year, and that money has been cut every year, and we would like to have that money installed back. So we're asking for $331,000. That should be able to allow us to conduct 25 on-site audits. These have become more and more important to us as we have seen districts that are struggling, whether it's financially or through governance or whatever reason. So we need the ability to get in there to find out what is going on and then to be able to provide an action plan for them. And then last but not least, we're asking for full funding of MAEP at $2.7 billion. And that brings, if you turn to page 23, the overall ask of about $3 billion overall, and then that is about a 12.5% increase from the prior year. But the one other statistic that I want you to note is on page 25. We get asked every year about administrative costs, and you need to know that if you look down at the second to the last line, The cost for running MDE is only 1.25% of this entire budget. So that is a very lean machine, and we have been able to accomplish, I think, some pretty amazing things for education across the state, but I think it's important to note that that is something that we keep an eye on as well. So I'm going to pause now and be willing to take your questions.
Questions from the panel? Questions from anyone? Questions from anyone? I'll start out. How's our kids affected after COVID and distance learning?
Well, I think that's what your test results are showing you, that there were some children. We had some districts that improved. So let me be very clear about that. We had some districts that showed growth overall proficiency, but we had a lot of kids that struggled. And so now with these results back in their hands, they have student data. Teachers and leaders are looking at this data right now. They're looking at their benchmark data to identify those children that are going to need additional help. We're going to be bringing RFPs with our ESSER money to the board, I believe, in November for districts to take advantage of for high-dosage tutoring. This will be K-12, all subject areas, and it will be pretty much around the clock so that they can identify those children that not only may need additional help during the day, but may need additional help at night and on the weekend. So they'll be able to take advantage of that. So that's part of how we're using our money.
Was there any difference between, I want to get into the 1.8 billion for sure, 1.6 billion, you got as much money as we did. Was there any difference between schools that are going on 9 weeks, 3 weeks off, and other schools that are going on the more traditional?
We don't really have enough schools that are doing that right now. We've got Gulfport, we've got Corinth, and there's one more that's escaping me. But out of 145 districts, there's only maybe 3 or 4 that are on that year-round calendar. So I did not bring that data. I would not be able to give you that data.
I'd like to know how they did, and although I appreciate the fact that other states did worse than we are, still the decreases are difficult for us because of
Absolutely.
Kids. Those are not, they're not statistics, they're children. And when we look at these to say, well, we had less loss than Missouri or something, I don't really care.
Well, let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. I'm not happy that we went down. You're exactly right. Behind every data point's a face. So I realize that we're talking about children that lost learning. I understand that. That's one of the reasons that we have been putting out resources and been putting out professional development to make sure that our teachers are able to identify those children that need to have their learning accelerated. I had that question asked to me yesterday by one of my board members. What are we doing? And one of the things that we're recommending our teachers to do is to continue to teach grade level standards, even if they know children are struggling, because the national research is out there supporting that decision. So we need them on grade level as soon as we possibly can, and I think that's exactly what schools and teachers are doing right now.
In your $1.6 billion that y'all received, how much do you anticipate the Department of Education has sole control of?
We have 9.5% of that.
Okay, so you'd be of 1.8 billion, you'd have 180 million, 175 $1 million.
That's about right.
Have you decided how you're going to spend
Yes,
it?
we have.
Okay, what would that be, ma'am?
I've got buckets I can give you. Part of the requirements that from the federal government, we have to set aside money for learning loss, no less than 5% of the total amount. We have to set aside money for summer enrichment. We have to set aside money for after-school programs. Besides technical assistance, alternative ed programs. We've got additional coaching. We've got issues we're looking at to try and make sure that we're expanding our teacher residency program so that we've got more teachers coming into Mississippi. The same thing is true for our performance-based program. I just mentioned to you the high-dosage tutoring. That's going to be a pretty big-ticket item since it will be available to all children in the state. High-quality instructional materials. We're looking to buy high-quality digital content. You know, with Mississippi Connects last fall, we gave every teacher and leader and student a brand new device. So now we're looking to buy high-quality digital content to go on those devices. We are modernizing our student information system, and that's not a small amount of money. That system is well over 30 years old, and so we're looking to put a great deal of money into that to get that up and running. We are looking to hire digital learning coaches. Those are coaches that are going to be out in our across the state, helping teachers to be able to use these devices in class and helping students to be able to use these devices in class. We're expanding telehealth and teletherapy. I have been working with the medical community for the past year and a half to make sure that we start with a pilot and then move that up to scale so that we will have telehealth and teletherapy available across the state. We're putting aside money for additional school nurses. Not all of our schools have nurses, so that's on our list as well. And also grants for pre-K for those schools that can get up and started with additional pre-K. We've got money going to the migrant program, the foster care program, career academies, so that if districts want to establish career academies, we have that set aside. School improvement funds, whether that is for additional coaches or whether that is for professional development in our schools that need school improvement. More professional development, college and career planning. There's a wide variety of things that we took a look at that fit within the federal guidelines that we felt would be able to assist our districts across the state.
Could you put those down with numbers by them for us, please?
Yes, I can.
I would appreciate if you'd do that, and so we could look at that. I want to turn for a second to MAEP. Earlier today, the panel heard a discussion about how many students, the average daily attendance. In that, it was mentioned a Rule 48 or 84, I can't remember which, that allowed you to make a designation of how many students are. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not. Dr.
Okay.
Gavin? Are you familiar with Rule 48 or Rule 84? Oh, okay, then let Dr. Gavin respond. I'm not.
Okay. Dr. Gavin, when we looked at this before, apparently there was a number as high as 8,000 students that were selected at random on a number. Is that correct?
Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Your specific question?
Yes. When we were, and the panel was given information earlier today by our analyst that there was a rule that allowed for the Department of Education to determine the number of students, and that the number of students varied by 8,000, which would have significantly affect the MAEP formula, and we wanted to know if that was accurate.
I don't have the exact number in front of me, but yes, you passed legislation last year that allowed us to basically hold the districts at no harm from their ADA from the previous year. So unless their ADA was higher than the previous year, they were given the benefit of the previous year's ADA.
So how does that affect this year? So won't we make the calculation this year based on the average daily attendance and not a mythical number? Because we've had census data that has shown us, that the legislature has just given, actually, it showed tremendous out-migration in certain areas, tremendous growth in others, as you would anticipate. So we would like an accurate count on average daily attendance. That's what we would be working the MAEP formula off?
The calculation that you have in the booklet for FY23, MAEP is based on FY20's ADA, but the final calculation, which will be done in December, you will have FY21's ADA.
So there won't be...
So it will be the actual ADA from FY21 because there's nothing in place for us to do anything differently at this point.
So when you do that, it'll be on actual account. You take that account in like September or October. Is that correct?
October.
In October, and so you'll be on an actual number of students.
That is correct. It will actually be on actual ADA.
Right.
For
so
21.
We won't have a, I don't know what you call it, a fudge factor of some sort because of COVID and other things we had. So that won't be in there. So this number that we're looking at here is probably not accurate.
It was accurate as of that time. That was FY20's number.
Right. So we don't know really this time what it would be.
No, we do not. You will have that information in December.
Okay. Commissioner Wright, Superintendent Wright, I think you're low on your early learning number, 26.3. And so how many students are, I think we should appropriate more than that. So how many students are actually covered? You said you added an additional, I think, 3,900 in your proposal.
So your new funding would cover about, give us total coverage of about 24.8 of our 4-year-olds.
24.8 percentage?
24.8% of our current 4-year-olds.
So 1/4 of our children would be eligible.
Any 4-year-old.
Any 4-year-old, 1/4 of our 4-year-olds would be eligible.
Correct.
Okay, and in your professional opinion, you've been at this a long time, we certainly appreciate your service in Mississippi. Why would we just restrict it to 1/4 of our children?
Money.
Okay, so how much money would it take if we had 1/2 of our children?
Well, if you've got 24 times, multiply that times 2.
So it'd be 56 or
at
$52
least.
million.
Mhm.
So if we gave
That's
you 50,
in addition, because we are asking for $10 million in addition. So what the total amount right now, I think, is at 16 million? 16.5, 16.6?
that's right, it's about 16 million, so it'd be
Mhm.
32 million would get us to that number?
It should.
Okay, and if we gave you that 32 million, are you in a position to be able to offer that to 50% of Mississippi's kids?
Absolutely. We've had waiting lists every single year because we've not had enough money.
And those waiting lists would absorb another $16 million.
Correct.
Okay. All right. On your ESSER funding, would you explain to and you and I appreciate the opportunity to visit, would you explain to the panel how that works, how your ESSER funding works? You're really not in control of that, are you?
Are you talking about MDE's ESSER
Yes,
money or the district's ESSER money?
The district's ESSER.
No, the district's ESSER money is on the districts. That's correct.
So how is that going? They're applying through you, and how is that coming right now?
Dr. Gavin, you want to explain all that?
Certainly. We have sent the districts their allocation, which is based on their Title I formula, and the districts have to submit an application to the agency explaining what they're going to use those funds for. Then the agency, in turn, will approve those applications, and the grants are based on reimbursement. So as the district spends those funds, they'll submit for reimbursement, and we'll reimburse them at that time.
So they're paying on reimbursement, and y'all provided some information to them on what the criteria were. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely.
And those criteria involve heating and air conditioning and some other things.
Absolutely. We gave them a whole guidance document, actually. It's on our website. And we went through that line by line, whether it was academics, whether it was health and safety, whether it was facilities, family engagement. I mean, you name it, we went through it. And we said, here's all the ways you can spend this money that the federal government allows.
But those expenses did not cover the shell of buildings, did it? They didn't cover the roof, for example.
I guess it would depend on how that would impact COVID. I mean, I think that was the big key with the federal government, was that COVID had to have an impact on that.
When I saw your stuff, it indicated that it was air quality, for
Correct.
example, those kinds of
That's
things.
kind of the government.
It did not include the shell of school buildings.
Well, I don't know specifically that it did or didn't, Governor. I know that some of the districts have looked at the possibility of adding on to facilities in order to space children further apart.
Right.
So if that was the case, then yeah, that would include part of the shell if they were adding on to a facility or adding on classrooms.
Have you done a study on what buildings are in disrepair to the event that it would hurt the children be educated in them?
No, sir, we've not.
Shouldn't we look at, as the state, shouldn't we look at making sure, if we're going to worry about air quality, that the fact that there's not water dripping on them?
Well, I think that's what the schools are looking at right now. I think that the schools are using their facilities money to do just those kinds of things. I mean, that's what we're hearing anecdotally from the districts, because I think that nobody's going to want to sit in a classroom, with water dripping on them. But the bigger problem is, if the federal government is not going to approve, we've got to be sure that the federal government is going to allow that as an allowable expense. And that's where and when we don't know, we ask the feds. We literally send an email in and say, hey, is this coverable? Somebody asked me the question, are solar panels covered? Can you use solar panels? And we wrote the feds, and the feds wrote back and said, no, that's not under the ESSER money. So anytime we've got a question, we ask, because I don't want to put any district in a position of saying, sure, go ahead, and then finding out that the federal government is not going to approve it.
Would you use that procedure, please, ma'am, to determine on the shell of the building, including the outside and the roof, and determine if that, and we'd like to know that.
We'd be happy to.
Yeah, before we get into allocating money next year,
Sure.
It seems like there was a proposal in the legislature at one point to have a school building working fund that
That'd be
schools
great.
would apply for.
That would be great.
But it seems to me like there may be schools that have this money being denied for certain things and allowed for air conditioning, heating, and other things.
We'll be happy to ask.
Yeah, I think we'd
Sure.
like to know that. Any other questions? Any other questions? Yes, sir. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Wright, I appreciate your coming before the committee, and I'd like to dive a little deeper on the ESSER funding. So where are the majority of school districts in terms of putting an ESSER plan together and submitting it to you for approval?
So they had to submit a plan for approval before they were even able to get access to their money.
So all districts have access to their funds now?
All districts have access to their funds if they've submitted their application and gotten approved, but the deadline, I believe, for the districts has been extended to the end of this month to get their application in for ESSER 3. But as soon as they get an approved application back, they can spend those funds.
So ESSER 1 and 2 are CARES Act monies, and ESSER 3 is ARP money, or is it all CARES Act?
The way it's been defined to us is ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and then ESSER 3 is basically the ARP. funds.
ESSER 1 and ESSER 2?
Well, we've called it that. I mean, I don't know what there's an acronym for every single bunch of money we've had coming in, but to make it simple for us, we've just called it ESSER 1, 2, and 3. But I know 3 is ARP. I know that, but and you're probably right, Senator Horn. It's probably from the CARES Act.
And 2 was in December of last year, so that would have been under CARES as well as 1. How long do they have to implement and complete their projects?
So ESSER 1 is through September 20, you correct me if I'm wrong, September 2022. ESSER 2 is through September 30, 2023, and ESSER 3 is through September 30, 2024.
Okay. And do you have any sense of how quickly school districts are actually putting in their implementation?
We know by the amount of money that they're asking for reimbursement.
Okay, and for school districts that are, this is based, as I understand it, on Title I funds, and a lot of schools that are Title I funded or eligible are poor school districts, and so it's done on a reimbursement basis. So what are they doing? Are they approaching banks and financing the improvements in order to get reimbursed?
Well, they have their own title dollars that they can use for some of these things as well. So this is in addition to the title monies that they get in Titles 1, 2, 3, and 4. So they have that. They have other state dollars that are available to them through MAEP. So I think it's probably a combination of both. Would you not say?
Yes, that is correct. And this is not a new process to the districts. They are always used to all of their reimbursements. All of their grants are on a reimbursement basis.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Yes, sir, Senator Governor.
Thank you, Governor. Ms. Wright, can you tell me the current enrollment of the public school children in Mississippi?
I don't have the actual number right off the top of my head because I know that we had a decrease in enrollment at the beginning. So I can get that number for you. I apologize, not having that.
That's okay. I was reading an article or a news release y'all have on your website about, I guess this was after COVID hit last year. There was a 23,000.
That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Person drop from September of 19 to September of 20. I'm just curious, did most of those or some of those 23,000 show back up?
Yeah, I've got an answer to that one. So when we realized that there was 23,000 children that were missing, I sent out all school attendance officers with the charge that they were to locate all children, and I needed to be ensured that they were in some kind of educational setting. I just didn't want them sitting at home. So we found over a period of 3 months, I think we tracked down all but about 300 of those children. We did see a large increase in the number of children that were not sent to kindergarten this year, but as you know, kindergarten is not mandatory. We also saw a spike in the number of children that were being homeschooled, and that was their choice as well. And then there's other codes that we use, whether that was out of state, or transferred to another school, private school. So we had to come up with a code for each one of those children.
Okay, so but it's your estimation that most of those children have been located
Yes,
and are
have been looking to come back. That is exactly what we're finding.
But back as far as like 2012, it looks like there was around 493,000 children in public schools. Today, maybe closer to 442.
That's correct.
So there's been a significant drop, and in your article you say there's been an average of 5,511 students decrease in the last
Every year.
3 years. Is that due to population? Is that due
It's
to
interesting that you ask. We don't really know. I attended a meeting with SREB before COVID, and we are the only state in the SREB consortia, if you will, that's losing student population and adult population. So I don't really know the reason why, but I do know that has been a steady decline in our public school enrollment, and it has been a steady decline in the overall population.
Because our overall population, we only lost, just, 6,000 folks, something like that. So I guess I'm curious, is the population aging such that you have fewer young children, school-aged children, or is it that these
I'm trying to think of our cohorts. Our cohorts have not, I'm trying to visualize that. Our cohorts have, well, it would probably have to be then that we are graduating larger numbers of children that are aging out and not bringing as many younger children in, now that I think about it. Because I think our upper cohorts are around 38,000, 39,000, but our younger cohorts are around 32,000, 33,000. So you're probably right about that.
Okay. And then I guess some people, like you were saying, with the advent of COVID, they're more concerned. They're homeschooling or they're private schooling in smaller settings to avoid, the threat of COVID. Do you see that?
Anecdotally, that's what we're hearing, to be honest with you. I mean, I think a lot of parents were just very afraid, and particularly with little ones. And I think, that's recent. The kindergarten numbers didn't surprise me for parents keeping the little ones at home. And nor did the homeschool numbers surprise me, with parents wanting just to keep their kids there. But we keep close eyes on that because it was a huge shock to us, the 23,000. And so I wanted to make sure that we were accounting for all these little ones, regardless of their age.
So in the past 7, 8, 10 years, as the population of students has dropped, do we see that correlation in the MAP funding formula? I know that's not the whole driver of the formula, but I assume student enrollment and population has a large part to play in the overall formula.
So I'm going to defer to Dr. Gavin on that because we just had this conversation.
Okay, Dr. Gavin.
That ADA certainly plays a role in the MAP formula, but each year, as you probably know, the formula is recalculated every 4 years, but during those other 3 years, we just put an inflation on the amount and we carry forward, but every 4 years, MAP-based student cost is calculated. And not only does ADA play into that, you have some base components that play into that, expenditures such as, the health insurance is a part of that, teacher pay raise goes into that, and there are just 4 or 5 basic components in terms of expenditures that also play into the calculation of base student costs. And we've seen the cost of business has gone up. If you look at your plant operations, if you look at the instructional costs, all of those variables have gone up. So there are several factors that go into it, not just ADA when we're looking at the base student costs.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Governor.
All right. We'll continue.
Okay.
Back to what you had said, or something you mentioned earlier. If you could elaborate on this a little bit, I'm just curious. I think you mentioned that if we had you've asked for an additional $10 million for early childhood. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you say that if you get the $10 million, we would then be educating, I think, did you say
24.8?
Roughly 25%.
Correct.
Are we to assume then, if that were to happen, that 75% of pre-K kids would not be being educated in a preschool?
No.
That doesn't take into account all the people that either do church or private or other means, correct?
Well, I don't do private, so I'm only talking about public. So we now also have about 14% of our children in districts that are funding their own public pre-K. So you've got your early learning collaboratives are at about 20, with this money, would be at 25%. The most recent data that we have has about 14% of our public schools offering pre-K that are not your collaboratives. So if you gave us the additional $10 million with counting the public pre-K that are currently paying for it, we would be up to about 39% of all 4-year-olds with the $10 million. Does that make sense?
Okay, so those numbers do not include
private pre-K.
For instance,
No.
people who,
No, sir.
The Baptist churches, you got to appreciate.
No, sir. No, sir. We don't have any idea about that.
Next question. Lottery funds. How are we spending the roughly, I'm not sure what the number ended up being, 40 additional million or so, 40-something million over the 80 lottery funds. Can you tell us how we're spending those funds?
Well, you gave us $5 million of it for our math coaches. You gave us an additional, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, was it $6 million last year on early childhood? Help me out here, Felicia. I'm trying to think about the other monies that we received on top of that.
Yeah, you're correct, about $6 million for early learning collaboratives. And I don't have the
other total off the top of my, what you're asking for, other than, I can tell you the big buckets for the math, our early, excuse me, I can tell you, our early learning coaches were in that, and I think that was about $1.5 million. Those are the biggest ones that are coming to the top of my head.
I am correct, though, am I not, that it was approximately $40 million in new money?
Not to the Department of Education. I don't have that exact figure in front of us, but we didn't get $40 million in lottery funds.
I think that's why I'm struggling here, because I know, like I said, I know the math coaches, I know the early learning collaborative coaches, and I know the early childhood, but I don't know the other big buckets that you're talking about with that amount of money. I mean, it may have gone to education, but it may have gone to community colleges or IHL.
Okay. I'm elbowing my appropriation chairman over here. It definitely was spent on education. We'll find out. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it was on K-12.
40 million went somewhere.
We'll be happy to take 40 million.
Well, I think you got it. I think that's what the legislation was. IHL and community college. Our chairman's on top of it here, Senator Hobson. So thank you very much. Any other questions, anyone? Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate so much your time and effort. You're training the future of Mississippi. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
I hope not. No, we need we have these, but I don't know how much. They got to wait. All right. Mr. Snyder, good to see you, Drew. How are you? We're running a little bit behind, so we're going to hold you to your 15 minutes. So you're up.
Great. Thank you, Governor Hoseman. For state fiscal year 2023, the Division of Medicaid is requesting level state support funding of $899 million. For state fiscal year 2022, the Division of Medicaid will not be requesting a state support deficit appropriation. That's the fourth consecutive year. The Division of Medicaid's financial condition has improved dramatically since the days of the $100 million annual shortfall. Prior to the pandemic...
Mr. Snyder, would you get closer to the mic, please? They're having trouble hearing you, or pull it closer to you.
Thank you. Prior to the pandemic, sound management and enrollment stabilization had helped position the division well financially, but the 6.2 percentage point FMAP increase after the pandemic has really accelerated our position. So enrollment has, Medicaid and CHIP enrollment has gone up 15.4% since March 2020. That's about 110,000 beneficiaries. Total Medicaid enrollment without CHIP is 16.6%. 100,000 of that amount is in 4 categories of eligibility. Pregnant women, low-income parent caretakers who earn between 0% and 27% of the federal poverty level, our children age 1 to 5, and the largest of that group is the children age 6 to 18. We have seen decreases in the long-term care population. Our SSI disabled population have stayed stable. We expected initially the public health emergency to end by December 31st, 2021, and our budget request reflects that assumption. The more that we have looked at this, the less that we are convinced that the Biden administration will end the public health emergency at the end of the year. They have prioritized higher enrollment numbers in Medicaid and the marketplace, and the same group of people that pushed for disenrollment prohibitions as a condition of the increased federal matching funds, are now predicting coverage crisis at the end of the PHE. So, I think this could drag on. I think midterms are going to, probably be a calculation on some of those decisions. So, until then, I think we are in a wait-and-see mode. Once the public health emergency ends, I think it will take 18 to 24 months to get back to pre-pandemic enrollment levels. We will see some state spike at the beginning because of the decrease of the FMAP and also the requirements to do new eligibility redeterminations for each of the 829,000 beneficiaries, and the notice requirements and process that go along with disenrolling Medicaid beneficiaries. We do have the carry forward this year, and we are estimating about a $260 million carry forward for FY23. We think carry forward numbers with steady funding will run out by state fiscal year, at the end of state fiscal year 2025. There's a lot of uncertainty out there right now, but there's also a lot for people to like. For coverage hawks, Medicaid is covering 110,000 people more, than we were prior to the, pandemic. And for fiscal hawks, we're still seeing stable spending and no budget overages. The technical amendments bill, the most popular change, at least for providers, was removing the 5% reimbursement holdback. Nurse practitioners, community mental health centers, and others saw their payments on July 1st increase 5%. Cost-based reimbursements for small rural hospitals, was added towards the end of the session. 16 hospitals have elected to take that reimbursement methodology, and we expect that to be a $4 million overall gain for those facilities. Uniform credentialing and managed care is continuing to move forward under Medicaid's new fiscal agent, and we expect that to go live at the end of state fiscal year 22. We recognize the interest of providers on that and think that will ease some of the it will simplify some of the administrative processes. I am sure most of you are familiar with the chokehold language from the conference report. Payments and rates of reimbursement to providers shall not be increased, decreased, or otherwise changed from the levels in effect on July 1, 2021 without an amendment to 43-13-117 by the legislature. To comply with state law, we locked in those payments and rates as of July 1, 2021, and to continue to get federal financial participation for these payment methods, we've prepared and submitted 35 state plans to the Center to CMS. Just last night, I believe we got approval for the freeze to the nursing facility rates, and we've gotten approval for, I believe, all but one, the pharmacy state plan amendment. We've been asked for additional information. We would like to see that language removed. I think it is in the best interest of providers, the Medicaid program, and the state as a whole to address that language. And I know that the governor is willing, if lawmakers are able to come to a consensus. I think there is a willingness to address that prior to January. Look, I will say this. I think one of our biggest concerns is a situation where state law potentially comes into conflict with federal financial participation in that federal match money. We don't want to be in a situation where we find ourselves unintentionally or otherwise having to incur 100% state spending on some of these Medicaid services that are typically reimbursed at 78.31% and currently are reimbursed by the federal government at 84.51%. I am aware of the IHL Economist's report on Medicaid expansion. I was able to take a look at that, setting the assumptions aside for a second, and there are some reservations about the assumptions. But just looking at the report, what really jumped out to me was that 65% of the estimated 233% that would be covered already had some form of insurance, either Medicaid, employer-sponsored coverage, or marketplace. So, what it looked to be was that this was primarily not providing uninsured individuals with new affordable coverage, but it was shifting insurance coverage for people who were already covered. Now, assumptions, there were some big question marks there. On the savings side, Mr. Miller projected that we would save $5.5 million in state funds on family planning waiver services because of an enhanced match. Medicaid expansion and the family planning services are already matched at 90%, and the state only currently spends $618,000 a year in state dollars on those services. So it's difficult to find where $5.5 million comes. But I will say too that these forecasts are notoriously difficult. If you look around the country, I think Louisiana was looking at 390,000, and they're currently at 685,000, over 14.4% of their population. We tend not to, as an agency, we recognize that these are big decisions, and it's a decision between the legislature and the governor. We try to provide accurate information when it is at our disposal. I will tell you, it will cost money. This is not a free or a add-on to the state. It will cost money. The question then becomes, is this the money that we want to spend? So I think I know that you have a lot of weighty decisions in front of you. Just to say, as you have questions and Medicaid-specific information, because I know as people look at this, some of the, I don't know a lot. I don't know. I'm not an economist, but there are things about Medicaid that we certainly, if we need to, inform people, we're happy to do it. So that's it in a nutshell. Certainly.
Any questions from the panel? Any questions? Yes, sir. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Snyder, there's also been talk about a federal workaround for the 200 to 300,000 working poor in Mississippi through providing health care through a federal exchange without a state match being required. What are your thoughts about that?
I think it's going to be interesting to see if it stays in the reconciliation bill. I know that that is my understanding as well, is that the non-expansion states would not be incurring, the way it's written today, that 10%. That 10% non-federal share, and the states that had already expanded, if they moved their members to that federal exchange, would still have to pay that 10%. My understanding is there's some horse trading, some back and forth going on around, increased coverage for Medicare vision and dental, and but it's it will be interesting to. It will be interesting to see what happens.
Thank you. And you're also are in the process of perhaps putting out an RFP on the operation of the managed care program. Where are we in schedule as far as that RFP going out?
I think we're close. We're continuing to make some tweaks, and there were. We have gotten the Public Procurement Review Board approval for the various factors, and so I think without giving a hard date, I do think that's something that we will see this fall.
And we have currently 3 providers. Do you anticipate that number going up, going down, or what?
The state plan that we submit to CMS and get approval from that we've committed to do a competitive process of at least 2 or no more than 3. We historically had 2. We went to 3 on this past contracting cycle. I think given the size of the managed care program currently, I would not recommend. I think 3 is probably the max number that you would want. If we continue to do the competitive process.
And is it about 75% of our recipients are in the managed care program?
We've got 500,000 currently enrolled in managed care and CHIP. It goes between the mid-60s and the high 60s typically.
One last question on your funding request. You're requesting an additional $25 million in home and community-based services. Is that going to result in more waivers being issued?
We're in the process of looking at the type of the American Rescue. Those funds provided some additional. They raised the FMAP, but they also put in some conditions about that this was meant to. It was meant to be new money, not to supplement existing. What we want to be real careful about is that we don't spend this one-time money for recurring expenses. I think there's an interest though overall in what we've seen in the legislature the last few years to get the waiver slots up. That's something that I think our clinical operations folks are also in favor of, recognizing that within it does need to be fiscally responsible and sustainable, but it's popular and it also seems to work.
And there's a pretty long waiting list for folks wanting to get on those programs, right?
There has been. The longest is the IDDD waiver. We have been working with the planning and development districts to get the wait list on the elderly and disabled waiver down. And the same goes for the waivers administered by the Department of Rehab Services. And I think we're seeing some results. I don't have the numbers in front of me and in my head to say this is what they decreased to or where we are, but that's something I can look into and try to get you more information on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Watson.
Thank you, Governor. You may have spoken to this, but do you see any decrease in the use of Medicaid money that can be associated with the COVID virus?
Well, I think probably the largest impact is that there was a shift in the non-federal. They increased the federal matching assistance percentage, or that amount, to 6.2 percentage points. So the share that the state has to pay is not as large as it used to be. Some of that's been offset by enrollment, but overall it's been a gain for the state.
I guess you answered my question partially, but is there any reluctance to go to the doctor, to go to the hospital that can be associated with the virus?
I think so. We've seen decreases in emergency room utilization, even some preventive services. Mental health has stayed pretty stable. I think we're starting to see some upticks, but utilization has absolutely decreased during the pandemic.
And what about with these long-term care facilities?
Yeah, the numbers of the individuals in the long-term care facilities has dropped pretty dramatically.
Okay. Does this account for the, I don't know if you describe it as a surplus, but the money that was not spent during the preceding year?
I believe so. I think decreased utilization is probably we've seen maybe a larger surplus than we initially expected, because the pent-up demand that was expected has not come back as quickly as we thought. I think over the last 3 months we've seen things starting to normalize, but we're not there yet.
Okay, but that is not all good, though, is it? Because particularly if it's in the preventative area, people who should be going and getting preventative care, they are not receiving it because of just the fear of, I guess, going to the emergency room or going to the hospital.
Yeah, I think that's correct, and that's something that CMS and Medicaid agencies around the country are having to wrestle with. Missed EPSDT checkups and the other kind of wellness and preventive care that we really need to keep people healthy over the long term and avoid those hospitalizations and other adverse events.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Reps. Any other questions? Questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Snyder. Appreciate your good work. One of our largest agencies, Mr. Anderson. Okay, Bob, we're going to try to stay on schedule here, if at all possible.
Yes, sir.
You're up.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I want to first just start with what our ask is, and then set a little context before I move into talking about the two specific items that are the basis for our request for increase in our budget for fiscal year 2023. As you know, our budget is probably one of the most unusual ones in the sense that it is only about 5% state funds and 95% is federal funds. So we leverage practically every dollar that the state provides us, that you provide us in our state budget. For example, in the SNAP program, which is probably our largest program, the one that's most familiar to everyone, the food assistance program, we serve on average 225,000 Mississippians across the state of Mississippi. We are projecting by the end of this calendar year that we will have distributed approximately $1 billion in SNAP money across the state. Child support program is one of the other very large programs that we administer. We use a contractor to do that, but there are 335,000 active cases. That's active children who are receiving child support. Some of those are cases that are in arrearages right now, but 335,000 cases that are being administered through our child support program. We have a child care program. I'll talk a little more about that in just a moment, but at the present time we are serving over 21,000 children in child care with what you would know generally, what most folks know of as a voucher or child care subsidy in order to allow parents to get into the workforce and to stay into the workforce with that child care subsidy. We also serve hundreds of folks through our low-income home energy assistance program. We have served about 39,500 homes this year with energy assistance in the midst of this pandemic. We weatherize homes that are low-income homes that are not very well insulated. Because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to weatherize as many as we have in years past, but we have assisted 113 households with the weatherization this year. And then we have the Community Services Block Grant Program, which provides everything from transportation to some small education assistance and just basic community needs. We have served almost 42,000 clients through the Community Services Block Grant this year. Now, as I said, we are requesting an $11.9 million increase in our budget, and two items essentially account for that increase. One is a request that we made last year for something called the Adolescent Opportunity Program. We asked for $8 million last year. We're asking for $8 million again this year. And just for your reference, what is the Adolescent Opportunity Program? Well, that is everything that doesn't involve housing juveniles in some detention center. And unfortunately, we don't have much of anything across the state. We have been repeatedly asked by the youth court judges to provide community-based programs, or at least to find funding so that they could refer youth to community-based programs. And we simply do not have anything. We have the option, the judges essentially have the option, send a child to a detention center, or if the child qualifies, and Oakley is the last chance place for youth. It's essentially the big house for youth, because you have to commit what would be a felony if it were committed by an adult in order to be sentenced and not sentenced, but just have a disposition and be adjudicated and sent to Oakley. So we don't have anything intermediate, and we don't have any community-based programs, and they are sorely needed. And I'll use just a very, very brief example of one of the tragedies that happened back in May of this year because we have no community-based programs. We had a 13-year-old who was furloughed, went home to Yazoo City over the weekend, and he started hanging out with the older crowd, 19, 20-year-olds. One of those 20-year-olds, and he got into an argument. The 20-year-old pulled out a pistol and shot the young man in the chest 3 times and killed him. Had we had some kind of home-based, community-based probation, community service, some kind of community support system, I can't say absolutely that child would still be alive, but I think there's a likelihood that he would still be with us if we've been able to put him in something to support him. And this Adolescent Opportunity Program would be targeted for at-risk youth between 12 and 17 years of age. Those are the ones who are most in need of community-based services like family therapy, individual therapy, group therapy, academic support, vocational training, substance abuse treatment, and lots of potential partners out there, community-based partners, nonprofits, YMCAs, Boys and Girls Clubs, similar groups like that we simply just don't have the funding in order to support the adolescent program, adolescent opportunity program. It's mandated in law in section 4327-201. This body directed that we have such a program in all counties, but it says subject to funding. And since we haven't had any funding in the last 5 years, we haven't had the program. And the funding ended in 2016 basically because we've been using TANF funding, and the feds who make the rules when it comes to TANF, they changed the rules and told us that TANF money cannot be used for adjudicated juvenile delinquents. So that funding source dried up. We are looking for other funding sources. We routinely survey the Department of Justice website, the Office of Juvenile Justice Detention Programs, and keep looking for an opportunity for federal funding. We just simply have not been able to find that at this point, and that's why we are asking again.
Bob, would you give us a list of how you would spend that? Do you have that? You don't need to read it out for us, but I would like for the panel to have how you would spend that. I know we don't have any adolescent homes, the state doesn't. Right. We rely on the Mansion, Palmer, so many others, right. French Camp, so many others that take these kids. So do you have it broken down how you would spread this out?
Governor, I do not, because at the moment we don't have relationships with any of those entities. So what we would anticipate who we would partner with would be mental health services, recreational therapy, counseling groups, vocational training facilities, school districts would be part of that. You know, just everybody short of the juvenile detention centers. So
these would not be housed; they would be working like 8 to 5 or whatever. They wouldn't be at night.
That's correct. The whole idea is to keep these youth in their homes and in their communities, as opposed to having them detained in a juvenile detention center.
And this would be daytime, not night.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
I think you had one other one we'll go over, and then we'll finish up here.
Yes, sir. The other primary basis for our request, well, the basis for our additional $3.9 million request is in the area of aging and adult services. We serve senior adults all across the state in a number of areas. We have the adolescent protection, the adult protection service, which deals with neglect and abuse and financial exploitation of senior adults who are living in their home. Most of them are there either with a family member, or they're there, being cared for by someone. We are taking that the adult protection service back in-house. We have been using a contract with the planning and development districts, and I just feel like this is more a program that we need to bring in-house in order to have our trained social workers responsible for doing the investigative work and referring those cases as appropriate to law enforcement for prosecution. We also were mandated in this past legislative session, Senate Bill 2221 mandated that we create a dementia care program, a respite care program. We currently administer a respite care program, but it is not targeted specifically to dementia patients or patients who have a dementia diagnosis, and we would have to staff up in order to begin operating a dementia program. We are looking for federal grant funds to operate that dementia care program, but in addition to, we also have an adult nutrition program across the state. We home delivered over 2.1 million meals this year, and because the cost of food is going up, we anticipate we're going to need additional money in order to continue to serve a growing population. As we all know, the senior adult population nationwide, and Mississippi's no exception, continues to grow every year, and so the number of people we serve continues to grow. And that additional $3.9 million that we're asking for is in order to stay on track and continue to serve all of the senior adults that we serve across the state. One last thing I will say, and then I'll take any questions. We were given, you were gracious enough that legislature gave us a $5 million capital expense appropriation last year to begin to look at these old data systems that we have. Some of them are 35 years old. We have begun using, and we would ask you to continue to renew that $5 million capital expense appropriation. We have already entered into a contract with a company called Berry Dunn. They are beginning an evaluation and assessment and will be providing a recommendation for us. We have 4 basic eligibility data systems, none of which are interoperable. They don't talk to each other at all. They're written in COBOL, which is essentially an extinct computer language. Nobody programs in COBOL anymore. And we expect to get a report from them in early January about the cost of replacing all of our data systems. We anticipate that cost to be anywhere between $40 and $60 million, but we need to complete this study to know what's in front of us. And I will say that our staff, if you could see, and we've invited some of you to come see the environment they work in order just to take an application for SNAP benefits, they have to literally have open on their desktop 8 tabs at one time. And by that I mean 8 independent, separate programs open that they are operating in just to take one application for SNAP benefits or TANF benefits, because none of these systems talk to each other. That's the crux of our request.
Thank you very much. Questions, Senator Boyd?
I want to go to your youth services program. I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. This would only be for adjudicated youth, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have a model that you're basing this off of, or do you kind of have another state that you're using for guidance in this program?
We had a model, and I might want to defer just a moment. Rochelle Richardson is one of my deputies who is over youth services, and I'm drawing a blank as the name of the program. In the past, we had used the Tony Gobar model, which we might or might not use again. We'll also just be looking at best practices and looking at our adjacent states and looking to the communities individually for what's available and who's willing to partner with us.
Okay, and have y'all done any type of draft model program or draft assessment on how you would do it and the outcomes you would expect or anything like that at this point?
We have not. We're in the process of beginning to get ready to do that, but we have not started down that road yet. But it's Tony Kirsch, who is director of our Division of Youth Services, comes to us. She's been with us about a year. She came out of the Department of Education and worked in the school truancy program, and is familiar with a lot of the community-based programs and is ready to get started with
Thank you.
putting those together. Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Yes, sir. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob, how much money have we collected from the misspent dollars that have been paid back to the agency from the John Davis days, and why couldn't we use that to pay for some of the things you asked for?
Well, in terms of what we have collected from the John Davis days, the short answer to that, unfortunately, is we haven't collected any of it. We don't have any litigation, but we've been doing a forensic audit. We get the final forensic audit the end of this next week. We are steadily collecting fraud recoveries all throughout the year. We have collected about $4 million in SNAP and TANF overpayments through September of this year. We've collected about $185,000 in overpayments from the child care program, $131,000 from sub-grantees we did real monitoring for the first time in the last year and assessed overpayments and recovered $131,000 from subgrantees, mostly who are in our TANF program. We recovered a little bit of money from LIHEAP and some from cost avoidance. Now, that doesn't mean we are not at all attempting to collect. We have retained Brad Pygott as counsel for the Department of Human Services. Brad is getting ready to file the first legal action on behalf of the agency against all of the subgrantees and the lower tier subgrantees identified both in the single audit from 2019, and he will get a copy of our final forensic audit as soon as it's available October 1st. And we'll use that as a roadmap to do just what you're suggesting, Senator Horn, and that is go after all of those people who misspent TANF money and get it back for the state of Mississippi.
Could we use that for some of the purposes that you just outlined?
Not really, because it's TANF money. That TANF money that we recoup is going to have to be repaid to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Administration for Children and Families. You know, at some point they're going to make a demand on us for a clawback of all of that money, and any money we recoup in the meantime, we will essentially set aside and make available to satisfy that clawback when the time comes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Representative Watson.
Yeah. Thank you, Governor. Child support collections in the Department of Human Services is privatized now, isn't it?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you comment on, and I believe it's what, Young and Williams?
Young Williams.
Yeah. Would you comment on that contract?
Yes, sir. We just went to the State Personnel Board last week and got a renewed. We did a request for proposals back in December of last year. We only had two bidders. One was Young Williams. The other was a local law firm that didn't make the minimum score to proceed. So we negotiated throughout the summer with Young Williams, agreed on a 5-year contract for them. It's about $135 million contract. We pay them about $28 million a year under that contract. But it's money well spent, because for every dollar we spend, we collect $12 in child support. We have routinely, over the last half dozen years, if not longer, been one of the most efficient programs in the country in terms of collecting dollars. We collected, last year's a little bit of an outlier because we collected a lot of stimulus payments from non-custodial parents and some unemployment, pandemic unemployment. We collected about $400 million last year. The year before, we collected just over $300 million. And that's about the average. We collect about $320 million a year in child support. And I believe that that contract is a good contract. Now, we had written the RFP in order to hopefully have two vendors. We structured the RFP to have a vendor for the northern half of the state and a vendor for the southern half of the state, because we wanted to do what I think each one of you wants to do. We wanted to compare apples to apples. We wanted to see competition. We wanted to have two providers. And unfortunately, we did not have a second responsive bidder to allow us to compare two providers at the same time. We hope that'll happen the next time, but certainly we put a lot more language. There were no performance measures to speak of in the previous contract with Young Williams. We have put some strong performance measures in there, and we've also put liquidated damages in the contract for the first time, so that if they don't perform up to the performance measures, we can assess liquidated damages. And they will tell you they're not happy. We're the first state that's ever had a child support contract with anybody that has liquidated damages provisions in it. But we just felt like, to be proper stewards of the state's money, that we should have some teeth in that contract. And that's what our team did this summer in negotiating with Young Williams.
Okay. Could you comment just further on the performance measures and on the liquidated damages that you?
Yes, sir. I don't have all of them off the top of my head. There are about 5 federal measures. They have to do with establishment of paternity. They had to do with getting support orders in place, the collections that are made, the collections on arrearages. Michelle, what have I left out? I'm sorry. Oh, cost effectiveness of the program. So those are the 5 basic measures that we have to satisfy the feds. And I would also say our program has been reviewed every year by the feds, the Office for Child Support Enforcement, and we earn incentives based on our cost effectiveness, and we have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars in incentives for cost effectiveness.
Are gaming earnings, money earned through gaming, are they subject to being intercepted for child support payment?
They're not at this time. That's just, yeah, lottery winnings are, but if you're talking about casino winnings, no, sir, they're not.
Okay,
it's just not in our law.
Okay, that would take
legislation by the legislature. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative. If I do those numbers right, we're paying about a little bit less than 7% to collect 93%. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much. I know you started in a difficult spot in your agency, and it has improved dramatically.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay. Andrea Sanders, Human Services. I'm sorry. Child Protective Services. Human Services, Child Protective Services, that's what they put on here, my bad. Sanders, you're up. We're trying to hold them to 15 minutes so we finish on time here, so we got 2 left.
Love to help you hold me to 15 minutes.
Welcome. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. And in the interest of time, I'll hit the high points, and I know that you'll ask me if you have questions. Thank you for having me here today. I know probably a primary issue in all of your minds is the lawsuit that Mississippi's been under for 17 years, known as Olivia Y. You've taken a lot of action based on Olivia Y. I will tell you that I calculated how much money the state has spent in fees alone on this lawsuit, and it comes in at just under $80 million. So that's just for legal fees, consulting fees, and does not accurately represent the true cost. So what I did when I got to the agency was first realize that we had to have some relief from the cycle that that lawsuit was in. We were in a quarterly cycle of churning out data through, just manual creation, a very arduous process, turning that data in, finding out that we're non-compliant with Olivia Y, and turning around and doing it again. So it created this quarterly contempt cycle that was like a yoke around the necks of my employees, and it was something that we had to stop. So I focused early on reaching out to the plaintiffs and to the monitors. I've met with many of you personally to fill you in on what we've done, but we negotiated a rebuilding period that would give, first and foremost, relief from that burdensome process so that we can focus a little bit on straightening up the house, getting the systems in order that can start to really take care of children, and comply with the lawsuit, but not let the lawsuit drive what we do. We were successful in doing that. We have negotiated 4 very specific focused areas that the agency will, that we will prioritize over the next 15 months. This rebuilding period ends January 1st of 2023. And to be very clear, we will go back under the second MSA. It is not an exit strategy in and of itself. It is the first step in a strategy to exit the lawsuit. It is also a strategic way to begin to focus the agency on the work that we're charged with doing. Our job is to protect children. We have a few ways of doing that. We strengthen families, we preserve families. Sometimes, unfortunately, we remove children from their families to protect them. But it's a simple mission, and this lawsuit has been a big distraction. So one of my asks to you was to increase our budget this year by a little under $3.7 million. That number is strictly tied to one of the most important requirements that we need to meet in Olivia Y. We promised a very long time ago as a state that we would get caseloads to a specific ratio, that we would ensure that X number of case workers were assigned to X number of children. I won't bore you with the details of the complicated formula that's come out of all that, but I will tell you that we are only meeting those caseload requirements in about a third of the states in Mississippi right now. And COVID has set the agency back some, but there have been a number of reasons. This is an HR problem. We need to hire more people than we lose. We need to retain good people and train them and prepare them for the work that they do. And that is a solvable problem. It's something corporations deal with. It's something, you know, it's certainly difficult in child welfare work. This is hard work that we do. It has a high burnout rate. And I think part of our retention formula has to be really targeting that, acknowledging the kind of work that we do, and at least attending to the needs of our workers. So our budget increase request, like I said, is specific to filling those positions. I think it's important that we plan to fill them, so we need to budget for it. I was told when I got there, don't worry about it. We'll never make that gain. You won't need that money because we'll lose them by attrition. Well, I'm not willing to accept that kind of prognosis. We will make that gain, so we need to be prepared to pay for them.
Can you give me about an average? We handle about 4,800 cases. Is that about right?
Lieutenant Governor, we have about 3,750 children in custody.
Okay.
But in terms of, we also handle about 4,000 other cases of preventive work, in-home cases. And that's a really important question, and I'm glad you asked it, because that's really the way that we solve this problem long-term, is we need to invest intentionally and fully in keeping children safely either in their own home or with a relative. The statistics are overwhelming that the success rate for the child, the expense for the state, the outcomes are significantly better if children either stay in their home safely or stay with a relative. That does not mean, that I think that we can invest in prevention and quit taking children out of their homes. I've spent time as a social worker in the ER at UMC, and there are times when we just have to remove children from their parents.
And how many individuals are frontline on handling that? How many caseworkers do you have?
Right now we have about 740. We've made some gains in the last 6 months, but to give you an idea, we need about 850 in the right places to meet these requirements of the lawsuit. We've made a net gain in frontline workers in the last 6 months since I've been there of 29 workers. That's a pretty slow gain. It's the first time we've had positive gains in that agency. They don't know how far back, but the first month that we had a positive net was like, a really big deal. So we're focusing monthly on bringing in more, filling the bucket. We're recruiting intentionally. We're going straight to schools of social work and developing relationships. We are creating internship programs to get students in who want to work with us. And then we're working really, really intentionally on reducing the amount of time it takes to get someone in the door. SPB's been extremely helpful to us, but we have to reduce from our side and their side the amount of red tape that it takes to get someone hired. I did a lot of listening when I got there, and people were waiting sometimes 4 to 6 months to start work from the time that they applied. And so, I don't have to be a rocket science to know that the people I'm getting are the people who don't have other options. I'm not going to wait on a job for 4 to 6 months. So I want to hire stronger. I want to get well-trained, qualified people in these positions. Warm bodies don't help me. It just creates more churn. It's people that we have to discipline and get back out of the agency. So our focus this year in this rebuilding period that we negotiated, one of the 4 things that we promised was that we would meet the caseload standards in 75% of the state. That's not the standard that the MSA said. Eventually, we have to get to 90%. So that is our first and biggest goal that we're working on, is getting those caseloads to, we're setting a target of getting to 90% by the end of the rebuilding period.
So how many, what's your percentage turnover among the 700? They're handling up over 100 cases a person.
It is roughly 30%.
So we're experiencing a 30% turnover. So to have a net gain, you've got to have 35% hires.
Yes.
Or lower the turnover rate.
We need to hire 300 people to get a 100-person net gain.
And
That's
so
exactly
when
right.
you're doing that, when you're doing the exit interviews with your people, what is the reason that there is the job itself is horrific to start with, but what is the reason we're losing? Is it a compensation issue or?
Compensation is part of the equation. When I got there was a career ladder in place for frontline workers that had been frozen by the agency.
Yeah.
We reinstated that pretty quickly. I've got to give people a reason to stay there for 4 years. One thing that's very clear is that this job is something that you cannot master in 8 weeks of training. So we have to acknowledge that it really takes close to 2 years to get someone really comfortable with what they need to know to be a frontline worker. There's a very heavy legal component to this job. They are in court frequently, and we have done a poor job of defining what their role is in court. So in many courts, they go in and they're acting as, some of them draft pleadings in some jurisdictions, some of them are, they're technically they should be considered a witness, but that has not been well defined, and the agency has not protected them well in that regard. So that's one area that we think we already have the funding to add some additional attorneys, and I've been working very closely with General Fitch to look at how we can increase and coordinate the attorney representation she provides to our agency.
Of the 3,800 children that are in our care in the state of Mississippi, we don't have any state-run home, do we?
A home? No, sir. We have contracts basically with providers that that keep children. We're trying in child welfare in general nationally to move away from children staying in congregate care settings like that, although they do serve a very a good purpose. And the answer is really not to move away from them entirely, but to use them appropriately. They have services that can meet needs of specific populations that can't be met otherwise. But by and large, really focusing on those family-based placements and investing in stabilizing those family homes that's where we get the most bang for our buck.
So the 3,800, how many of them are in family-based homes and how many are?
You might have stumped me there, Chairman. That's for a lifeline.
That's all right. I'll get it from you later.
Okay.
I do want to, why don't you move to your computer? I think that was the only other large item that you had, Ms.
Okay.
Sanders.
So the CWIS project that you all have generously funded numerous times over the last few years, and I am happy to say it's underway. We have made it through the competitive procurement process. We have selected a vendor. We worked closely with David Johnson at ITS to, I guess, really get the most out of that procurement process that we possibly could. I did inherit that process midstream, and that made me a little bit nervous with your money and the Fed's money. So we did some additional things. We did a standardized reference check for the top 3 bidders, the top 3 scorers in the process. We spent about 90 minutes with 3 references for each vendor, and we did a test drive of the product from the winning vendor to make sure that I had probably 25 people for 2 days just work around with the product. And so I'm as satisfied as I think that you can be. I think we're in a very good position right now that we've selected a good vendor that actually has specific experience with child welfare technology. So that was really a good selling point. They also came in as the lowest price, and they claim that they will have a product ready in 18 months. The contracting phase that we're entering now, I hope will take approximately 3 months. I hope to have a contract signed by the end of December. I will tell you that we've had FOIA requests from 6 of the vendors, and there have been some protests filed in court for some motions to protect proprietary information. So once the court decides what can be released, ITS will release those records, and we'll know within 7 days at that point whether we have a protest or not. So
And on these funds, then, will this complete the purchase of the computer? I know it's been going on forever.
I do believe, based on the bid that we have, the capital expense fund you've already set aside with the 50% matching funding that we've gotten approved by the feds will cover the cost of the entire system. It will actually be more than we need, at least right now, from projections. So I think it's going to come in right at what we need.
This number. Okay, questions from anyone? Questions from the panel? Everybody good? You have the most difficult job we've got. So, and we also appreciate, we know it was not where it is today when you started. So thank you very much, and where we can help, we will.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, is Wendy out there? And we're we got to spend a couple hours, man. I'm going to go over all this stuff that they're proposing and what we're going to do with ours and this stuff that you're going to see here. Well, we'll hear about it tonight, but I've got a proposal and I'm going to have them come see you. And if you don't think they're going to know, we won't have them come by Monday. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bailey, we're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Bailey, and I'm the newly appointed Executive Director to the Department of Mental Health. So I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity for the first time to present our budget presentation to you today. So on the very first slide that you have, it's really just an overview of Mississippi's mental health system. As most of you, I'm sure, know, there's 3 components that make up that system. We have the state-operated programs, we have the community mental health centers, which there are 13 of, and then we have other nonprofit and profit organizations within the system. There's 128 DMH certified providers currently. I wanted to provide you just a few highlights from FY21. While it was a very challenging year, of course, due to COVID pandemic, despite that, there was still a lot of progress that was made. On the mental health side, we had a 9% decrease in our admissions to the state hospitals compared to the previous year. We also had a 7% readmission rate, which is slightly below the national average. We also were able to start a peer bridger program at South Mississippi State Hospital, and we also hosted trainings at all of the state hospitals and community mental health centers to enhance the discharge process as someone's leaving a state hospital and going into community-based care. In addition, Mississippi State Hospital received accreditation for a psychiatry residency program, and they selected their first 6 residents who started the program on July 1st. On the community side for mental health, Mississippi now has intensive community support services in all 82 counties. There's 3 different services that make up what we refer to as intensive community support services. So that's PAC teams, which are programs of assertive community treatment, and the state now has 10. Those teams serve 674 people, and those are people who've had multiple admissions to state hospitals. Then we have I-Courts, which are intensive community outreach and recovery teams. Mississippi now has 16 of those teams, 10 that have just been added in the previous year. A lot of those started in the second half of the fiscal year, so you'll see that there were 425 people served, so we expect that to be a higher number when they have a full year of operation. And then we have added 12 additional intensive community support specialists. These are people in the community that, again, they have intensive services that are wrapped around individuals to prevent that need for a state hospital. And there were 938 people served by those. Just to kind of show you the success of some of this PACT, you have 674 people, and only 16 of those people had to be readmitted to a state hospital in the course of a year. And again, it's a very intense level of service. We also had a focus on supported employment, and there were 177 people who were employed through that program across the state. And the choice housing vouchers, we had 215 people served through the choice housing vouchers. We are also working on expanding the Certified Peer Support Specialist program, and we had 287 peers working at providers in the past fiscal year. Mobile crisis response, we had almost 35,000 calls to the mobile crisis response teams. Again, those are statewide. All 13 community mental health centers have a team. With those 35,000 calls, 84% were diverted from needing a higher level of care, which is exactly what the mobile crisis response teams are supposed to do. So that was very much a success from the last year. We had a little over 3,000 people served at the crisis stabilization units. And again, that had an 89% rate of diversion from the state hospitals. We have a lot of children and youth services as well. Just one I wanted to briefly mention is the juvenile outreach programs, because the purpose of this is to prevent adolescents from going back into the court system. So we had 1,644 adolescents who were served through this program. The Department of Mental Health is also responsible for addiction services too. So just from the past year, a few highlights with that. East Mississippi State Hospital in June opened up a substance use disorder unit that once it's fully staffed, will have 50 additional beds. Right now we have 20 additional beds. We had 224 people who were diverted from having to need that state hospital level of a substance use disorder unit. And we had 4,287 people who were served in community residential treatment for substance use. We also had a focus this past year on opioid overdose, and I know you heard about that earlier with Commissioner Tindell with Public Safety. We had right at about 9,600 doses of Narcan that was distributed statewide. Narcan is a medication that can reverse an overdose. In addition to that, we trained right at about 630 first responders and law enforcement in how to provide that Narcan. In addition to mental health and addiction services, the Department of Mental Health also has responsibility for intellectual and developmental disability services. So just a few highlights from FY21 with that. We are continuing, of course, to provide services at our regional programs. We had 795 people who are served on campus at our regional programs. and about 565 who are served at the community homes. But we also had 57 people who were able to transition from that regional level care program to a more community-based care, which is our goal. We have 1,042 people who are enrolled in the IDD Community Support Program and another 2,765 who are enrolled on the waiver, which is home and community-based care. And we were able to add 82 additional people to that waiver this past year. So when you look at it as a whole, taking out any private providers, within the state system, 85% of people are being served in the community and 15% with the institutions. So the next slide is actually our budget request, which I know is why we are here today. I wanted to let you know that our request for FY23, we are requesting $220,868,752 in general funds. That is right at $6.7 million more from our current fiscal year. We are requesting $409 million in spending authority, or the permission to spend the funds that the department collects. That is collected through Medicaid for the IDD regional programs. It's collected through the home and community-based waiver and from the federal grants that we receive. It's the spending authority for us to be able to utilize those grants that we award to community providers. So of that general fund increase of $6.7 million, $1 million is going towards the expansion of community-based services in the area of data enhancement and a focus on utilization review. We need a very strong focus on improving our data and also reviewing the utilization of the services to prevent institutionalization. There will be additional expansion in the area of community-based services, both for mental health and substance use, with the COVID supplemental block grant funds that we have received, which is right at $40 million, which can be utilized over the course of 3 years. Also of that general fund request, $885,960 is for Mississippi State Hospital's psychiatry residency program. So this past year and the year that we're in, we did not ask for any increase related to this to get the program up and going and staffing. This increase is directly related to the 12 residents' salary who will be participating in that program. Also, the remaining amount of the funding is $4.9 million. This is one-time money for Mississippi State Hospital's forensic unit. This is a project we expect it to be bid again in October. It has an estimated completion date of March 2023. It is currently underfunded by $4.9 million. This project has been funded internally through a blend of bond money, one-time receipt of dish payments, and then also some agency consolidation and streamlining that we've done on our own the last couple of years. As you know, State Hospital is the only state-operated program for forensic services, and the limited number of beds that are there is one of the reasons that we have a delay in completing evaluations and providing those expert opinions to the circuit courts.
We hear that a lot.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am, we do hear that a lot. What is the time for completion of that?
So right now for competency evaluations, we're at about 30 days. We're a little bit of more of a delay than we were the previous year. Some of that was due to COVID. We also, for competency restoration, it can be 6 to 12 months. The new unit will be 83 beds. We have around 70 on our waiting list right now. So when we could get that new unit with 83 beds built, which is the estimated completion date of March 2023, that would just about take the wait list down to nothing.
So we're over a year away, because I
Yes,
know our
sir.
district attorneys and other, we have a number of different complaints about the time frame.
Yes, sir.
So we're still a year out?
We are. The project was delayed due to COVID, and it's going to have to be rebid. It's supposed to be bid next month.
Okay.
The next slide is institutional care spending versus community spending. We don't have our FY21 numbers yet. There's still some data that comes from Medicaid with that. But FY21 is going to show a $4 million shift from institutions to the community. FY22, you're going to see another $5.8 million shift from institutions to the community that we're doing internally. But if you just compare FY12 to FY20, there's been almost a $71 million decrease in institutional care and an $89 million increase in community-based services. This funding primarily includes DMH funding and the CMHC Medicaid payments. It does not include the Medicaid state share for community mental health services because that's in the Division of Medicaid's budget. The next slide is just a breakdown of our FY23 budget to be funded, so you can see the pie chart with the special funds, which is the spending authority, and then you see a breakdown of the general funds as well for the behavioral health programs and the service budget. The next slide that I wanted to show you is our expected expenditures for behavioral health for community and then institution for FY23. So the first column, this is state dollars that are appropriated by the Mississippi legislature and federal grant funds that DMH provides for community-based behavioral health services to community providers. So you can see that total is right at about $110 million. That includes 3% alcohol tax, that includes the federal grant funds, a portion of the health care funds, and the general funds. The second column is the state dollars that are appropriated by the Mississippi legislature for the state hospitals or the behavioral health programs. And in FY23, remember, it includes that 4.9 for forensics, which is one-time money, so it's a little bit higher than normal. That is for the 24/7, 7-day-a-week care that's related to behavioral health at the state hospitals. So that also includes forensics, child and adolescents, and the substance use disorder services provided there. And again, that's general funds and a portion of the health care funds. I wanted to show you this just to where you could see kind of the community versus the institutional side for FY23. The next slide is our number of field pens. If you go back to fiscal year 2009, which is where this chart references at the beginning, the agency had 8,972 employees. As of August 30th, 2021, we have 5,167 employees. Just since COVID, if you look at January 2020, we're down almost 900 employees. So there are some things that we are doing with the State Personnel Board, and appreciate all of the support we've gotten from them around direct care to increase the salaries of our direct care workers, but then also to do some temporary adjustments for our nurses to compete with the salaries. And then the final slide I have, and then you have some extra handouts that is attached to your packet as well, but this final slide is just some of our future goals for FY22 and FY23. It's just a few of the strategies that we have over the next 24 months. All of those revolve around 3 main focus areas. That's improving access to care, improving the continuum of care, and then enhancing community education to raise awareness. So you'll see a lot of these are focused on crisis services, launching 988 in Mississippi, looking at crisis services and the home and community-based waiver for IDD, but then also looking at some strategies on how to continue to divert from the state hospitals and some ways that we can improve the pre-evaluation screening process for those people who are committed to state hospital. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Senator Fillingay.
Thank you, Governor. I'm curious, what is your wait time now for folks in the local jails that are being held for alcohol and drug treatment? I know I frequently get calls, I'm sure the others in the governor's office does as well, that we've got someone, the family has, filled out the paperwork to commit them, but now there's a 2-week or a 2-month wait list. And I think during COVID, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there were certain times where there were no beds available. I think maybe it was shut down completely, and so the families then call us screaming, saying, little Johnny needs the help, and there's no place to put him, so he's in jail, with the criminals. So what is your wait time for females and males on that?
So that is one reason we opened the substance use disorder unit at East Mississippi State Hospital, because before COVID there were 50 beds statewide that the state operated, 25 male, 25 female at Mississippi State Hospital. Because of COVID and having to go to one person in a room, that capacity was decreased, and also there's times where there's an outbreak and the capacity is decreased. Right now, we are down probably at State Hospital with the 50 beds, we have about 30 available. East Mississippi State Hospital has gotten up to 20 beds. The goal is to get to 50, but because of staffing, they haven't been able to reach that yet. They just opened in June of 2021. The current wait time right now is about 2 to 3 weeks for for the chemical dependency or the substance use disorder unit. That's one reason that we try to divert as many people as possible to the residential treatment in the community, because there's 646 of those beds that are operated by community providers, and they served about 4,400 last year. Anytime that we can work with the courts to divert somebody, we do. Unless they're a flight risk, they've left treatment several times, or maybe they are aggressive, they are in jail. Of course, those, they do need to come to the state hospital for that level of treatment.
Other questions? Yes, sir. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bailey, I would have thought in your presentation you would have addressed the Justice Department lawsuit and where we are with that. Are we going to file an appeal on the lawsuit, and what's going on with the monitor and getting all that in place? Just general comments about the community-based mental health lawsuit that's going on.
Okay. Judge Carlton Reeves, he issued a final judgment and a remedial order in September. With that, he appointed a monitor for the state, Dr. Michael Hogan, who had served as the special master. So we've been working with Dr. Hogan for a little over a year. That Dr. Hogan will serve as the monitor for the state, and he will also be giving, according to the judge's order, every 6 months updates, of course, to the court. The state has to submit an implementation plan according to the judge's order within 120 days, and then a draft one, and then a final plan at 180 days. As far as the decision for an appeal, that will be up to the Attorney General's office. I can tell you that we are committed to providing services in the community and to expanding that. I think you can see that in the slides that have been shown and in the progress that's being made. We know where we need to go, and as the agency, as the Department of Mental Health, we're going to continue to do that. There's still progress to be made, and there's still goals that we need to meet, and we're dedicated to doing that. You can see when you compare those budget years of FY12 to 20, the decrease in institutionalization and the increase in community-based care. And then just over the last year, with the I-Court teams, additional I-Court teams, additional intensive community support specialists, we have plans this next year to add additional supported employment programs and additional crisis stabilization beds. So I feel we're on track to make great progress even over the next 24 months in this area. And we will comply with the judge's order and do everything that we need to do as the state agency. But as far as the appeal, that would be a question for the Attorney General's office.
So you acknowledge that there's a need for more community-based services being in place. Why wouldn't we just double down on more community-based services and become more proactive in dealing with the judge's order?
Well, sir, I think that's what we're doing. I think that that's what our goals over the next 24 months show. This year that we're currently in, we're taking $5.8 million from the state hospital budgets internally and shifting that to the community. We have the $40 million coming in over the next 3 years of SAMHSA. All of that is going to community-based services. If I'm able to request money from the Mississippi State Legislature for the COVID funding, that's everything is around community-based services. I mean, that's where we're going, and I think you've got to have a continuum of care. You've got to have those beds available for those people who need state hospital level of care. But anything and everything we can do to divert from the state hospital and provide that service in the community, that's what we want to do.
Separate and apart from the general fund request, do you contemplate making a request of the legislature for some of the $1.8 billion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And the legislature appropriated about an extra $4.5 million last year towards meeting the standards that were outlined with Judge Reeves in the Department of Justice. And so how much money would you need this year to meet the standards that you think the moderator or whatever will come up with?
To be honest, at this moment, it's difficult to say because the implementation plan has not been developed. However, with looking at what we have to look at this moment, I have $1 million in our budget request around data enhancement and utilization review. A large portion of the federal funds that we've received with the COVID block grant, we are going to utilize that for many of those things. That's additional supported employment programs. That's certified peer support specialist at the crisis stabilization units. So a lot of those needs can right now be met with that federal funding as well. I think, though, once an implementation, we have 120 days for that draft implementation plan. I think by January we'll have a better idea. Some of this also is going to be after data collection, too, to see where we're at and where some expansion needs may need to be in certain areas of the state. For example, you have 988 coming. That's legislation that was passed by Congress. It is going to be like 911 for behavioral health crisis. The number of calls are going to absolutely go up. And of course, we're going to have to respond to that, and that's going to need additional funding. Right now, that's being estimated. It's looking at about $3 million for the implementation in the first year of that, which we're using some federal funds for that as well, and I'd like to request when it's appropriate for some of the COVID dollars from the state too. But that may lead to an increase in mobile crisis response as well. So you could see a ripple effect there.
I think you're on the directly right path. We need to do the right thing, whatever, regardless of what the Department of Justice may or may not monitor over the next 6 months or years or whatever. And that's what you did with the money we did last year, and that's what you're doing with the money now, to meet Senator Horn's information. Are all of the regionals still operating well? We had one regional I think you had written a letter to. And
yes,
so what
sir.
is the status of that?
So that's Region 11. They are a region that do not currently have a crisis stabilization unit, and we have given funding for them the last several years to open one, and they've struggled with that. However, they've secured a location that was donated to them. They've renovated that location. I actually spoke to that community mental health center director yesterday afternoon, and she's supposed to have a letter to me today that the doors will be open October 1st. But she's going to be doing some staff training, and her goal right now is to accept her first patient on October the 18th. So that would be the remaining area that needs a crisis stabilization unit. To say that, there are areas in the state that may have 8 beds or 12 beds, and you can get to 16 beds for a crisis stabilization. So we have some room to still grow in other areas too.
And so that would meet the requirements of the Department of Justice in the litigation?
Not necessarily. It would meet. There's a document that was used during the trial that showed the key-based services being available in every region. Yes, sir. When that is done, the key community-based services will be available in every region of the state. The remedial order by the judge went further than that.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Senator Boyd.
Wendy, and the juvenile outreach program that y'all listed from the community mental health centers, is that one of the programs that's required of every community mental health center?
No, it's not.
Okay. And do you know how many community mental health centers we have operating that program?
I think we have 10. We have 10. I think we have 10. I'll double check and make sure that, but I think there's 10 out of 13.
Okay. And then how many people do we know we have on the IDD waiver? Like, how many people do we know are still on the wait list?
On the wait list, right at 2,700. The wait list for the IDD home and community-based waiver and the number being served on the waiver are almost equal now. Now, we're doing some work this next year to look at how many of those people who are on the waiting list for the waiver are receiving some services. And if you ask them today, would they need the waiver? Because a lot of people get on it well in advance to plan forward. And then we also have some FMAP enhancement money where I think in the next year or two we're going to be able to enroll additional people off of the planning list and onto the waiver.
Do you know how long the waiting list is right now?
The waiting list right now is 8 to 10 years.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Those of us that are term limited will be gone by the time you do that.
Yes, sir.
So that's not acceptable.
I know. It's a priority of our. I think you will see a shift in our budget request in the next couple years where you have a heavy priority on the IDDD home and community-based waiver. Now, at the same time, that 8 to 10 year waiting list is based on looking at all 2,700 of those people who needed to be on the waiver today, which is one reason we're reevaluating and reaching out to families to have a better determination of what that number is.
Senator Boyd is very interested in that. I would hope that you will address that before January.
I will.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate all your good work. I know I was over at the trial, and I believe that we are on the way to exit the federal court system by the activities that you're talking about over the next 2 years. So that will be very helpful. Olivia, why we've never gotten out of it to get out of this litigation and doing the right thing, of course, is most important, is very helpful. All right, last one, I think. We've got some young man out here. I know, I like him. I did. I've had Rose to play. He's got it.
Went on down, we know.
He's picked by, yes. Thank you. Whatever. But the rest of them, yeah, I don't.
I got I put some COVID stuff on.
No,
Well, I'm done. I didn't change the budget though. I just put COVID stuff on.
okay. Many of the people here wouldn't know who you are. Would you introduce yourself, please, sir?
Good afternoon. This is Thomas Dobbs. I'm the State Health Officer, Department of Health.
Nobody ever sees you anymore, Thomas.
I'm ready for them not to see me at all.
Not without a mask on. Okay. Floor is yours, your last one, and we've got about 15 minutes. We have your materials before us, so please proceed.
Yes, sir. And so I think I can go pretty expeditiously. So for the State Department of Health budget, for our general operations, we're really asking for flat funding with the exception of one modest addition of $1.6 million. The federal, the VOCA fund, the Victims of Crime Act, has been cut substantially, I think about $12 million this year. And so, there are accessory mechanisms for funding for some of the programs, but the one that a minimum that does not have any other accessory funding is human trafficking. And so we're asking for $1.6 million for that. But additional, funding may need to be considered, and we can talk about that for other agencies or us or whatever to fund some of the deficits. So, but at a minimum, we do think that this will help keep the human trafficking because there are no other accessory funding mechanisms for that, and I can answer questions on that shortly. So for a 2023 State General Fund budget of $34,874,222, we are asking for level spending authority and level spending authority for the trauma fund. We are requesting rural water loans of $2.5 million that will generate $12.5 million in federal match. We do have that extra drawdown if we add the state money, and then if we do max out the state contribution, then there's substantial loan forgiveness that can come with that. So it's very important every year that we fund that to the max so that we can forgive many of the loans that are outstanding that qualify. Last year, you guys did generously fund us $6 million to renovate the Underwood building, which was built in the 50s and is really not habitable. At least the half of it's not where the old lab was, and the other half of it's really it's habited, but it's marginal. So thank you for that. But to complete the project, we would need another $12.5 million if you thought it was wise to do it this year. The Bureau of Buildings is just getting started on the project. But if this were a good year, we would be certainly pleased to get the complete funding package for that building. That's really all I have on our budget. And then I was asked to bring some information on a COVID update, and you will see on the back the densest data display you've seen. So sorry for you guys like me who have to wear glasses. So any questions for me on the budget request?
Any questions on the budget? Nicole, I'm sorry, Senator Boyd?
Yes, thank you. The rural water, is that the max that y'all can get from the federal government, that 12.5? If we gave you more, could you get more?
No, ma'am. That's the max. That's right. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then the VOCA funds, are do you know how much you're going to be requesting
requesting besides the 1.6?
1.6, to try to do the backup funds?
Well, there's a historical situation with the funding that we've used for that. We typically have been funded at a like in the teens, and then about 3 or 4 years ago, they had an escalation of about 30 million. So we brought on a lot of other folks to pay, including the child advocacy centers and some other folks. That were paid through
other mechanisms previously. So
there are other ways for those to be funded.
It's kind of a lot of stuff. I think you've seen some of the details with you. But if we were the mechanism through which that funding would need to take place, that's fine. But there are other avenues.
Because a lot of those are also funded by other agencies or other funding sources that would probably need to be discussed. You bet. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Everybody okay? Senator Fillingham, you got a question here?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Dr. Phelps, for what you're doing. Could you give us a quick update on the vaccination progress here in the state? And then secondly, specific to the budget, in the event that the legislature hopefully can move forward with the medical marijuana situation, will that impact your budget, or is that a totally separate thing that you've already worked out?
It would. I'll talk about the vaccine first. I could just keep it in sequence, but on the back page, you can see we have our vaccine update. That's actually a day old. We have about
1.5 million Mississippians who received at least one dose, about 1.3 million fully vaccinated. And if you look at by age group, we have 75% of the population 65 and older vaccinated, and 52% of adults, so the majority of adults have been vaccinated. One of the things that we've been sharing this week is that we have had an interesting sort of a racial disparity where black folks are doing a lot better getting vaccinated. So I think that that's something we're really proud of the work of our health equity team and our partners, especially faith leaders. Black faith leaders have been absolutely fantastic, and other folks. As we get back to the other question with the medical marijuana, so I don't have a clear sense of how it would be funded. For year one, it's going to be at $7 million for our part, based on what we're aware of. Although we've only seen the outline of the different responsibilities. The biggest component of that, assuming it would be our responsibility, would be the purchasing and setup of a seed to sale and licensing tracking system, which would be about $4 million. So it takes about $3 million a year to run. Now, from I-65, when we looked at it, they gave us $2.5 million of loan capacity from the Treasury, and then the rest of it was we funded off fees from the different entities. And so if we were able to keep the fee income from the docs registering and the patients registering and then the lab, which would be our part, it could probably be self-funded, or we would probably need at least that $7 million to get started. Well, it would be self-funded from the software piece. That's kind of a separate thing, but I think for the $3 million a year, we could fund it off fees, or we could get the legislature to give us that, but we certainly would need that in addition to our normal general fund appropriation.
Thank you. You've heard some discussions, I think, about medical marijuana. You all started that process, then the Supreme Court changed it, and then legislatures informed the governor we're prepared to go forward with a medical marijuana bill. What would be your needs under the medical marijuana bill as proposed? I don't think you've seen the legislation, but you've seen a lot of discussions about what parts your agency would be having. What would be your needs from the legislature? Economic.
Assuming that we're going to do the components of patient registration, doing physician certification and registration, doing the product safety, lab testing on the regulations over advertising, packaging, and then basically doing the lab quality assurance piece. I think would be the big things. We would need in personnel sort of ongoing expenditures about $3 million a year.
Okay. And in your estimation, what would be the healthcare cost of the state of Mississippi from related or unrelated issues with medical marijuana outside your agency to the general public?
You know, there would be considerable expenditure to the healthcare system and also to public safety. I don't have a good estimate for the public safety piece, but we have done some analysis of hospitalizations with cannabis overdoses or related overdoses or adverse events, and I don't have a cost estimate before me, but I know we've done that analysis before. It's you know, many millions of dollars of excess expenditures, and a lot of those folks are uninsured or Medicaid folks. We also did an analysis of pregnant women who have neonatal abstinence syndrome or events related to their hospitalization. We know that pregnant women who give birth, they have a much higher rate of preterm birth, of low birth weight, adverse neonatal outcomes. So, you know, that's one of the reasons why, as this all developed, we were really focused on making sure to protect vulnerable populations, kids whose brains are developing, and pregnant moms who are at risk for adverse outcomes, and also, obviously, they're developing babies.
So we're going to have in the millions of dollars of additional cost to the state by adopting that. So when we go to our fees and whatnot, our expenses, we need to program for that, for our taxes or revenue or license fees or whatever comes.
Yes, sir. I think that would be a fantastic idea.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Speaker? Yes, sir. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Fiddlegain addressed my primary question, but Dr. Dobbs, can you talk about where we are with the strains on our hospitals right now? And also, as we're about to go into the winter season, the flu season, are you predicting any spikes in the current number of cases of COVID?
Well, the health system really has come through a phenomenal shock, and they're not really done. The stress on the healthcare system is really almost hard to conceive. If any of you guys have friends who work there and work in hospitals, you just really know what they went through. It's remarkable. We were very fortunate in that we pulled out all the stops, and everybody did. We just everything that could be done to make folks get taken care of, even in sort of maybe unorthodox ways, kind of got us over the hump. So COVID cases are dropping. We are seeing a decline in daily cases. We're seeing a decline in daily new hospitalizations, which is really reassuring. But we're still at historic highs for ICU utilization. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One of them is because once somebody with COVID gets really sick, it takes them many weeks to get through that process. And sometimes that means they make it home, and sometimes they don't. But a lot of times it takes a while, especially for younger folks. We have a lot more younger folks in the hospital this time. The other thing is because some people have delayed health care or delayed urgent surgeries, we're having a rebound in non-COVID admissions. So we're at historic highs still. But we do think that we're going to have a little bit of, better going forward. But the challenge is we really have burned out a lot of our healthcare professionals. We've had, some of it's numerical, some of it's anecdotal. The nursing board told us that we lost 2,000 nurses in the state of Mississippi. I hear all the time that nurses have said, I'm going to quit the hospital until COVID's gone. This is just more than anyone should be able to have to handle. We have people who are going over, across state lines because they're getting the better pay. So what really concerns me, though, is after we come through this, we have a lot of staffing currently in hospitals that are either contracts through MEMA or they're through federal sources, and those are all going to be gone in about a month. Is that about right? In about a month. And so I'm actually worried about what we're going to look like when those go back home. And then once we kind of stabilize as we get into winter, on a bad flu season, we max out ICU beds, especially in the metro area, on a regular basis. We're going to have a steady diet of COVID. I don't think we're going to see a Delta surge like we did before unless we see some new strain that's not out there right now. I don't anticipate it. Most people are going to be immune for one reason or another as we go forward, or at least the majority, not everybody. We still have too many non-immune people. But I think it's going to be a testing. The wintertime concerns me. Stacking flu on top of a kind of a bare bones healthcare system with some COVID.
And you mentioned 2,000 nurses having been lost. Do you have any immediate recommendations on how we address that?
It's something we've been talking about a lot with different folks. I think there's some simple things and there's some more complicated things. Some of the simple things to do. I know there's a fund, a nurse scholarship fund that exists in statute but hasn't been funded, I think, in a while. So I think that'd be sort of low-hanging fruit to get people to stay in the state and practice nursing. Certainly increasing the pipeline is going to be important, making sure we can train more nurses. We've had actually part of this struggle is that a lot of nurses have gone into being nurse practitioners. That's actually a substantial drain on the total number, and so we've created a new professional class, but it's also pulling from nurses, so we need to make sure we have plenty of nurses. And then just make Mississippi a lot more attractive for folks to be here. So, I'll have to confess that's a lot of that's well beyond my expertise, but I do think there are avenues that can make it better.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, in your opinion, then, retention of nursing, it would be the most critical thing today.
We'd have, going into the winter, we've got to keep who we have and try to add more. And maybe bring some of the other folks back, even if we could. We need to make sure we preserve our staff. Yes, sir.
Last year, the legislature appropriated $10 million for additional ICU beds. Thank goodness, because they were all used, plus other ones, for ICU and negative pressure rooms. Is there a necessity for that again?
That was very necessary, and it was super helpful. We'll have to do an assessment. There might be some need, but through this Delta surge, the bigger challenge was staffing. There probably are some geographic gaps. I think we did a pretty good job adding negative pressure. It actually was a lot less stressful than it was through the previous surge, the summer surge, or the last winter surge. But staffing is 90% of the problem.
I agree with you. I think the House and the Senate have been in discussions everywhere we go, and every hospital we talk to, and every doctor we talk to. It's the same. You're saying that the retention and having the healthcare workers here to handle what's ongoing and what would be a rebound, as you mentioned it, from the others. Could you give us an estimate of what would be the amount needed to ensure that we don't max out our ICU beds and have people in a parking lot again?
As far as staffing capacity?
No, staffing I know we're lost, but I'm talking about the actual physical plant. Because we did $10 million last year, and if you could give us where there are these gaps on going forward, I think that would be of interest to the legislature. We don't need to have any gaps where people can't get into their ICU rooms, whether it be for this or a car wreck, a heart attack, or whatever else that could be occurring. I'd appreciate if you'd give us that information. I think the legislature was very receptive last year to putting $10 million into adding that, and I'm hopeful they'd be receptive again.
Yes, sir. That's something we can get relatively easy. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Representative Watson.
Yeah, thank you, Governor. Dr. Dobbs, how close are we to herd immunity in Mississippi?
That is a really good question. So if we look at the number of people who have been infected, and if you consider that that's an undercount by multiple fold, probably 3 to 4 fold, and then you sort of look at the folks who are vaccinated and account for some potential overlap, we probably have about 70% of the population that's immune. But you also have to mix in there might be some breakthrough infections or reinfections, and so there'll be a little bit of a chink in that armor. And please know that's a back of the envelope calculation. So to reach a herd immunity threshold, and I mean herd immunity in the sense of not that we're going to be saved from it, but we're not going to have these sort of massive swings in cases like we've seen. We really need to have 85 to 95% of the population, at least based on the Delta variant and its infectivity. And so, if you figure that we have another 20% of the population that needs to be immune, that means that, they're either going to need to be vaccinated, and a lot of those are kids, or they're going to get sick. And so, that's just part of the equation. Really, you're either going to get COVID or get vaccinated. And sometimes you get both, but at least if you have been vaccinated, our mortality statistics are just so much better. We haven't lost a single person under 40 who's been vaccinated.
Other questions? Other questions? I don't know of anybody, Dr. Dobbs, has been under more stress than you have. Over the last year, you have been most receptive to every call from every member of the legislature. I hear time and again how convenient you've made it for everybody else to give us this as we can spread out and advise others. And we appreciate your medical advice and your personal advice. So thank you very much for what you're doing. and we look forward to hopefully a higher vaccination rate or whatever, that we don't have to be doing all this again. With that, I'll hear a motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
All in favor, aye. We adjourn.
Are we supposed to leave this stuff, or do we take it with us? Okay.